Let's see. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay. All right. So let's move all this jazz over. Boom, 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 boom. Wobble, wobble, wobble. All right. We are here. And I have a ley line overflow. What's going on, Trip? How you doing, brother? I got the news. Hope all is well. Hope your back ain't killing you, brother. You know what I mean? Make sure you rest up good. You know what I mean? I want to make sure you're all right. And I actually need to do books because you are probably going to hate me for this, my guy. But yes, I am building Monsieur Kea. And yeah, I'm on my last ascension. So things are going to happen. Things are going to be amazing. It's Kimberly, but I need near-death experience. Oh, Jesus. What for? Trying to stay, you trying to go Super Saiyan? That's kind of where my head originally went. So I need that near-death experience. I'm trying to hit that Super Saiyan. What's going on, Win? How you doing? We'll do that team, I guess. He's strong, yeah, I don't like his personality. But, I mean, he's a good character, though. I think I want to see about making him work. You know, I've been playing with these 5 stars and whatnot for quite some time, and now it's like, let me see what I can do with Kea, Rosaria, Toma. Like I'm gonna go down that way. You know what I mean? Hello, my favorite streamer. How is you today? I am doing fantastic. You're stressed? Why you stressed? You're fine. DPS Traveler, swag, swag, swag. I was actually thinking about doing the Traveler. Like he's level 90 and whatnot. It's just the talents. I don't know about doing the talents. All right, let me go ahead and knock this out. Where you at? There you go. Come here. Giggity, 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 giggity. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I gotta, there's something I was about to, that's what it was. I gotta take these names out. Algebra test sucks. I mean, if you don't like math, you can clap math, like pretty straight, like pretty easy. You know what I mean? What's going on, Leon? You might as well just jump in now, brother. Like, I'm just doing these. Yeah, just jump in and knock it out. I only need Venti and a rating anyway. Yeah, and I'm just taking, because we had 3 names in the queue, so I'm just knocking it out. My friend is Traveler, invested crazy, 10, 10, 10 on all elements. That makes sense. We actually had somebody here named Rose. They were, I don't know if they're still here. But they were a Traveler main. It was like military something. Not New Blitz, Anu, no, Dragon Slayer, May, Krabby, Marine, here it goes. Oh, they don't have it on. Yeah, it was Marine something. What's going on, Faith? How you doing? You finally 36 starred the Abyss. Hey, let's go. Let's go. That is a weight off your shoulder, right? It's like, all right, I'm done. Like, I'm good. Like, all right. You know what I mean? No more of the. Here's what's funny though, the talks aren't gonna stop. But you finally got it. You know what I mean? Like for real, for real. Do you need to do the Abyss? I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it reset. Yeah, it didn't reset. Error communicating. Hey, what's his name? Leon. Yeah, just join me.
全都看见了。
天动万象。
When does it reset? I have no idea. This is a terrible Shogun, by the way. This is some test Shogun that I was messing with.
等下有点痛啊，来我家做客吧。
That's Leon, right? Yeah. Then I'll just stay with Nahida and Big Fella. Game was booting up. Gotcha. If you didn't 3060 Abyss with Dory, then your name is a lie. Well, she's level 1. You know, so until she's not level 1, you know, it's just kind of is what it is at that point. Like, yeah, nah. No 36 is coming from her anytime soon. All right, so I think I could do this with actually Zhongli and Venti, this next one. What's going on, Gabby? How you doing? Yeah, but she's gonna forever be level 1. Maybe maybe if I get her C6, then that'll change. But until then, nah. Sir, I'm gonna need that fire.
在这儿哟，起风了。
此乃天道。
You stay right there and hold that fire. I'll do it with him. All right. There's my 3 for today. But yeah, go ahead and knock out the. Oh yeah, I gotta start it. My bad. I'm tripping. You said you bet you could though. If you got C6 Dory, I bet you could. I'm doing great. It was my birthday 2 days ago. It was your birthday 2 days ago, and you didn't say nothing. Come on, cuz. Come on, cuz. I don't know. Genshin has been boring lately. I've been playing Minecraft with my design skills, just building and creative. Plus, school has me wrapped around a stressful freaking finger. I mean, it's all good. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to play. I mean, you got to take breaks if you're burning out. Like if you're burning out, you got to take breaks. You got to take breaks. I'll go ahead and just run support, I guess. Cause I don't think I'm doing reviews. No, you can stay with Ayaka. I'll bring Zhongli and her. I kind of want to bring Diluc. I'm not even joking. I'll bring Ningguang. Yeah, I'll bring Ningguang. Okay, cool. I just want to work on my Candace and Barber though. They're valuable in my Kea team. Yeah, I tested Kea and Diluc, by the way, recently, and yeah, that team is kind of good. Like they're pretty good. I tested Diluc, Kea, Rosaria, and then I tested oh, you said oh, I tested Diluc, Kea, Rosaria, and then Diluc, Kea, Xiangling, and I think I like the Xiangling thing a little bit more. Like it was pretty fun. But yeah, I've been liking the Diluc and the Kea, and just it's like something about that simplicity that I like. Like all the overly over the top, you know, overthought like damage comps. Like I don't know, I haven't been like they're cool, but I haven't really been caring about those like that. Like it's nice to have them though. That's the best way I can put it. What's going on? Oops, how you doing, brother? Alright, so I'm Ningguang, so this is not gonna work. Alright, clearly. That didn't oh, I don't need that. Hey, there's one. Yeah, Leon's got all the elements right now. Hey, we got one. Huh. If you're making it deep with K, the bursts don't really go together. They don't. It's what it is more so is uh-oh. What I've noticed more so is that it's post burst deluge. Can I hit his foot, please?
地狱侵刃，
There we go. You don't even bother destroying those? You must have some kind of like doping mechanics or something.
天理长驱，
Kind of waiting on Ayaka to do this. Oh, never mind. Jeez, that is kind of amazing. Yay! Hold on, I'm gonna get back in the chat here in a sec. We're almost done. Enjoy the shred, good sir.
是你放弃。
This is gonna be a weak burst because I don't have a screen up, but that's okay.
谢森森，雕虫小技。
Yay! And I think I did mine already. Yeah, I do. But that's the first thing I do in the week. Very first thing I do is I do my weekly bosses, and then right after that, then I do like whatever. But the first thing I do, the first resin I spend every week is weekly bosses. If I don't do weekly bosses, then I'm missing out on all type of stuff. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, you've been wanting to show me Nahida since last night. So let me look at this real quick. 75, 168, that's pretty good. And your EM 531, wow. Now he got this one piece that he showed me yesterday, which was unreal. What was it? Was it that? No, I think it was a circlet. Oh, you don't have it on? Oh yeah, your Nahida looking great. You can technically, hold on, what's that? EM Dendro, oh, and crit rate. I was gonna say, you could technically, at this point, you could run healer Nahida if you like want
玉
to.
乃桂花同在
Yeah, bricks are set, yeah. Yeah, no, she's looking good. I don't know, get her to 999.
何日再
I mean, at this point. What? Boy, we're gonna have to have a talk about that level 90 and that 999. We're going to have a chit chat about that, good sir. Yeah, while you're putting it on, I'm gonna hold on because we were crazy in the queue the last time, so I'm gonna be trying to move through pretty quick. Going down the line, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, she's relying on being level 90. You know what I mean?
接下来想去哪里？
Like the minute she hits level 9, she's like 4 characters deep right now. Ah. Okay. I see Lore Master is on. Because I know it takes a sec to update, so I'm just kind of multitasking. If I seem kind of dry, it's because I worked this morning. And when I'm in my little work mode, I get, wait, who is that? But no, I could pull it from here. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Because I could put, wait, what? I mean, we'll give it a second. Y'all got to see this circlet. Y'all have to see the circlet. When y'all see the circlet, you're going to be like, okay, what? It was a, yeah, it was a circlet because it was a crit rate. Y'all have to see the circlet. All right, what we doing? What we doing, Miko? Automatically refreshes the banners. I am the Ghana man. I am the Ghana man. Papa, your beef. You better come out your house. Bombo clock. Gasoline. Candace and Barbara? Okay. Yeah, join me real quick. Yeah, look at that. 31.9 with some EM on it. Like that is, in my opinion, crazy. I almost want to say, and it's on the Get a Dream set, right? I mean, I don't think it'd be wise, for obvious reasons, to run, like a two piece. But that thing is gonna like she is clearly eligible for a Deepwood set at this point. Like clearly, like with just that piece. I'm still. It's funny because if I get to that, like when I get to that domain and I officially do it, like there is probably one of the hardest sets that I'm looking at for Nahida, but it is going to be a really really hard set, like a really hard set because you need 10 crit rate
没
minimum
想到
on
你
each
也知道忙里
piece
偷闲。
with crit damage on like all the pieces. Like it is a headache and a half to try and get, but we just wait and see what happens. If you could look at Barbara first, then we could work on her. So you trying to work on Barbara? Okay. All right. So let's see. Booyakasha Wagwan. 70 out of 70. We're running a Skyward Atlas. Are we doing a DPS, Barbara? Two, 6, 8. Okay. And you got C4. Okay. Which is funny because with Barbara you don't really gotta care about set bonuses. That should be healing bonus though. Yeah, I would change that to healing. I mean, if you don't have it, it's fine. But whenever you can, change that to healing bonus. And then as far as set bonuses,
要长出蘑菇来。
like the strongest healer, you want her to do some damage. If you want Barbara to do damage and heal, she's effectively a 4-star Hydrogen. Right? So her like normal heals are not going to be great at all. Like on a DPS Mona, right? So trying to balance the two is going to be a little tricky. Possible, but I'm just giving you a heads up. It is going to be it will be tricky. Oh, let me fix my Shogun. Oh.
突然无事，对宴枯坐。
What? Oh. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, so you can run the weapon, but the minute you want to start doing DPS, just be mindful you're going to need crit stats, which isn't unheard of on HP pieces. Like you're going to get HP pieces with damage on it. Like for example, like this. Like you'll get HP pieces. Clam or Maiden? I would only go. So here's the thing. I would only go Clam if you're going full heals. If you're going full heals, go Clam. If you're not, if you're going this, what you're doing, I would say Maiden, because you're not going to heal enough to trigger Clam. Well, Clam effectively. Like you could do one charge attack and you could do like one charge attack and beat out 2 Clams for how much you're going to be healing. Like the Clam would only activate on burst. Efficiently, right? Are we doing this boss or wait? Hold on. This network is down again. Uh-oh. Might want to get that address, good sir. I will work on Candace's talents, but her talents are the same as Al Haytham's. Got you. She would be off field. She's my Kea Bloom. She's on my Kea Bloom team. Okay. So with Barbara, it depends on how you run her. Me personally, I'd say a 4-piece maiden, just to like get her going. And then as far as DPS is concerned, I would, maybe worry about DPS as the pieces come. What's going on, Bill? How you doing? Asmar, I have a question. What is the best set for Yalan? Because I plan on getting her in the next patch. If you're going like full DPS, look at how much this is literally what I call it. If you're doing the look at how much damage I can do, Yalan, you would run the 2-piece Hydro, 2-piece Noblesse, or 2-piece Hydro, 2-piece Tenacity. Or 2-piece Tenacity, 2-piece Noblesse. If you're going for just like I just want to be efficient, then you would run four piece emblem. Those would be your most economical choices. Really, at the end of the day, as long as you have 180 energy recharge, roughly,
不下雨也不会
that
下
should be enough with a Favonius bow to get you up and going.
你说你懂了，叫我停手。
Yeah, so if you're planning on running her with Hu Tao, then her damage doesn't matter as much. She's more there just to look at. If I'm keeping it real, people are using her instead of Xingqiu because they want to she's a 5-star and she's Yelan. Even though C6 Xingqiu is better than C0 Yelan. She doesn't become better until C2, right? So if you're using her with Hu Tao is going to be the bulk of the damage, and if she's the bulk of the damage, then really I would recommend at that point that you build her on the emblem set and run a energy recharge timepiece, or just keep your energy recharge as high as possible without having to run a timepiece. 180 should suffice. Run a Favonius bow or a sack bow, you should be alright. That's Yelan. Nope. You need to be Ning Guang, and you need to be Ayaka. And I am going to need an NRE 30. I did not do that today. And they are already over there. But yeah, does that answer your question, Ether? Or Asmar? I'm so sorry. Does that answer your question, Asmar? Can Kaya be a Cryo Zing Cho? Just wondering. Do? Yeah, I mean, I did it. You're going to have this weird back and forth thing going on between him and D-Luke, though. Right? Like where Kaya is going to melt sometimes and then D-Luke's going to melt sometimes. It's going to be this kind of weird back and forth thing going on. Since I already have C6 Zing Cho, I don't really need her to do. I might as well just get a C1 Hu Tao. You can get C1 Hu Tao. I mean, it's really up to you. Like for what it's worth, her and Xingqiu, like her best teammate is Xingqiu, which is odd. You know, but yeah, you could run her and Xingqiu together. That's really, really powerful. It's like making, so it's either C1 Hu Tao or make Xingqiu Super Saiyan. Is effectively what the decision is between C1 Hu Tao and Yelan. So just spacing what? I mean, you could say it's spacing, but I don't know if it's necessarily avoidable. Or at least that's what kept happening when I was running K with D-Loop. I think K is really good though. Lagging a bit. No, you're fine. Yeah, don't worry about it lagging. As long as you collect. As long as you collect, we straight. You're a whale? I mean, you know a whale C6 R5 is everything. Do you C6 R5 everything, or do you just get like one constellation? Because like C2 is a dolphin. A whale is C6 R5. We had to talk about that because there were some concerns about money being spent on Genshin, and I had to talk about it and all that. And get the characters you don't have, but do you C6 R5 them? Like I just don't want the word whale to be overused because that tends to happen too. Like you're whaling, like no, that's not a whale. That's just somebody who likes spending money on a game. We all do it, you know. But a whale is C6 R5 everything. That's a whale. People call them leviathans now. I don't know why, but that's a whale. It's from your allowance? Yeah, then you would just be a dolphin. There's no like, it's not good or bad. You just do what you want. I just didn't want the language to get like mixed up because the language was causing issues in my Discord when it comes to the term whale. I know it sounds weird that I'm even talking about this, but it legitimately was causing. It got weird over like a term, and it got weird. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, a whale is, if you have C6 R5 everything, you're a whale. I could show you a whale. Right, but I mean, if you, but I guess we're getting away from the point, right? If you can, I would say C1 and C0 Yalan, if you can, and then you should be all right. Yeah, whales are like a whale is a whale. Jack made $1,500 because of crypto in 5 minutes. Good for him. I'm actually happy for him. I'm still in work mode, so bear with me. I'm not as colorful as I usually am right now. I apologize. I'm going to be very dry because I had to be very professional this morning, so I'm very dry, like not hype. Like I'm very anti-hype right now. so I'm trying to snap out of it. I'll be good. I'm gonna shake it off. I'm working on it. You feel me? So we gonna be back in there in the pocket here in a little bit. You know what I mean? But yeah, I would just most likely get Yalan and then see if I can spend some money on to get CP. Yeah. I mean, if that's what you want, I mean, both of them, in my opinion, both of them are about. Okay, so wait, what are we doing? Before I do anything, because I don't know what we're doing over here. I'll wait. What's up, coffee lover? What's happening with you, cuz? $70 pity for Yalan. Okay, you good then? Yeah, that's what I was saying, Kinko. Like you could get like either way you go. Like C1 is good, but if you get Yalan, then you'll have a super duper Zing Cho, and it does help with your Hu Tao because you'll never miss a vaporize if you have those two on the field. Do you have any more resin, Miko? Wait, what? I was gonna do my oh, duh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so I'll do these towers while it's respawning. Yalan is more valuable than C1. Yeah, that's what I was kind of about to get at. Like, if you're okay doing the whole jump cancel thing, I would say pull Yalan, right? Because C1 for Hu Tao it's a comfort. It's a quality of life constellation. What? Why aren't you aiming at the... Alright, looks like I'm getting a shield. Thank you. Let me get up out of here. I wonder if it's back. It is back. All right. I am the Ghana man. I am the Ghana man. Fuck your beef. You. Come on, your house. Quasi. I don't even know what that stuff means. What's quasi mean in Europe? Booyaka! Yeah, I had the most wacky situations going on in the Abyss. Like, I ran this guy on, like, a full EM Crimson set for one reason or another. Healing it. It was the most amalgamated comp, like, ever. Like, it was an EM, it was an God, Jesus Christ, what was that build? It was, wait, what? Never mind. Stop. So it was EM, so this is what I did, Kinko, with the situation I had, Kinko. It was Dragon's Bane him on this, right? I was thinking about using this and this, but I like this for my Shogun EM thing. Over here. Where's it? Oh. Right, and then I ran a healer Nahida, because why not? And then I ran a DPS Zing Cho, because, you know, I mean, on Hyper Blooms, they don't need EM. And I mean, it worked out pretty good. It was definitely good as single target. The single target thing was kind of cracked on it. And then try and get Yelan C1 next rerun. Yeah, I mean, Yelan C1 is cool. But, I mean, I guess. I mean, it's really up to you. As long as you have Yelan, C6 Xingqiu, and Hu Tao, then you should be fine. Yelan C1 is very valuable, but it's only valuable to resolve like an energy recharge issue unless you have like mad DPS on your Yelan or something like that. It's basically a built-in sacrificial bow. It gives you a built-in sac bow. Not really, but kinda. It's like that. You know how like people run Diona and they just shoot the bow twice, bop bop. It's like that, basically. Or how people always end up using it. Boom, 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 boom. How's everybody doing today, by the way? Is it me or is it like dry? Because I know out here in Cali it's like raining a lot, so it's like the energy is like real low right now. Let's get some shields off, homie. We're gonna need a shield off you, cuz. You want a sacrificial spear? I've been wanting a sac spear since forever, basically, at this point. Like, the minute a sacrificial spear comes out, like, all that Favonian stuff is probably gonna go out the window. Like, it's good. It's still gonna be good in people like Zhongli's hands, because Zhongli, I think, can trigger it off the field. Like, so for off-field, like, energy, I think Favonius is still win. But that sack, oh my god, that thing would be amazing in Toma's hands. Like, Toma would be the biggest, like, benefit. He would be the, it would benefit him, like, I cannot emphasize it enough. Like, Toma with a sacrificial spear would actually be, like, a meta option outside of Dendro. Because right now, like, the only place he's winning is Virgin. At least on my account. If it ain't Virgin, it ain't working. Okay, then I'll just guess I'll wait until I actually feel like getting her constellations. Yeah, you don't really need, like, it really depends on your playstyle, right? Like, quality of life is C1 for Hu Tao, and then C2 is where Yelan becomes actually better than Xingqiu. Until she's like, cause at C0 and C1, Yelan is basically just Xingqiu with no basically just take all his utility benefits and just change all that into DPS. So there's no utility, but it's DPS. And typically people don't care about utility anyway. Like, I don't care about that little heal he gives, and like, I don't even think about the little heal that he's supposed to give, to be honest with you. There we go. You know what I mean? The resistance to knockdown, you know, the extra hydro application, blah blah blah. Like, people don't typically care about that. They want the big number, right? So that's why you see, or at least that's what I'm getting out of it. That's why I see Yelan like a lot more, you know, than Xingqiu, because people want the big number more than anything else. Neither one's bad or worse, but Yelan she's lateral, performance-wise. C2 is where Yelan is better. Like, she's just better because you get that one little extra hydro application, changes it. It changes in regards to Hu Tao and Vaporize situation. C2 is where, like, that's got it. Okay, got it. Now you actually don't need Xingqiu ever on her team. What's going on, Sukoska? How you doing? Getting the heated constellations eventually after I get the Hydro Archon. Yeah, most constellations, I'm sure you know this by now. Most of them you can just stop at C2. I don't drink caffeine typically. Hifumi, I always have had this problem. Wait, what? I'm immune to all forms of caffeine. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it might be a lot of soda or something. Because all caffeine does is it replaces your sleep receptors. Okay, you might have a sleep. You might have a adenosine situation. I would look into the way your I would look into your adenosine levels. Because that's all caffeine does is it blocks adenosine. And if you're immune to caffeine, there could be something. I mean, I don't know. Just something to look into. Just make sure you're balanced. I was gonna do commission. I hate lag. We all hate lag. Everybody here hates. I hate lag. That's why I have wired internet now. Amazon.com, $15 get you a 100-foot cable. Wired that thing through the house. Now I have wired internet. Boop. We're going to stay with these two. Why not? Why, hello, big fella. Oh, I think you are immune to Ningguang, huh? Hi, Ice Guy. The D-Luke hoodie, yeah, you might want to check on like a order number or something if it still is not here. Jesus, he survived that? Oh my God. What? There we go. Like Jesus. Nope. Ow. Can't believe I got hit by that. I'm trying not to hit my burst. I'm saving it for that Hydro boss. I really should have just got Bennett and Kazuha. Call it a day. Alright. I know it hasn't been 3 minutes, but I was just checking the time on it. It has been, I guess it's time. Bombo clock, gasoline. If I may ask, you think is it worth pulling for Yelan or wait for Ayaka and Kazuha? My opinion is wait for Kazuha. And in this order on your account, it will go Kazuha, Ayaka, Yelan. But it depends. But it depends on who your main DPS is. If your main DPS happens to be a Pyro, I will pull Yelan. If you don't have a main DPS at all, you need to pull Ayaka. Right? So it would be the DPS. I call them the DPS gods. They're in my head, they're just the DPS gods in Genshin. That's Ayaka, Ganyu, Hu Tao, right? That's it. We can say Eula, but Eula is she's a what's the word I'm looking at? What's the word? She's more like the broke superstar, right? So they have the Bugatti, they have the mansion, but they're actually broke though. They have no money in the bank, but it looks like they have the money, right? So that's Eula. She can hit 1 billion damage, but she will always clear. She will never clear as fast as the actual DPS gods. But she can hit really hard, like one time. You know what I mean? So, but you can pull Eula too. But get one DPS god on your account. Get the trifecta. I don't know if you, or the Trinity. Right? So in any video game you play that offers these roles, and I was talking about this the last stream, make sure you get this Trinity. Make sure you have a great real healer, not like a half healer. Make sure you got a real healer. Make sure you have a one of the best DPSs in the game, and make sure you have one of the best tank options in the game. Right now, this game offers reactions, so one of the best ways, or reactions period, is who is it? One of the best reactions in this game comes from Animo, because Animo just boosts the it just boosts the direct performance of your character. So I would highly recommend Kazuha, because he double dips as far as boosting your damage, and he CCs, and he himself can do a lot of damage without a high investment. Right? So Kazuha, then Ayaka if you don't have a DPS. If you do have specifically a Pyro DPS, then I'll pull Yelan. Right? Or if you just are a fan of Xingqiu and just want a better Xingqiu. Am I sure it's not VV? Wait, are you talking to me?
是你了。
Well, I mean, if that's the question, then answer this question: is Hu Tao gonna run a VV set?
立足之处被
Can Ning Wong run a VV set? Can D-Luke run a VV set? I mean, they can, but can they trigger it? That's why I'm saying Anima. Specifically Kazuha. Yeah, Kazuha is just better though. Like if Sucrose, I'll put it this way, and this, I can only keep this is why I'm saying that Sucrose is good if you don't have Kazuha, Sucrose is good. But I want you to do me a favor because I had to do this, right? Just so it can make sense in my head. For all the times that you see like Kazuha, count how many times you see Sucrose in his place. And that should give you the answer on how much better Kazuha is. Because the thing is with Kazuha and Sucrose, because I'm trying to be a little more like candid and realistic, I think right now, but that's just because I'm still in work mode, which I think might benefit the stream actually. So the thing about Kazuha and Sucrose is it's more than just the buff and all that jazz. Didn't want to go that deep about it, but yeah, Kazuha is so far ahead of Sucrose in so many areas that I would pull Kazuha before anybody in Genshin Impact. Yeah, because Sucrose, nobody. If you have Kazuha, you're not using Sucrose. That's the long and short of it. Because if so, you would use Sucrose. Not you, but people would use Sucrose, but they don't. Ain't nobody here. I am confident. Like we know how strong Sucrose is, but I am very confident that no one is using Sucrose when they have Kazuha. I never see Sucrose in an Abyss run when Kazuha is there. Let alone I never see Sucrose in a braggadocious team. Like, look at this team I made. Well, if that team is so great with Sucrose, then why is she not there? Because Kazuha is better. That's why. Which is funny because Sucrose is technically better than C6 Sucrose is technically better and stronger than Kazuha until it's not until he hits C2. Kazuha C2 is stronger than Sucrose. But it's those additional benefits like the grouping and the sack sword option and the battery he can use on blah blah blah. There's more than just the strength. Otherwise, you know, people like Burger would use Sucrose. But he doesn't because he has Kazuha. You know what I mean? So, realistically speaking, we can get into the meta mechanics and numbers and all that, but you're not using Sucrose. Otherwise, you would not pull Kazuha. But we pulled Kazuha. Focusing on things or something like that. Oh, you talking about yeah, I ran into a philosophy, or I came up with a philosophy yesterday, I should say. And that was that I was thinking about building characters and finishing work and, you know, half building and half doing half a job at work and stuff like that. And it actually came from numbers, right? So there is, what's going on, Snowy? How you doing, brother? Speaking of math. So there is a math thing, right? Where if you, like, let's say, I'll give you the example. So let's say you're 100 meters, let's say you're 10 meters from home. If you go half the meters, then you're halfway home, right? If you go another half, then you're 7.5 meters home. You know what I'm talking about? Like you're 7.5, and then the next is, you know, 8 point whatever, 9 point whatever, right? But if you keep doing it, if you keep adding halves to it, you never actually make it home. You're always some portion of the way from home, right? But the reason that is so mind-blowing to mathematicians is because you never make it there, no matter how much you add to it, right? But if you just back up and not focus too much on what you're adding to it, but rather you focus on what's missing, and you just simply add what's missing, magically you make it home. So instead of being like, okay, well, I still, I added all these halves, but I'm still not to my destination. Change your perception. Okay, well, if you're halfway home, instead of doing half the work to get there, look at what needs to be done to get home. Oh, you need another half? Do the half. You do the half, and now you're home. So focus on what's missing. At least that's the foundation of the philosophy, right? It still needs to be a little fleshed out, but it can go. The philosophy itself can go both ways, right? Because then you have the idea of focusing on, what you don't have rather than focusing on what you do, and then you get into gratefulness and all that jazz. But that's not really the point. The point of the philosophy is finish what you start, and if you have a hard time finishing what you start, either you need to place the home closer to something realistic, meaning that instead of trying to get a 70 ratio with a 300% crit damage multiplier, maybe you need to give yourself something a little more realistic, rather than, because you're never gonna have that ratio without food buffs and all that jazz. So either reposition the home a little closer to something realistic, or, you know what I mean? Let's say, for example, you're leveling your character and they're not level 90. Instead of saying, well, I did all this work and I'm almost there, so that's cool. Well, you're never actually done. Same thing with homework, where I did most of the homework and I'm almost done, so I'll set it down and make a sandwich and take a break. Like, dude, you're literally right there. Like, just finish the homework. Finish the job. Finish the song. Like, for example, like, that song you were working on, Hifumi? And you're like, bro, this is going to take hecka long. Right? It kind of feeds into that, too. So, if you're almost done with the song, right, identify what needs to be done and then just finish it from there, and then you should be straight. It's kind of a long-winded. It's simple though. It's simple, right? It's a perception shift though. It's shifting your perception of what you're looking at as far as things that are done and not done. Instead of, if you're not done and it needs to get done, stop focusing on what you did and focus on what you haven't completed. And doing what hasn't been completed is what finishes the task. Anyway, let me go ahead and look at the rest of the chat. What's going on, Soap? How you doing, brother? Still haven't gotten a 5-star yet from Raiden's banner. Hopefully my birthday luck pulls through. Wait, what's up with all these birthdays, cuz? I'm going to be singing happy birthday quite a bit today. Hold on, we had 2 of them. We had Gabby, and now we got you. Gabby, yes, I'm still going to sing happy birthday. Okie dokie, I'll be good. Better get out of my laggy. Hilarious. All right, so first off, Gabby, you here? Kinko is Monday for my birthday, which is next week. Oh, okay. Because I was finna blow y'all eardrums up. And then when is next? Okay. When did you need resin or what's going on? Is Oops helping you? What's going on? No. I'm not even talking about math necessarily. It's a philosophy, burger. Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about a math equation. I'm talking about it's a philosophy. It has to do with perception. Reviewing ley lines, gotcha. For the sake of time, you think Oops can help you out with the ley lines? If not, I could. You can wait for me. It's fine. Let me see. So where is Win? Where's Lore Master? I feel like I passed you. But yeah, so it's using math to explain a philosophy. But yes, that I think is the equation. I mean, I didn't look or read at the equation, but yeah, that's basically it. 1 minus x over 2 to the power of x. Yes, that's well, yes. I think that's it. I don't know if that's the exact equation, but it's basically you just never make it to the end. It never actually equates to 100%. So instead of looking at it from that mathematical equation, you would look at it from like, y equals x minus z, but you need to solve for z instead of focusing on x. You know what I mean? So who am I looking at? Win? Let me pull a Win real quick. Yeah, it's exponential. Yeah, it's not linear, it's exponential. No, it's not diminishing returns. Or I guess you can call it diminishing. Yeah, it's basically diminishing returns. Yes, that actually is correct. All, oh yeah, because there's three. Okay. So let's see. So we got the Dendro Traveler. Yeah, it's an analogy. That's all it is. So we got 80, 60, 60, right? And we got AR50. Okay. So let's see. Okay, like it. Dull blade. We're gonna look at. Wait, what? All right. And then we got the black tassel. Got it. What are your stats? 66, 113. Love it. She doesn't need it, depending on her. We'll get into her in a minute. And then Candace is, I'm assuming HP, because that's more HP than my Candace. Let's see. And we're rocking two-piece, two-piece. I'm just giving an overview, because I'm finna go to the garage here in a second. And we got Bloodstain. Huh. We'll get into that in a minute. And then C1, 99, talents, 134, 24. Okay, good. Candace is interesting. Okay, so let me get this ready, and then I'm gonna go to the garage, and then we're gonna do a deep dive. I like where your traveler is at DPS wise, but before I continue, I did have a quick question about say what now? About your traveler. What are you using your trap? I just got a message. I'm getting a lot of messages. I'm getting a lot of messages. Holy Jesus. Yo, okay, all right, okay, all right, all okay. Oh, thanks, man. No, it's just I'm in the. Hey, we had a donor, man. We got 4 Welkins, cuz. All right, cool. So, but these are like Cash App Welkins, so I can do these today. So now we're at 6 Welkins. You know what I mean? There are still some that I'm waiting on YouTube to pay out. You know what I mean? But anyway, so Kuki usually has craftable Kaz's weapon. Forgot the name. Okay, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Iron Sting. I forgot to change the weapon on Kuki. Okay, so how are you using? Yes, yeah, I got you. So how are you using? Because I'm gonna have a cigarette when I come back in. I'll add a couple. How are you using this traveler? Is this traveler going to be a DPS? Because it looks like a DPS, or is it just a It is a DPS. Okay, so you're DPSing with the traveler, doing Dendro DPS. I'm assuming you're doing spread. Is that what we're going for? Where Cookie's applying electro and then she's doing the bigger green numbers? Yeah, that's fine. Did I see it about the red horn? Oh, is the red horn good on D-Luke if I have my Wolf's Gravestone currently on Eula? The red horn is a stat stick. The build doesn't change. And actually, it's to my understanding on D-Luke, to my understanding, it's worse. And yeah, to my understanding, it's worse. It's not. Well, hold on. I'll put it this way. Then the Wolf's Gravestone, I believe it or not, it might be stronger, but not by much. To be honest with you. Or you're doing Hyper Bloom. Okay. So if you're doing Hyper Bloom, this is what's gonna happen with Hyper Bloom. It's really the Kuki Shinobu that's gonna need the adjustment. Those are only 2 claymores that you have. Those are 2 good claymores to have. I'm gonna tell you right now. Give the I would This is what I would do. I would give the red horn to Eula, and then I would give the Wolf's Gravestone to Diluc. I mean, that's just me personally. But yeah, so your Kuki Shinobu, you're gonna run a ton of EM on your Kuki Shinobu, like all EM, like all EM, and it's because you don't have constellations. The weapon you use is at that point is up to you. I can give you like 5 weapons right now, off the top of my head. Right now, it depends on the application too. Do you need energy recharge? Typically, you don't. Right. The Kuki Shinobu that when I pull her, the one I'm going to be testing is going to include energy recharge, and that's just so I can keep her alive. And the trick is you pop skill then burst. and that alone should be enough to keep her alive. Yeah, this Kuki definitely needs EM, like a lot of it. Right? So, but your pieces, right? I think what's happening is you're probably running crit damage. No, or you're running attack. Gotcha. Okay, so what you actually need are EM pieces. If you're running Hyper Bloom, EM needs the EM needs to be. This is my opinion, right? The EM needs to be 700 minimum. You can squeeze by with 500 EM, but I don't recommend 500 EM. I recommend 700 or higher for Hyper Bloom because I want to get you to 20k on your blooms. Yeah, you got all HP, but she should be able to heal sufficiently with all EM if you can. And you say you triple. Oh, you triple crown Delu. Congratulations, man. Keep it cracking, cuz. Knock them tests out, Miko. Yeah, we'll see when you get back. Good luck on that, too. Lost a 50-50 since it's originally going for Scare's weapon. That's not a bad pull, though. That's okay. You're eventually going to get EM pieces. Now, as far as the set bonus is concerned for Hyper Bloom, for Kuki Shinobu specifically, my personal recommendation for Kuki Shinobu specifically would be the what is it? The Gilded Dreams. Personally, if you are going for Hyper Bloom specifically, then I would do the Deepwood set because someone's going to need a Deepwood set, a 4-piece Deepwood set on a Hyper Bloom team. You don't need it; it's just nice to have. I'll put it that way. My Hyper Bloom comp doesn't even look at Deepwood, the green set. My Hyper Bloom doesn't even. I don't even use this, right? But if you run this, then you should be fine. Because this is going to give you, I want to say like 230 EM or 180 extra EM or something like that. It's going to give you a lot of EM. In case you want to run an energy recharge weapon or something, right? And if you need to farm, we can farm it now. Couple pieces away from triple EM tenacity Kuki. Huh. I wonder if that's. I think that might be stronger in your case because you're running Yai Miko on that team, right? Finally leveling the black tassel. Thank God. That's gonna be amazing. I think my Ganyu artifacts are set till I get a better cup. That's a good thing. It's a never-ending grind for these artifacts, though. By the way, my Kuki build with Candace weapon is going on Yao Yao. Okay, so your Kuki. Hold on, let me pull this back up. So your Kuki Shinobu. Where you at? Are you still on? Oh, got it. So what's going on, Yao Yao? Current Kuki build with Candace's weapon. Okay, so this with this weapon? Is that what you mean? Yeah, Jonah Q. Yeah. I'm trying to understand that Hyper Bloom because the only thing that actually needs to be done for Hyper Bloom, I'm not even kidding, is just put a bunch of EM on her. That's literally it. Got you. So this set with this weapon for Yao Yao. I kind of need to wait and see what Yao Yao is going to be like because I know she heals on skill and I think she heals on burst, right? So what you are going to want to do is because it's from what you're saying, this set is going to go on Yao Yao. It's a full HP set, right? And 18% attack, but that's neither here nor there at this point, right? Then I would, yeah, HP scaling. Well, I don't know if she needs her burst. That's a concern. I guess that's where my concern is, right? But I guess for now that all that sounds fine for Yao Yao. right? No, it's just Trip. I just don't know if she needs her burst or not. That's all. If she needs her burst at some point, then that's when we're looking at like maybe a different weapon or energy recharge time or energy recharge subs. Like I don't know, right? But we'll see when that comes. But because this whole set's moving to a new character soon, I will go on ahead and just farm out an EM set. You can do a number of different sets for Kuki Shinobu if you are going to be running Kuki with any team. You can do Thunder and Fury or Gilded. I recommend Gilded personally. You can do either or though. It's totally up to you. Um, I would only do the Deepwood set on Kuki Shinobu if you're going specific to Dendro. So like let's say just for an example, some weird information comes out about taser triggers, right? Typically, at least in for whatever reason, and I know it hasn't changed, but I'm pretty sure the words changed on the wiki, right? Where electro or transformative reactions, right, were always the trigger, right? Meaning that you would put EM on the electro character, and this is also why characters in the electro family tend to scale with EM more so than like pyro, cryo, hydro. Like they don't scale with EM. Electros scale with EM. You put your EM jazz on electro characters because they're always the trigger. At least that's what was explained when the game first came out. But I guess that's not the case anymore, right? So, but being that that may be the case, right? The reason I'm bringing this up is if you do an EM build on Kuki Shinobu and it's not specific to, you're not building her specific to Dendro, then I would fit her up with the Gilded set or a Thunder and Fury set. I almost say Gilded though, because you can cover more characters out of Gilded. Make sense? What's going on, Denny? AKA Dior. What's happening with you, cuz? Her burst is just a stronger version of her skill. They have the exact same effect. Oh, okay. Yeah, and then about the Candace, and the reason I was wondering about your Candace is because of your set bonus. Right? So your set bonus seems to be physical for one reason or another. Which is fine. I mean, it's not like you can do much. I mean, I would personally say you should probably do something like, I don't know, like Noblesse or something maybe. Is this all HP also? Attack, physical. Oh, you're just doing a physical. Okay. It just depends on the team. Like I'm not opposed to the Candace. I just know if you run physical Candace, you're gonna need to run. Well, first off, you would need a crit rate circlet, but you're gonna need to run like a lot of DPS. And I'm talking like a lot, like a DPS weapon. Like maybe a 5-star weapon, the battle pass weapon, a Black Cliff, maybe in that even that physical craftable pole arm. You're looking at a very strong DPS solution if this is the goal. I use it for her. She is usually. Hold on. Make sure I read that. I forgot my chat be hidden sometimes. There it goes. Right. I use it for. Right. I use it for. She is usually alive last, which means she'll have to be the one on the field dealing damage. So I put a lot of physical damage on her to boost. Okay. If she is the last. Okay. So here is that brings up another issue. So if you're dying, then you might not be too focused on your defense. It might be a little too focused on your offense. Which is, remember I was saying earlier in the stream, make sure you build that Trinity, right? If you build the Trinity, you would survive any and all things that come your way. If you have Chi-Chi, build a healer, Chi-Chi. If you have Barbara, build a healer, Barbara. Like, don't be afraid of surviving or investing in your survivability. Because you can't DPS if you're dead. This is something that I literally would have 30 to 45 minute talks about with my Warframe clan when we had 200 and something odd people. I would literally do talks about this because in that game people only focus what it's seeming like they would only focus on DPS, and then they would die and they couldn't clear content because they were dead. Right. So if you're dying, that's a different situation. right? So what's your survivability solution? Is it Barbara, a shield? You have a healer, you know what I mean? Aditya, I love that name by the way. Aditya. Show you some dope artifacts. There's one. Um, let me see. Her universal damage. Yeah, I got you. Oh, overall damage. Yeah, I got you. You'll see that circlet on my kaching when you look at my three characters. I want to. Okay. Among Us. Oh God. Her best damage is 17. Yeah. Even though I lose 50-50, I don't get. Yeah, you got amazing weapons. I don't focus on DPS. My favorite character invest in R supports. Okay, so but if you're dying, then maybe we need to look at why you're dying also. Because in a hyper bloom team, you shouldn't be dying. In a bloom team, that makes sense. How's that even possible, bro? You asked. DWP, you have one of my artifacts as well. I see. Leon, if I seem like I'm super not, if I seem weird, about artifacts is because I actually do have all the artifacts. I just never talk about them. I never show them. I never talk about them, but I do have all the artifacts. I talk a lot of mess about Kinko and Burger and all that, but the artifacts they have, I actually have too. You guys never see them though, because I never show them. Because I don't want people, I don't want people focusing on artifacts all the time. Because then CV happens. The 49 CV, that happens. And it's like, CV don't matter. The performance of the character matters. Because I can show you this artifact, and you'll be like, what? It's at 7 crit damage. Yeah, but I have to use that to balance the crit rate. Otherwise, I would use this artifact. You know what I mean? So, but whatever. You've only shown me like 1 or 2 artifacts you got. This one I've been had that one. That one was on my Nahida for like the last 2 months. In Nahida rating team. Wait. I want to make sure winner's cool. Hold on. If I'll use Layla. Layla can't heal, but you can use Layla. Yes. So for Layla, I would say For Layla, there are better ratings, by the way. For Layla, I would say you can move that whole kooky build onto Layla. I would say move that kooky build over to Layla. That might be something a little bit more feasible for you. At least a plug and play. It'll be a quick plug and play for your Layla. Right? But focus on getting Kuka Shinobu an EM set though. We could do the Layla boss. I would say get your hold on. Before we even do any, well, no, because you need your survivability. Yeah. What level is your Layla though? I finished Adventurer's Handbook today. My kooky artifacts. Yeah, okay, then we do Layla boss. By the way, I finished Adventurer's Handbook today, swag! Okay, cool. So, okay, so 40, she's level 40. Yeah, because Layla should be effective enough to start using actively at world level 7 at level 70 with that set. You should be fine with a level 70, which you should be able to hit level 70 through boss runs today. If you burn all the resin on just boss runs for Layla, you should be able to level 70 her today, if you have the books. Sound good? And then what was the hold on, because I gotta catch up with all this chat. So for Animal, I use either Jean with the Favonius sword or Venti with the Skyward Heart. That actually sounds really good. By the way, I finished. Okay, cool. I have a 60 crit rate, 180 crit damage, rating with 250 ER and 104 electro damage bonus. Is that good? That's fantastic. That's actually really good. That's one of the better Shoguns. Yeah. I'm also available for resin burning. Yeah. Okay. Then we farm in big news. I'm not available for resin burning. Attack, Goblet, or Electro. I run Energy Recharge Electro because I run Bennett. But if you don't run Bennett, then usually you want to use an attack timepiece. But really, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what combination you use. They're all about the same. Really what it boils down to is, do you want to battery your team or not? Do you want her to be really strong, or do you want to battery your team? If you want to battery your team, the damage difference isn't so big to where it matters. Catch or engulfing lightning or not, because I have the same piece. I have an attack time piece that gives me the same crit damage, right? And the attack time piece hits harder than the electro, but my team doesn't have energy when I run attack. They do, but not a lot. So it's just so I would base it on that. I would base it on that decision. If you're thinking about attack or attack electro, energy recharge electro, if you're thinking about that, whether the goblet is attack or not, I don't even think that matters too much, right? If you have an engulfing lightning though, rule of thumb is you run energy recharge attack. Rule of thumb. I don't run attack because I don't have the timepiece. I don't have the attack goblet. I don't have a good attack goblet. Besides, I like electro. Me personally. All right, let me join Win, and then we're going ahead and work on. I'm just waiting for you to get on, Lore Master. Yeah, let me know when you're on. Because once you are on, we finna get it piss hopping, cuz. Say, well, what's going on, Angel Art? What's happening with every time I see the little purple blue thing? I'm like, yeah, the homie's here. What's happening, cuz? How much EM does Hu Tao need? I'm on 55, 293 with only 100 EM-ish, something like that I should focus on. I mean, the more EM, the better, but that would be more of a question for Malik or Hifumi. To my understanding, like 120 to 200, somewhere in that pocket is where you want to be as far as EM. Anything beyond that is a bonus and it's welcome, right? So if you have like 300 EM, then it's like, woohoo, fantastic, right? But if not, it's, about 120-ish should be fine. You want to get as close to an EM timepiece as possible as far as EM on a Hu Tao. That way you don't have to run an EM timepiece. Oh, it's Gracie here. Oh, Q, what's happening with you? Actually, I haven't got a good attack goblet. Yeah. Oh, how can I maximize my rate and damage? You run attack electro as a free to play. If you have a catch, then run attack electro. Either run attack electro or just run a billion attack with attack substats. It's going to be a lot of attack. And you have to substat your energy recharge. But you're going to be fiddling with substats to maximize the damage. I mean, if you're trying to do like that, you know what I mean? You're looking at the difference of, like, you would need a piece with like 14. You would need like a crit rate circlet with 14 attack and like 30 crit damage, if that's even possible. But you would be looking at those types of pieces. Oh, you're using a Homa. Then you want to substat your energy recharge then. But I would try to shoot for, I mean, you got 250. But if there's a way you can substat your energy recharge. Now, this is reaching for the stars, but you asked. So if you can substat enough energy recharge to hit 250 energy recharge on your Shogun and still keep the ratio with a Staff of Homa, that would maximize your Shogun. 250 is usually like where you want to be at to like for maximum Shogun effectiveness. With an engulfing lightning, 270. You can stop at 270, but I've seen higher. And it's never wrong to have more if you have it. When I'm online, fantastic. I gotta do that again. If it matters, then go for it. But I can tell you right now from experience, like that much damage on a Shogun typically doesn't matter. It's a preference thing though. Like I do that with my Yai Miko, Ayaka, and my Ningguang though, right? So, my Ningguang, those three characters on my account are like, those are my based characters. They don't have 30 crit damage on pieces, but when I get those pieces, they're the first recipients of them. My highest damage is at 350k, I guess. If that's with a catch, then that's really good. That's really, really good. You're doing really good. I think you can credit most of that to your crit damage and your ER though. It's not necessarily the Homa. It does explain your Homa though, it does explain your ratio. What I would do, here's what I would do: balance your Shogun like this, and then add the Staff of Homa. I don't know if that matters, right? But try to get something like, but you're on a, no, but you have a Homa. I was gonna say a catch. Yeah, just do this without a crit weapon. Forget about the energy recharge for now. But do this. Try to hit this like as high a number you can before the Homa, and then add the Homa. Right? Don't let the Homa dictate your build. Let the artifacts dictate your crit ratio, and then add a Homa. This is, I mean, that's what you do with crit damage weapon. Crit rate weapons is a little bit different. Your crit damage weapons, build the character with like a level 1 weapon and get them a ratio, and then you add your crit damage weapon. Does that make sense? What's going on, Luna? How you doing? Alright, so I am in here. So we are doing the Layla boss. Yeah, so Layla boss. I apologize, Win. Layla's boss is what? It is this one. Okay. I'm going to be focused on Win for a minute, so bear with me, guys. Let's see. We are going to use you. Boy, could y'all imagine? Could y'all imagine what would happen if I just had constellations on this account? I don't want them. I don't want them. But the more I hear constellations, I'm like, bro, like, do y'all know how dumb this account would be with C2 Ayaka and C2 her and C3 Shogun? And bro, I think Burger Shogun is still stronger though. Burger probably has one of the stronger. Yeah. No, I don't want them. I don't want them because it's hard for me to relate to those, because not everybody has them, and I'm more concerned about relating to the audience. Like, I want to see what their damage is supposed to be like, right? And if I can't coach to the majority, then it's not worth it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're not R5, but you're R3, right? Oh, I didn't say it, Luna. Oh, you're right. You're right. I didn't say it, cuz. Hold on, we got to get that in. Hold on. Like, don't get me wrong, I want the constellations really bad, but it'll keep me from, like I said, it'll keep me from relating to the majority of people. You know, if I'm out here with, oh, y'all don't know about Steve? Y'all don't know about Steve? Y'all don't know about Steve, huh? You know what I mean? Y'all don't know about Steve. Y'all don't know about Steve, cuz. You know what I'm saying? You don't know about Steve, huh? You know what I mean? Oh yeah. You think it's cheese? You think cheeses is better? Coffee man, I just drank coffee. Swag. What's up, coffee man? How you doing? I literally just took a sip of coffee. That's what's up. Where's Coffee Lover? We got Coffee Lover here. We got 2 coffee people and myself. Just my name ain't Coffee Cut. I never go for cons. Feel like it makes the game a little too easy. So, well, that's another reason I kind of don't do it, or I don't actively. The only character I'm finna have C6 is Zhongli. This is the only character I care about, and it's for support reasons. I want to be able to walk in a domain with him and cover shields and heals. You know what I mean? I want to be able to remove healers out of my comps. Not that I don't like healers. I love healers. I'm actually a support player, believe it or not, in MMOs and games like that. Like, I would typically end up being the tank or the healer or the crowd control. Like, I love those quarterback roles. You know what I mean? Because it allows me to kind of see the pace of what's happening and keep everything in check. Like, I like to keep the fight more so in check than just do all the DPS and get in. You know, I'm not concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the play. You know what I mean? I have always been that guy. Always. I'm always that guy. You know what I mean? Like in Warframe, we would so the easiest role in Eidolon hunts is the lures. But because it's the easiest role, typically somebody would do that role, right? One of the harder roles, though, is knocking off shields, right? So, but the shields is still kind of, you know, a support role. You know, so I would be the guy who would do the shields, and then I would carry a couple lures with me and stuff like that. I would just run support. You know, I'd be the guy typically bringing Trinity or, you know, EV Trinity or something like that, you know. Or I'd be, you know, dropping energy pass for people, dropping heals for people. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as my team is good and they can do what they need to do, you know what I mean? That's always been my favorite role. you know, but coming from as I'm sure MMO players here know, you know, it's always good to have the Trinity. Did I change? Say what? Did someone change their bit? What do you mean? My Shogun was different because I talked to Cheese about it. He was like, "What kind of Shogun are you running?" And I'm running. I was like, "Oh, I'm running some weird Hyper Bloom
律令骤进赤
version thing. I was doing Hyper Bloom version things." All
此
right,
乃天道
this is getting quite annoying. All right, all right. So let me catch up with all of this. You owe me a review, swag. Don't put the dot coffee. Oh, got it. Monster Energy drinks ain't drugs. They can be, depending on how many you drink. I had a homie. He got kidney stones from him, but he drank a lot of them all the time. Precision. Every time I hear Steve, I always think about the skit with the prairie dog. That's kind of low key where it came from, though. You know what I mean? I was like, Steve, 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 Alan, Steve, Alan. All right. So how do you do aggravate? So because they're not in the stream. Hit with Dendro plus what is he? Electro and
很多人一生
aggravate
写于纸上
will
不过几行，
be
它都
available
是些
for
无聊的
10
故事。
seconds with its will be for 10 seconds. Dendro plus Electro causes quicken, which enables what would it say? Aggravate. Ag is the Electro hit. Spread is the Dendro hit. I hope that makes sense. People having bad days? Man, people was okay. I'm gonna have to be the beacon of light then, because we had Miko was like, oh, Tess and this and whoop whoop whoop, and then we got now Scoop had a bad day. All right, check this out. So we finna be nice, happy, calm, collective, cool, and I'm finna chug this coffee here in a second. Yeah, your day sucked too? Like, nah, we gonna have to keep it A1 sauce then. Hold on,
固若
you need a
金汤
burst. Matter of fact, Steve, come get these fools.
骤进
They tripping. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate your services. You are always welcome in my place of business. Good, sir. Steve. With the Narny Narnar slap. Steve coming out clutch. Alright. Let me get a healer. Hold on. Because they are going to die. One, two, get away from... Okay.
别担心，
Yeah, you might want to switch to your traveler. Thank you. Yeah, my Kokomi heals aren't fantastic because I'm not using... I don't really care. Alright, so yeah. So, I'm assuming we're farming the books still. Abhorrent Human. That's a name. Will you do a character review? Yes. We are kind of deep in the queue right now. So if there's anyone who needs resin, then I would need, yeah, we might have to, okay, so here's what we might actually have to do, is I might have to designate resin to Oops and like Leon or whoever can help, right? And then like just do reviews for now.
律令
Because I can do resin carries, that's not a problem, but being that it seems like the reviews are gonna build up, you know, I mean, it's pretty common at this point, you know, where reviews are gonna kind of start building up, so we may be looking at, I might need you guys to run resin, right? Even if somebody's waiting, right? So, hold on. I'm gonna have, hold on, let me let them know. The queue, oops, is building for reviews as usual, which is fine. I'm going to have, which one of you guys want to jump in? I'm going to have someone take over on the resin grind for you.
最近八重堂穿越异世的小说也太多
On
了，
the resin grind for you
就对自己的世界
for
如
the
此不
sake
满吗？
of time. Okay. You got it? Okay. It'll be Leon. He's the god Kokomi guy. I'm trying to make sure they know, like they know, like we've seen that Kokomi. I should have just said he's that Nahida we saw earlier. I probably should have said that. So their UID is just to Leon. Their UID is 652. That way I can get to the reviews. 652 310 751. Hey, Hifumi, yeah, I do need a split queue though. Like I know you've been bringing that up like quite a bit. Like if I can have a split queue where it's like join like one queue, if it had to be two bots, right? It'd be one bot for reviews and then another bot
很多人的
for
一生写的只是看
resin.
不过几行，
You know what I mean? That way, you know, okay,
看
resin
的
over
都是
here.
像
You know what I
别人
mean?
的故事。
Then I could, you know what I mean? That would be godlike. Okay, Leon's in. Okay, Leon, you do that. I'm gonna jump to the next one. Appreciate it. Next, if you need resin, I will probably, depending on how many people are in queue, I may not be able to help you with resin. We may be looking at some others being able to help you with resin. Just letting you know, because I want to make sure these. I don't want the queue building up like it did the last stream. It got pretty crazy last stream. Super Goku, what's happening with you, brother? It's Nahida and Kokomi? Yeah, I thought so. You need a big account review on the character? Alright, so we doing one of them. Alright, so what is your... Oh, I remember. I think you might have fell out of my list, bro. So I might need your UID. Yeah, I don't see you, yeah. Everyone that's on my thing, say what? It's only I only do 3 characters, though. Alright, so it's 613. There it goes. Oops. Do you think I could review... Say what? What's up, Coffee Man? In the next 40 minutes? It might not be the next 40 minutes. I mean, the best I can tell you is join the... Whoa. Yeah, I can't do all these. Yeah, I can only do 3 of them. Hey, if you join our Discord, by the way, we do reviews in there also. So if I could, I know you got to take off. Keep in mind, I stream for 9 hours today. So if you can't do it now, you know, you can always come back later. I can do it. What are the 3 characters I'm looking at? Sukoska, exclamation mark, join. When it's my turn, Nahida, Kaching, and D-Loop. Gotcha. This will say add corn. Jesus Christ. Yoi Mia, please. Yeah, make sure you guys are joining the queue. I'm waiting for Super Goku. Okay, well, Seno, Yoi, and Beto. There we go. So Sena, Yoi Mia, and Beto. Got it. So Seno. Hold on. AR56. All right. So I want more crit rate, but I like it. You know, you already. Wait, what? Oh yeah, we definitely need more crit rate. That's a crazy amount of damage, though. 4-piece, love it. No consolations. 167, which is funny. So you don't need the level. You don't need the first ability. You don't need the first talent. I just coach to get it to level 2 because I don't want you to want to level it later, right? I think for obvious reasons, I think you're in the right direction. So stay focused on his burst. Stay focused on his skill. 9-9 would be the end goal. I still say 2 on the normals. Just so if you ever wanted to go back to it and do it, you can. You don't have to, though. Let's see what's going on here. I feel like you have a crit rate outlier, which, there it is. That was fast. So if we can, it's got a, if that attack was EM, what are you running? Are you running energy reach? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. So, how much EM do you have? 61. What team do you run him on? Wow. Okay. can change it to EM, like 180. Oh, when you switch, yeah, when you wait, what? Like 182. Timepiece is usually 187. Yeah, but the ER goes to 115. So yeah, because this is a starting line Sinnoh. This isn't a mid-race finish line Sinnoh. Like you're just trying to get started. Like this is going into the fight without a burst. But going into the fight with a burst looks different. Going into the fight with a burst, this is typically going to be EM or attack. I mean, it'd typically be one of the two. You would run attack if you have EM subs, and you would run EM if you have attack subs. If you had to choose between the two, because you're on Thunder and Fury, I would recommend attack. I think EM is easier to sub anyway. So it'd be attack with EM subs. That would be my recommendation. So you are running with Dendro. That was my question. And Zhongli, that's what I was wondering, is if you're running him with Dendro. So if you're running him with Dendro, you're going to need EM on some level. You only, believe it or not, you only need like 150 EM. You don't need a lot. Right? So if you did run energy recharge, right, we could, shoot, I almost say get rid of that little 2.7 that you got there. Obviously, you want to get rid of the HP, but you got to have some kind of ugly stat to justify a really good piece. Typically, this is abnormal, right? But typically, it's HP or something on that piece, right? Anyways, we will want EM on this piece as a main stat or a substat, but you are going to need a really strong EM like hit on one of these pieces if you're going to run energy recharge or attack. I'm not opposed to energy recharge, right? You're not losing a ton of damage, by the way, from running energy recharge. Conversationally, you're losing a ton of damage. Functionally, you're not losing a ton of damage. You might be losing, what, 10%? Which isn't that big. You're going from 30,000. Let's say you hit 30,000 on skill for what it's worth. You hit 30,000, you go to 27,000. So it's not a huge difference, but you have infinite burst uptime, right? So I'm not opposed to it. I would try to go for some EM though. Somewhere on one of these pieces. And that you would want to be Electro. I think you already know that though. You're going to take a hit on crit damage, but attack to Electro is about a 14 crit damage difference anyway. Give or take. Typically, I'm just saying typically. Right? So if you get an Electro with 14 crit damage, you already beat the piece out. Does that make sense? I mean, with 37 EM. I'll paint a picture. If you get an Electro piece with 14 crit damage and like 30 EM, it beat this whole piece out. Like, easy. Easy clap. You took this off your EULA? I mean, fair enough. I'm just giving you a heads up. So, any questions as far as him? Because the only thing I see that actually needs addressing, if you were to address anything, would be that for more crit rate. If you opted to keep it, you would want crit rate and EM, and then switching this to Electro. If you happen to get this with more crit rate, that's going to allow you to, keep running this if you would like. It's up to you. Yeah. And then, of course, the talents. Put your foot in these talents, though, because your ratio is carrying you, and I'm fine with what I'm looking at. I will put my whole foot into these talents before I even go back to artifacts. Just give me a heads up. Yeah. So, on to Yoimiya. Yoimiya is pretty interesting. So, you got to sit... Ooh. Are you running her with Rosaria, by chance? That part, Burger. You put your foot in them talents, or my foot in your. It's gonna have some conversations. You know what I mean? No? Okay. All right. So typically on Yoimiya, you are going to want that a lot higher because of the infamous N5, the final hit of her normals. Yoimiya, Xingqiu, Bennett, and Zhongli. Yeah. No constellations, right? Yeah. So yeah. So I would highly recommend a much higher crit rate over a whole bunch of crit damage. You can run a bunch of crit damage, but your crit damage should be a byproduct of the great artifacts that you're getting to keep her crit rate in check. For her specifically. Right? So the Thunder Pulse, fantastic. Love that you got that. Love the 4-piece set bonus. We're going to go into the artifacts here in a sec. 10, 10, 8. Loving it. Let's see what is going on. She's level 90, right? Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. What we have here is 17.6. I'm already liking it. Oh, I'm just plugging my phone in because it's about to die. Give me 1 second. Okay. So we got a 17.6. Loving it. We got 14.14. That's a hard carry. We got a 23. That one that's actually hurting you. And then that one's good. We're just waiting on like the goblet. You guys know what I mean when I say that. And then this one is actually really good. I don't like that HP stat though. That HP stat is kind of trolling you. Right. I would actually stay in there and ignore the 21 and the energy recharge and shoot for more crit rate. The reason why is because crit rate is it is a night and day difference on her. She's one of the few characters that's like really important, right? On her, it's different. On her, she actually needs all that crit rate. It doesn't have to be 80. Doesn't have to be 90. If you get it to 80 or 90, high five. You know, Garuda Sandstorm. Or Darude Sandstorm. If not, 75 is a good pocket. At least 70, but 75 is typically where you want to see it. Right. But you are doing everything right. Everything is correct. I'm pretty sure Abhorrent probably has like a 100, 200 Yoimiya or something, because they are wanting me to see it. Yeah. So, and then the last one was Nahida. Right? So we got the Sacrificial, we got the 4-piece, and then we have 3, 5, 5. Okay, so so the skill is a huge priority. She was one of my first 5 stars. Nice. So the skill is a huge priority. Huge. That's basically all of Nahida. The burst really is just it's just enhancing the skill, which I'm sure you already know. It doesn't do anything outside of just enhance the skill, right? Still working on her? Yeah, fair enough. My recommendation is 9-9. You'll see why as you continue to rank up the burst, right? You already know about the skill. I'm sure you already know this, but the bulk of her kit is coming from doing a reaction. Basically, you put the skill on an enemy, and then you hit them with a different element. That is what's going to... now Nahida's doing stuff, right? If they're getting hit by Dendro, nothing's really going to happen. Right? But if you put her skill on and hit with Electro, that's when you're going to start seeing 25,000 damage, and that stuff starts coming out, right? Hydro, 25,000, blah, 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 right? And then that gets buffed by her burst. Right? So that's why those two are important. Her normals is totally up to you. As far as a ratio, surprisingly, she doesn't need a ratio, depending on your EM. I could give you the calculation for that, which we're going to do here in a second. And then it also adds bonus damage. So she doesn't need a lot of damage, but you still want a lot of damage. So we'll get into that as well, right? Yeah, like 20,000, right? So all right. So the fact that it's R5 doesn't matter. It's a stat stick for EM, so good choice here, in my opinion. You do want to level 90 it, in my opinion. That little 20 EM will keep you from having to get 20 EM on a substat. That's why I would recommend it. Do you have to? No, but you would want it nonetheless. She is level 90, so she's capped on EM. Right here, let's see what you are going for. EM, Dendro, EM. Got it. All right, so you have one of those tricky, super tricky Nahidas that I was recommending a long time ago, which is super hard to build. Why? Because you need like 10 crit rate per piece. So you got 7, 8, none, 15, which is a lot, and then 12. So these two right here are a hard carry, right? This is the one that's keeping you from hitting that next tier. On top of that, with that same build though, you would actually need crit rate and crit damage on each piece. So you got it a little bit right there. You are missing one crit damage hit right there. You're missing crit damage altogether right there, right? So it's a really hard build. It is for what it is. It's a really, really, really hard build because it's rare. It's like pulling 3 goblets. Like it'd be goblet 1, 2, and 3. Not to mention one is Dendro, and it's on set. That's amazing. But you can make it work because you have that piece, if that's what you're going for. Right now, as far as your crit rate is concerned, it's 748 minus 200, which is 548. Right? You take that number and you go times 0.03, and that's your bonus crit rate. So right now, you are at 49.9. We're gonna add, or 48.9. You are at 65.34 crit rate on skill. Specifically the skill tick, not the hit, but when the little plus sign is on them and you do a reaction and it pops that big number out, that has a 65.34% crit rate. So you're over 60. So as a sub DPS, you're good in my book. As a sub DPS. And you're getting a 30% shred on reaction. Or I guess it's just 30% shred regardless. So you're good in my book. What would I change? Shoot, I don't know if I would necessarily change anything. I mean, I would if anything, for me personally, I would probably try and get crit rate with crit damage on that, and then same thing on here. That would be pretty much it, because it's not enough EM to justify not having crit damage. Wait, what's going on? Yeah, sorry, I was just kind of talking. Can you do like a mega quick look at Beto? Yes, because you did say Beto, I'm an idiot. I'll do it super quick. 57, 52. Favonius, C2. 475. Get her burst up. Her burst is a super high priority. And then you have a couple that need to be replaced. I can already tell. That one's good. Crit rate, crit damage. Wow, what's your... Yeah, okay, the energy recharge is kind of doing a carry on that. Switch that to Electro. If you reroll this, reroll it instead of for attack, reroll it for energy recharge so we can fix this one. We need to move that energy recharge to a piece that can accommodate it, like this one. If you happen to get it. But more importantly, the most important piece is this guy, regardless of crit ratios. You're not even getting attack off this piece. And you got a... Oh, it is a 4-piece. Yeah, this one is not important enough to not have an emblem set. If you get a 7-14, put that there. And switch this for Electro. If you got Electro with just crit rate, then at least that's going to set you up for future success on your Beto. But yeah, get this to 60. They do. They need what they really need is they need a preset picker. That's what they really need. You know what I'm saying? Do you have any questions for me before I move on? Any questions at all? Yeah, no worries. I don't know why I went to Nahida, bro, but I'm kind of glad I picked Nahida. You're good? Okay. Yeah, the only thing that I see problematic is your burst talent and your burst talent and that goblet. That goblet you gotta do something about that goblet. Because you're an emblem, just food for thought while I'm pulling the next name. You can run energy recharge. You're gonna get supplemented. You're gonna get supplementary damage from running energy recharge. How do I check how many more people there are? You just exclamation mark who. My Yalan, Eula set is broken. Hold on. This is what you do. Exclamation mark who. So Yalan, Eula set broke. Who Tao? Who Toma? Oh, I got you. Where are you at? Where's that gone you? Hey, not a problem, Super Bro. Hey, it's always a pleasure, by the way, brother. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate you. Oh, I will. Oh, we gonna be here all day, cuz. Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. Burger, where are you? What's your UID, bro? Okay. Uh, 617. If anybody needs resin help, like bosses or domains, let me know right now. We have people here to literally keep you from waiting. Yalan! You better not have that HP circlet. I was finna say, we had a whole debacle over that. Alright, so let's see. So we got 85, 191, 138. We have, okay. Let's see. I know you're a 90-90. Yep, okay. I don't feel like there's any outliers. 324. And 18 energy recharge. Already? Okay. That's a good circlet. Because you have this, you don't want to run energy recharge right here? Hey, there you go, Miko. See, that's what we congratulate. Crit ratios is amazing, but grades are better, cuz. That's what's up. What's going on, Khalil? I always like that name, by the way. With Geocomps, I have a C1 Goro, and I want to pair him with C6 Noel, C3 Yunjin, and C6 Traveler. What's the optimal rotation? You would do, Goro, then, hold on. You could do Traveler if you want. The Traveler doesn't really matter. I would start with the Traveler just to get it out the way. So it would go Traveler, Yunjin. No, it would go Traveler, Goro, Yunjin, Noel. Just to give you a heads up. And anyone can join. That's what's up. Am Ganyu. I'm waiting for Burger. You're asking too much of me to have a functional ER sans. No, I'm not. Do you need the damage? You have this. I mean, it's a stat stick at this point, but you do have it. Bust a couple normals out. I mean, she looks fine, though. Oh, you have no ER sans. Well, never mind. Wait. Oh, you don't have an ER sans. Okay, got you. All right, fair enough. But that would be the only thing I would do in your shoes is I would just do an ER sans on that one. On that Yalan. And then you said, who is it? So we got a Hu Tao build on this? Yeah, this is Burger. We got the Wave Breakers fin for some reason. You ran this through. No, this is going to be Hu Tao. I'm assuming this is going to be a Homa. Let me see. So we have. Well, I guess the talents and stuff doesn't matter. What's the ratio? Wow. Okay, so we have 17. That's why. And then we got 725. EM time. What's the EM? Oh, okay, got you. So yeah, EM timepiece. 1013 with 14 HP. Nice. 10-7. Bruh. Oh, it's got 7. Wow, 17. Okay. I mean, it's helping. Between those two 17, those 2 HP hits are like really helping right now. And then 3120. Okay. I'm assuming you're going to be running a Homa. Is that? Yeah, Burger came back to Earth. Shimenawa, yeah. Yeah, you're running a Homa. Okay, yeah, your Hu Tao is going to be stupid then. That's good, yeah. Yeah, Burger came back to reality. He's like, farming every single solitary day, all day, every day, and not getting what I need is cool, but having a life seems to be a little more beneficial, so I'm going to do that. And just run Shimenawa. This is what you run if you have a life. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. It hits just as hard as Crimson. It's just your burst rotation changes. Crimson is amazing though. If I had to choose, yes, Crimson. Anyway, so that's looking good. What's going on, Amber Supremacy? And then who was the last one? I think you're fine. I don't think I would replace any specific piece. Except the goblet for obvious reasons. But, I mean, even that is not that big a deal. You have the EM. You've got about you're creeping on 40. Actually, it's 30. Yeah, you're 31 HP across these two pieces. Like I think you're fine. So 35. Yeah, you have your HP timepiece worth of HP. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, in my opinion, you're fine. Um, what was the last one? Hold on, I'm looking for what he said. Eula said, "Bro, oh, was that it? Just those two? Oh, and Eula. Where's Eula? Really? Oh, we're doing it. Yeah, I know what this is. So this is a ratio carry, right? Oh, you just broke the set. That's not bad though. This is a ratio carry. Yeah, so everything here has to be pretty good. That's good. What? Really? Okay. That's really good. What's going on with this timepiece? It's not okay, for where we're at, this is bad. Let me see. I mean, you're at 71 on Eula, so that's and you're at 170 with no crit buffs per se outside of her passive crit. Yeah, then you know what time it is, bro. It's time to go. It's time to go farm them sands out, bro. And your account is 636. You should have some kind of sands. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I think I have more. No, I have more attack sands. Yeah. Say what? I have a Eula build if you want to use it as a reference precision. Oh no, that's fine. No, I know Eula now. Like I've gotten Eula. Like Eula, we cover Eula. Eula's more important than Nilo. Like we see more Eulas than Nilos. Like really with Eula, if you just have, I'm not even kidding. Like if you run a 6120, that's a tier one Eula. You can use Eula at 6120. Anything beyond that, now we're shooting for 150, and then after that you shoot for 180. After that you shoot for 200, then 220, and you just keep it going. Was that all you needed though, Burger? No, I hear you. That's all you needed? Okay, no worries. All right, next up is where's my battery? 28%. Nice. Soap. All right, what's going on, Soap? Soap should be right here. Booyaka Shawagwan. All right, so who am I looking at? Am Ganyu is Oops helping you out? Oh, I think Oops is. Oh, okay. If you need to, by the way, Am Ganyu, you might have to type it 3 numbers at a time if he's having a hard time seeing it. Nahida Kaching Dilu. That's what it was. Okay, so Nahida. Let's see. So we got 667. We do have her weapon. We are running a two piece. Okay. We are running 7-10-7. Okay. I am going to be recommending to get her burst to 9 when you can. And then do we have a ratio? 59-128. Loving it. So let's see. 59. Well, you're over 70 at this point. On skill. So let's see what goes in zone. Based on what I am looking at, I'm going to safely assume that this is EM, this is Dendro, and this is crit rate. Am I correct? EM, Dendro, crit rate. Got it. Okay, so I think, have a crit damage outlier. I think. Okay, we do. Okay, we don't. But why is it? That's 19. That's 18. That's 15. Is that it? Oh, because yeah, okay. I was expecting like 130 ish, and I read it wrong. I thought it was 120. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah. So the only one that, in my opinion, that could matter would be this. I think you're high enough to where you should be functional though. You should be. I think you said you were like 21,000, right? And I'm assuming that's without aggravate or spread. I'm assuming that's without spread. Yeah, beat the circlet. Yeah, we would. I only want 4 more crit rate on it, but it's not that serious. If not crit rate, then EM, right? So for every piece, what is it? So for every point of EM, you get like 0.1% bonus damage or zero. Yeah, it's like 0.1 or something like that, right? And the bonus damage is going to land all the way at the end of the equation, close to where the crit damage and the bonus damage and the normal damage and the elemental damage, all that's at the end. That bonus damage is back there, right? So it's not multiplying on base. It's multiplying on base attack, but it's over there though, right? So you can almost treat it like crit damage for every amount of EM that you add. So like 15 crit damage or something. Yeah, I mean either that or like just more EM, just like a little bit. Like if it hit, like let's say for example, for what it's worth, let's say your circlet hit like 60 EM or something. Then it's like, oh okay, so that's like 6 crit damage, right? Then it's like, oh okay, awesome. So you got 16 crit damage instead, right? That's why I was like, okay, if it's gonna be any other stat, then you can. I'm talking like very loosely, by the way. That's not actually how it calculates, but it would be 10 crit damage and 6 bonus damage, is what it actually would boil down to, right? But it would it would basically hit like 16 crit damage. You know what I mean? Because you're so high on your elemental mastery. Does that make sense? Use 4 piece on Kaching. Okay. Outside of that, you do have you have a pretty standard Nahida. I would like to recommend a 4 piece set though, only because attack she doesn't really multiply on attack like that. You can run this if you're running her on her normals. That's really kind of the only major benefit you're going to have to running the attack stat on your Nahida, which isn't bad, right? So if you're hitting normals, then then that 18% attack would benefit that. Outside of that, you're only getting like 10% of 18% on skill. It's some super low number. Like you're not getting oh no, it's lower. It's higher than that, but the distribution is really low on skill though. So if I ever get a good Deepwood set, that's the same, right? Yeah, this is Deepwood. So if you get this piece on Deepwood and you get this piece on Deepwood, which should be, and it's not a lot of mastery. Yeah, because you're getting 1.6 bonus damage off this. So if you get this and this on Deepwood, then you're in good hands with Allstate. Because it's 18% attack, but that's not really doing a lot for her skill, right? So it depends on how you use her, right? If you're hitting a bunch of normals, I want to reiterate or reinforce this. If you're hitting a bunch of normals, Shiminawa, that's fine because you're hitting a bunch of normals. Those scale off the attack stat. But if you're trying to do her skill damage, at that point, Deepwood, because you're going to shred 30% defense. Well, Dendro resistance, I apologize. You're going to shred 30% Dendro resistance, which you would think they're about the same. But it's because you can either get an increase of 15% damage, or you can get an increase of a percentage of 18% attack. So you're getting a fraction of 18% or the whole 30% shred, which should equate to 15% more damage. I hope that makes sense. You want to do a fraction more damage or a fraction of a fraction more damage. Long story short. That's basically what it boils down to. Right? So, yeah. Since you started a year ago, and no, you came a long way, bro. You did come a long way. And I have been fiending for don't smoke, kids. I've been fiending for a cigarette for about 20 minutes now. You're running 4-piece. Love it, actually. Actually, every time I see a 4-piece Thunder and Fury, I love you guys for running this. Only because you can run with literally any element. without having to like worry, and you don't have to juggle EM. You want EM, but you don't necessarily have to juggle it. You know what I mean? If you're running her with aggravate, you are gonna need at least a little bit of EM though. Like my Kaching is it's like an aggravate Kaching. Let me see. I'm just pulling this up, and then we're gonna take a deep dive into this Kaching and see what's going on. How you guys feeling, by the way? You guys getting anything out of this? I hope everybody's benefiting from what we're talking about right now. All right, cool. Pull up the stream. Don't smoke children. Ka-ching! Here we go. All right, so 58, you only need 55 if you're running a burst rotation. Literally don't need energy recharge, but you have it. That's actually a good thing. 194, so you're good. Miss splitter, so you should be quite a bit higher, actually. But you do got that without a crit rate weapon, so fair enough. We got C2, okay. 577, swag. She is a straight, like, you need to level everything up, by the way. Her normals distribute, to my understanding, her normals do more damage than her skill. After fusion. So you fuse and you think you're doing a whole bunch more damage, and that damage increase is coming from the skill. But the distribution of it is like 60-40. So 60% of that damage is coming from the scaling of her normal. Long story short, 5-7 should beat, or 7-5 should beat 5-7. I guess is what I'm trying to say. But just level up your normals, and you should be fine. Let's see where we're at. I could be wrong though. That's just to my understanding. Like, don't forget about her normals though. I don't think we have outliers. So we got a 514. That's where the energy. You got to attack stat. I saw that. I like that. There is a huge outlier. The energy recharge is enticing, but you don't need it on Kaching. Believe it or not, you really don't. It's nice to have it, but you don't need it. Yeah, I would try to roll more crit damage on that. This is trash. Oh, that is heartbreaking. Yeah, that does have to be re-rolled. That's good. And that one's good. If it had attack percent somewhere in there, you would have been good, like super duper duper good, and that could have been compensatory. It could have compensated for, maybe like this guy right here. You know what I mean? But that's okay. Yes, you are looking at re-rolling this. This is Electro too, right? Yeah. So, all right. So you're in this weird, funky situation where this is on set and this is offset. Those are great. What would fix your Kaching is this thing right here. But if you happen to come across a goblet that has crit rate in addition to this, let alone an attack percent stat on top of the 21 crit damage, 21, 22, you're going to have to figure something out with this guy if you want her to grow any further beyond that, right? So if you're going to, I'm assuming you're going to continue farming Thunder and Fury. Haven't had time to reroll because I was building another character. No worries. That's what I was saying about the circlet being kind of the same with my Eula circlet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you're in that situation, right? So here is the game plan. Effectively, you're going to farm for this exclusively. While farming for this, we're going to hope that you get another one of these. This one is fine in my book. In my opinion. In my opinion, like you're over by 3 crit rate, technically. Right? But you need this guy. We do want to keep the 7 crit rate if possible. But you need to have crit damage on that guy. This guy, you technically can run the same stats, but if that HP was attack, then fair enough. Attack percent, I mean. 2-piece Shim, 2-piece Crimson. Yeah, we're going to look at D-Luke in a minute. Yeah, and you got C2. Yeah, you really don't need energy recharge. Yeah, so do you have any questions about Kaching? Because those are the only 2 changes I would do on this Kaching. Before moving to the next tier. The next tier will be the 20 crit damage everything. That would be your next goal. You're good? All right. Last but not least, the infamous D-loop. First things first, what's your ratio? Oh, no. Okay. 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 No constellations, 10, 10, 10, triple crown. Okay. All right, before I even look at these artifacts, that needs to be fixed. Like ASAP. Like ASAP. He gives you free crit rate. But to be fair, you do need one cracked crit rate roll, and the rest of them have to be decent. So to be fair. So let's go ahead and see what's happening. I think you're missing a crit rate stat altogether somewhere. 10. Okay, that could be part of the problem. That one's good. There's your problem. Okay. That is killing you right now. It's killing you. You can still run crit. You can actually run crit. You're supposed to run crit damage on them, but you have to have crit rate on all the pieces to do that. You're not getting anything? Okay. You're not going to like this suggestion, but I'm going to suggest it anyway. Take this piece off and put on a goblet, if you have it, that has 10 crit rate. And just say, forget it to the crit damage. You're not going to like it. No one here is going to like it. I don't like it, but it is kind of what has to be done. The absolute lowest you should be your rate. Crit rate minimum. You don't have any other power goblets. Gotcha. The minute you get one with crit rate on, you need to replace that. It's either you do that or you replace this with way more crit rate. My mic is dropping? Hold on. All right, we good? Hopefully we good now. Are we good now? Respect has no skin color. Only give respect when you receive it. Don't let people disrespect you because they wanted to say that community. Wait, what happened? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. So yeah, that's the only thing about D-loop. Weapons fine. Talents are fine. Levels are fine. It's your goblet is killing your ratio. It's killing your ratio. That's literally it. So the minute you get it, you should address that. And then if you are gonna address anything else, hit Shimenawa's and see if you can get more crit rate on this guy. A 14 with some crit rate would be fine. You're going to lose crit damage until you get the crit damage goblet. But 56 is, I don't care what your crit damage is. 56 is going to lose to a 65. It's 56 170. If I am not mistaken, should lose to a 65 150. It should. If I'm not mistaken, it should lose to a 65 150. And for Eula, till I get her weapon, I use the red horn. I would use the red horn on Eula personally, because she actually has a defense mechanic. She could use the defense. It's not like a heavy mechanic, but if I remember, she has something in her kit with defense. I can't remember exactly what it is, but that's why I would give her the red horn. I think my mic dropped a little bit too. What's going on, Dope? Long time no see. How you doing, brother? If they need a reference, oh yeah. Miko has a D-loop too. No, they don't have any other claymores. That's it. If you need to, you can use the Star Glitter, which is a 4-star weapon, but at that point I just say stay with the red horn. Alabama colored barrier situ. Oh. Yeah, they might want to. Yeah, that's an HR issue. You might want to. Well, I mean, you ain't got it. You ain't dealing with it now, man. You here, bro. So, water under the bridge. Keep it pushing. People are people, bro. You know what I mean? Did I see the message about the novel? I did not see the message about the novel. I was looking at these accounts. But yeah, in the shim I switched to Gladiator. You can switch it to Gladiator. It's funny how I have all the other Skyward weapons. Yeah, you have all the Skyward weapons. I know that for a fact. He actually has every Skyward weapon. This fool's account. Well, you should rename your account. What is it? BOTW. But yeah, but yeah, do you have any questions at all? Any questions at all? But yeah, Scoop, that sounds like an HR issue, bro. Waiting to happen. It'll stop. It's probably just that one person. If you notice, it doesn't happen that often. It's probably just that one person. You restarted the whole. You're like 300 something pages in though. Okay, well shoot. Once it's done, yeah, just get that thing copywritten. You know what I mean? Get in touch with your parents and get that thing copywritten. That way you can publish it. For the crit rate, crit damage, so that's what my Gladiator was. Oh, okay, got you. It's so much better? Okay, perfect. If they don't mind spending money on the amazing Mr. D. Luke Serpent Spine, you could do Serpent Spine. Serpent Spine would fix that whole situation. What's going on, eggs? What's cracking? No other questions? Okay. All right, cool. Fair enough. I hope I was able to help with that review. By the way, it doesn't matter if you're C0, just to anybody who might be new, because we got 18 in here now. If you're new or old or you're a whale or you're free to play, like it doesn't matter. If it's a whale, I may have to just consult the constellations just so I know like how it's interacting with your set. That's pretty much it. Let me see. So they need a reference. Did you need a reference? Don't forget to buy the D-Luke skin for the 10%. Shut up, John Lee. But I have so many other bell swords. That's everybody, man. Hold on. Why am I not communicating with the queue? In 2 months? Nice. Yeah, as long as she keeps eating. You know what I mean? I'm glad. I'm really glad. Coffee Man, you here? Yeah, just keep her on that. Keep her as long as she sticks with it. She just has to know that she, you know what I mean? And yes, all the prayers is going out to her for real. Don't smoke, kids, because I'm having this. You might hear me hit a cigarette. Don't smoke. I have freaking 8 Favonia swords. That's not bad. Coffee Man, what are we doing for you to join me a review? What's your UID? I remember the name, so you've been here, so I'm not gonna give you the whole. Recommend to step out there and blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to do that. Smoking is terrible. I'm addicted and I'm old. But don't make the mistake I made. Because now I have a chain on my ankle that says smoke cigarettes. There it goes. I see it. All right. So let's go ahead and pull this account. That was 6. Do. Alright, so you started before I did. Yep. Hoyoverse, give me a better pyro goblet or else. That part. We both old? Yeah, hey, that part. Alright, so we got a Yoimiya swag. We got 2,000 attack. Nice. 44 EM. Let's see what we're going for. We got a Thunder Impulse R3. Nice. We got the 4-piece Shimenawa. We got C2. We have Triple Crown. Okay, so I'm assuming you're a Yoimiya main. What? Yep, that's what I thought. I told y'all. I told y'all. All right, so no, that was the other one. Okay, but that's fine. Hey, if Crit Rate is here, he would be so proud of you right now. We got a viewer that lurks. His name is Crit Rate. He would be very proud of you right now. So, yeah, I don't even know where to start. Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah, see? What's happening with you, cuz? Hey. Da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? All right, so I don't know, probably. Yeah, build approved part. All right, so we got 929, amazing. We got 1815, love it. We got a 624. Ah, that's what you meant. Nope, it is a pyro goblet. Okay. Oh, but you're looking for that a crazy one. Okay. But 624, 10, 12, and you got 35 on. That's a strong goblet. I think that might be the strongest goblet I've seen, like so far on this channel. It is 35. I haven't because the most I've seen was like no, I think I've seen a 35, but that's a lot though. That is huge. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything that needs to. I mean, outside the goblet, maybe. But you're on a 5-piece set, right? So you can flex this out for something else. Do you have any other? Do you have any goblets with similar stats, just more crit damage or something? Because you're on a 5-piece set right now. Who got 37? Oh, you got 37? Wow. Oh, well, excuse me, Hifumi. Well, my bad. You know what I mean? well, my bad. Well, golly. Just trying to get a boy some shine. You feel me? No, I'm just joking. No, that's big though. This is one of my best goblet. Oh, okay, got you. All right, so for what it's worth, I think we all know you don't need 100% crit rate. You want 100% crit rate, you don't need it, right? And you're already set up for like the I call it the goblet. It's the 721, the 621, the 320, the crit damage goblet that happens to have crit rate on it. Like you're set for that one. You know what I mean? So that's really it. I don't know. There's not really much else you can go for. One suggestion I am going to make, and we learned this a couple streams ago. Do not C6 your Yoimiya. It will make her unplayable in a vape comp without some wacky. You'll have to do like some wacky rotation weird thing, and it's random, so actually you can't do it. Yeah, it makes it really wacky, right? If that's what you're going for. He didn't pay money. Can y'all stop with this flex thing? Ain't nobody flexing. I don't think it's a flex. I mean, I was here to get feedback. I mean, if I'm nitpicking, I mean, more EM, sure, but I mean, I don't think it's that serious. Considering the pieces, because your crit damage is making up for the lack of EM, right? So this would be more of a, in my opinion, this would be more of, I guess you could say a solo universal like Yoimiya. You just need a better Pyro Goblet. That's it, and then she's complete. Yeah, but these are some really good pieces. Do you? I mean, do you have any questions? Because there's not really much else I can. Okay, so they paid to flex. That's fine. I'm just giving feedback. I don't care what they did on somebody else's channel. I'm not at home and I can't remember my UID. Oh, bruh. It's all good. But yeah, no, it looks good. Do you have any questions for me at all? Because that would be, I mean, that's if I'm nitpicking. But really, it's just a goblet. That's the only thing you would change, in my opinion. Any questions? Any questions at all? Hello? Are they there, or did they take off, or did they get the clip? I don't know. Was it for a clip or something, or said about C6, or is it just like C5 Bennett thing? No. So what happens is at C6, it messes up your ICDs on your normals. Okay, no worries. Take your time. Yeah. So at C6, it adds an additional pyro application, and that messes up your whole ICD. Like you don't vaporize on the N5 anymore. Yeah, we had that come up in the stream before. That's why I'm saying if you're going all in on Yoimiya because they got R3, right, and C2. So I'm assuming this is like a main situation. And if that is the case, then they probably have the same feelings I have for like Zhongli, where they're probably going to be going for more constellations on reruns. If that's the case, don't go C6. That's what I'm saying. If I was to go for more EM, how much would I go for? Maybe like 150-ish, somewhere around there. You know what I mean? It's going to be a little bit difficult, though, to balance the EM with the pieces that you have, right? So that one's complete, right? This one, I don't know if you're going to get the same crit rate. That's the thing, though. You don't need the 100%, right? So I mean, you can use 100%, but this is just my opinion. The 100% is more for show rather than the crit rate would disagree 100%, and I don't blame them. The game I come from, you have to have 100% crit rate is the game I come from, right? But I think given the circumstance, right, if we're looking to like maximize damage at this point, right, you're in the you're past 90, so you're in reliability territory. Reliable crits happen at like 70, 75. You're 25 above that. So if you are going to sacrifice anything, right, maybe a goblet with EM would be a good starting place, right? Maybe maybe not the feather. Maybe I mean, maybe the feather. Maybe the feather with EM might be another starting place. I don't know. I wouldn't touch that one, right? But that's just to increase the damage of your vaporizers. As it stands right now, your Yoimiya is good in all content. She's not restricted to just vaporize. Kinko is kind of like the EM guy for Yoimiya though. But that's where my number's coming from. Yeah, but that's pretty much it though. Yeah, that's what I said. He's not flexing. He's actually asking. Not people who have good characters aren't just flexing all the time. They actually want to get stronger. You know what I mean? All of us are I just left a comment on a Warframe video yesterday, and I was trying to explain that yes, I am super meta, but meta slaves make it really difficult for meta conversations to happen. Not everybody is just here to flex. A lot of people are here because they actually want to get stronger. How much EM should I use, Kinkle? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's, see? The actual question. You know what I mean? He trying to show up to that Tony Toe showcase, you feel me? Eventually, I would imagine that would be the goal. Strong boxing into Thundering. I'm kind of doing that with Emblem right now. Like I'm doing Emblem and then strong boxing into Blizzard. Eventually. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if you want to do that, I would recommend at least a little bit of EM. Okay. All right, sounds good. So, yeah, like 120. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like 120, 150, somewhere around there. All right, cool. Boom. And if you have more questions, keep them coming. Yeah, so the issue that I'm thinking is more about artifacts, right? So this is a really, really oh wait, that's the wrong one. It's a really balanced Yoimiya, but it doesn't have like the because what's happening on your Yoimiya is yours is compensated by crit damage, and it's all your efforts went into the ratio, which is good in my opinion. It makes her a lot more flexible, right? But if you want to squeeze out that extra little, I don't see the account. If you wanted to squeeze out that extra little bit of damage, it would come by the way of EM on a reaction, and I can't see it. I don't see the account. That's fine. But yeah, do you have any? Oh, there it goes. But do you have any questions? I know he's sitting there thinking probably, but and then I'll pull up what's the name's D-Luke for. So I think Soap took off, but you know I'll get him anyway. So yeah, so like 84. See, yeah, because you don't need a lot of crit rate, but he's got 214, right? And if I remember, he's running an EM timepiece. Yeah, he's running an EM timepiece. Yeah. But yeah. See, everybody, look, y'all gotta stop doing this. As soon as we see a good character, magically they're flexing. Like, nobody's doing that. Ain't nobody flexing. Except Hifumi. I'm joking. How do I get Hoyoverse to give me a better goblet? You go out and do really good deeds. If you go out and walk an old lady across the street, I don't know, go to church or something. I don't know, something like that. Then that's how you end up with these. Let alone these, because I want an energy recharge. But yeah, just be a good person. You'll get the goblet. I have a stronger one. I'm just not going to show it. But yeah. Yeah, you need that on a pyro. Yeah, just be a good person. I know it sounds weird. It sounds weird. It's what I'm saying. I know it's like, what? He's joking. Like, nah, just play karma. That's the only thing I could think of to manipulate RNG. Just play karma. I guess. I don't know. There's not really a way to do it. But on a good note, you have a 5-piece set, so you can flex this out whenever you need to. That's the whole thing. Because we're too used to a burger? What do you mean too used to burger? I wanted to put Yui, but she's always before the carrot. Oh, I know. Yeah, yeah. It's not a flex, bro. He just has good characters. He probably just has really good characters. A flex is crit. Flexing is more so crit fishing. Like, this is a flex. This would be a flex. Like, it'd be like this or something. Like, that's a flex. Like, you see my energy recharge? You see my crit? Like, you know this ain't working. Like, you know it's not working. It works, but it's not working. Like, just stop. Like, we know you got the things. We know. Right? But he's got crit rate, though. That's why I don't see it. I don't see it as a flex. Yeah, not a problem, Coffee Man. Hey, good job on that Yoey Mia, by the way. Lost it to Kaching? I know, right? Alright, cool. Yeah, good job on that. Yeah, good job on that. Next time I see you, if you stop by again, I want to see a goblet, a pyro goblet. Hopefully they give you one. Alright, so let's see. So... Oh, that's what you... Yeah. Yeah. Alright, oh, we're on an EU account. Okay, so I'm not gonna be able to show this one on stream, but I'll be able to see it on the computer. Who is this? Sukoska? Alright, hold on. Let's see. Tools and resources. Inca Shin, and what's that UID? Here it goes. If you didn't, who would you be? Whatever your real name is, you would be that person. Okay, so Suko, AR55, world level 8. I'm assuming this is the account. I see a staff of Homa. No constellations. We are at 686. For starters, get your normals to 9. The skill can be at 9. The burst can stay at 6 unless you start opting for the burst more often. You're running a 2-piece. Your EM is 103. Hold on, let me keep the chat right here so I can keep an eye on it. Yeah, age is okay. I just won't be able to see it on stream. So you guys can't see the account unless you pull the UID yourself. You go to inca.network and then you just type the UID and you can see it if you'd like. So anyway, we're 80 out of 90. So I'm going to safely assume that you have not been working on Hu Tao the entire time. Otherwise, she would be level 90. That's just an assumption. Either that or you're just saving on books. So your flower is good. Your feather is okay. I'm still thinking 4-piece Shimenawa, but we'll get to that. We have a HP timepiece, which is missing crit rate. And then we have a goblet, which may be able to be switched out. And we got the crit damage circlet. So you're definitely doing a crit fish build. So what are we... So, okay, so what's the goal? 2-part Crimson. Yes. That's correct. Past 2 weeks I've been working on it. Got it. Okay. So so what's our goal? Right? Is it to... Because there's typically 2 different players in Genshin. There are... I'm clearing content, and then there is I'm producing a big number. The same people exist in Warframe. Get her balanced with crit and EM. Okay, so here's the deal with a crit. Like, here's the deal with the crit rate on Hu Tao. Hu Tao needs around 70 crit rate. She does not need the crit rate if you're C6, and I'll show you why. This is when you see this ratio, and I want to make sure that there's no confusion, because that Hu Tao, that ratio exists on Hu Tao, but that's on a different Hu Tao. It's on a C6 Hu Tao, and that's because on C6 she has a 100% crit rate, and it only lasts for 10 seconds, but you don't need it. But that's when you see that ratio. Anything before that C6, you want a 70% crit rate. Right? Now you're going to, as far as performance is concerned, otherwise you're just crit fishing, which is fine. I just want to make sure I'm on your page. That way I know what you should go for. Because if you're going for crit fishing, then we need to address your timepiece. Wait, who is that? I don't know who that is. I know who that is, but I don't know who that is. Hello, what's going on, Bottle of Newts? We are doing fantastic this Wednesday. But yeah, Sukoska, so are we going for like a show, because this looks like a showcase, Hu Tao. Is that the goal? So you think I should cut the crit damage down and crit chance and EM? Yeah, for overall damage, I would say you should go for, I mean, your EM is okay, but I would say go for a crit rate circlet in this scenario. That'll put you at least a 67, 68% crit rate. Then your charge attacks, you won't be dropping a bunch of crits. Because you're creeping on diminishing returns right now on crit damage. Like, your crit damage is not as strong as you think it is. Because from what it looks like, the ignored multiplier is EM in this situation. You could supplement some of that crit damage with EM. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. So if you ran instead a crit rate circlet and an EM timepiece and did vaporize, that Hu Tao would kill bosses faster than whatever's going on right here. That's if you did vaporize. If you're not doing vaporize, this is fine. But once again, if you're not doing vaporize, then that 2-piece set bonus you got going from the troop set is irrelevant. Right? So you can switch to a Shimenawa Feather, and magically your Hu Tao is stronger. No, you don't got to do Crimson. You know the playstyle. It's only a playstyle difference between Shimenawa and Crimson. The damage is about the same though. Like the playstyle, the only difference between Shimenawa and Crimson is when you're allowed to hit your burst. On Crimson, you can hit it whatever you want. On Shimenawa, you have to do like 3 charge attacks before you can burst. That's the difference. But you still get the bonus of her skill on Shimenawa. You just do 3 charge attacks and then burst. Right? So if you're doing nuke showcases, then Crimson. If you're just clearing content, Shimenawa is basically the same. Like, I'm doing the Spiral Abyss. You could do that with Shimenawa. Oh, Basic is here. What's happening, Basic? How you doing, brother? It's been unlucky for you? I mean, it's what you got to do. Now, in order to run, you can keep the crit damage circlet, but if you want to keep the crit damage circlet, you're going to need a lot more crit rate across these other pieces. Typically, with a crazy Hu Tao, you're looking at like 70, 250. For an average Hu Tao, it's like 70, 230. It's somewhere in that range though. Like you can still have a lot of crit damage, but typically you want it to come with crit rate until C6. Once you hit C6, you don't even got to care anymore. Hey, moving on up in this world, trying. So I ran out of fragile resin after farming for raiding like none at all. So how should I use my daily now? Like, I get it. It sounds dumb, but it makes sense. After fragile resin, I hope you did your fragile resin on like characters, weapons, and talents. Because your fragile should go to that before artifacts. Bro, I just got a good Crimson Goblet, but no Hu Tao to put it on. Wow. Hilarious. Autocorrect does that? Oh. Okay. Thank you. We'll work on it, and I could come back in a few weeks. Been trying to get a crit. Been trying to get crit chance, but been unlucky. Yeah. You're gonna notice it's gonna be a noticeable drop in damage, but it's not gonna be as noticeable. Like you will kill stuff faster. The number will be smaller, but you will kill stuff faster. Bosses will die like that. They will die super fast. Like fast, especially if you're running Xing Cho. Because instead of 1/3 of the hits critting, like every hit will crit, and all of them, and you're gonna lose 20%, but you're gonna crit like 3 to 4 times more often. So really, you're gonna be up by like 180% DPS. So you'll be at like 280% performance from where you're at. You're gonna be It's gonna be different. It's gonna be a lot different. Trust me. Are Yelan and Hu Tao a good combo? Yes and no. Yes, if you're not doing jump cancels. No, if you're doing jump cancels. Now, if you have Yelan and Xing Cho with Hu Tao, now you're in good hands with Allstate. You can have at it. I just don't know if it's an Abyss question or not. I'll put it to you like this. For comfort, no. For tryhards, yes. Regardless if it's comfort or tryhard, C2 Yelan works with Hu Tao. Overall, yeah, she works with her. You just might have to add a couple frames in between your charge attacks, that's all. Yeah, so just like, you know, just like delay your button press by like a frame or so. Yeah, you will miss vapes. That's why I'm saying. Like do 2 normals and then a charge attack every now and again. Like if you need to reset your vape, like attack like do like a couple normals out of but back away, do a couple normals to apply hydro again and then go right back into it. You gonna work on the Zhao team? Swag. Yelan, Xing Cho, Hu Tao. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What about Scaramouche? Will be better Goblin in the future? Let's see. I don't see Scaramouche on here. I mean, I could talk about Scaramouche. Oh, yeah. Sorry. You're on this server. Scaramouche. Booyakasha Wagwan. 80 out of 90. You don't need to 90 him until you start actually doing VV things with him, technically. But I think he's... For what it's worth, your levels are fine, by the way. I am a stickler about level 90, right? But it's your account more than I do. As long as they're 80, these two characters, as long as they're 80/90, I don't really see too much of a problem. For Hu Tao, you would be doing it for HP more so than anything, if anything. For the Wanderer, it's fine. Because it's a Wit Sith, I'm going to go on ahead and say take that extra 5 crit damage on that Wit Sith. Go ahead and level 90 that. It will make you feel better. I like the fact that his attack is really high. EM doesn't really matter on him like that. I love his crit rate. The crit damage is enough. Energy recharge, that's fine. Gladiator Shimenawa is fine on him. You will have a noticeable difference if you run the new set, though, because let me put it to you like this. It depends on how you play also, right? So if you're running the set you're running 18% plus 18%, right? Now, 18% and 15% elemental are very close to each other as far as damage is concerned, right? So it's like a 3% difference, if that. Let's say, for example, you have... I don't know, a 30,000 damage hit or something, or a 10,000 damage hit. You would lose roughly all of 30 damage or something. It's something like that. Like it's not a huge difference between 18 and 15. But where the difference really is you're choosing 18 over 40% normal attack damage, which sits in a bonus damage pool. right? So that 18% you're getting off one of those two-piece sets is multiplying off your weapon and your character. That 40% is multiplying off your weapon, character, and artifacts, and it's 40% versus 18. So it's gonna, and you get, of course, an attack speed increase, but I'm not even talking attack speed increase. So there's gonna be a pretty large difference by going to this new set if you can. But for what it's worth, you don't have to, and the set you have right now will contribute to its burst. So that I'm gonna leave that in your, up for you to decide what you want to run. I just want to make sure you're informed about that. Now let's get into these artifacts. Your talents are good in my opinion. If you want, get his burst to 6 at your discretion. I would say 9-9 because you're in the bracket of that. I would say 9-9 on his normals and skill. Do his normals first. And then your flower is good for what it is. Your feather's good. I like the 9% attack. Actually, both are good. Your timepiece is good. It could use some crit rate, but it is good. This is an attack goblet. You need an animal goblet. You do need it. I see you're rocking with the crit ratio. But he's a catalyst user. You do not need attack here. You can use it, but you're missing about 6 crit damage worth of damage there. It's like between 6 to 10 or something like that by not running animal. Right. So if you got an animal goblet with like 8 crit damage, like you should break even roughly. You're running a crit rate circlet with 19 crit damage. Okay, so you're actually doing good. I think it's more so the set bonus that is working against you, from what it looks like. I'm 100% free to play, so talents will be a little off. You're fine. No, that's fine. I mean, you're still fine. When it comes time to like, okay, I'm gonna finish this, blah blah blah. You're gonna go for the long haul. Then it's at that point is when I would go on ahead and address the set bonus and the talents. Right? The immediate you can address the talents. Those are permanent, guaranteed. You're not re-rolling. It's not a waste of resin. The artifacts is where you're going to be losing a lot of resin, as I'm sure you already know. Right? But it would be the set bonus, and you can do a 4-piece Shimenawa. It's 50% versus 40%, but the 40% gives you animo and it doesn't drain your burst. The other one gives you 50% plus 18% attack, so it's slightly stronger, but it takes away from your burst. So that's the balancing act between the two. And you already got 2 pieces from Shimenawa, right? For the other one, you'd have to farm the whole set. Do with that information as you wish. Any questions for me, good sir or ma'am? Ma'am, sir, or something. Person. Human. Any questions for me, human? What constellation should I start building in Guang? I would say C4. Yeah, I would say C4. C2 you can start, but me personally, I say C4. C6 is when you really want to start building, because then you don't have to switch your builds halfway through. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to switch your builds, but it's your talent order differs when you're doing your talents. So you would focus more so on the skill up until C6. Right at C6, you're going to put a hard focus on her normals and her bursts. And I mean like her skill doesn't matter at C6. Thank you so much. Got no more to ask? For sure. Yeah, not a problem. I'll see you when you come back next time then. Woo! All right, so next is Scaramouche's weapon work with... Yeah, it works with her. It does work. Like, it's not that it doesn't work. But, I mean, at that point, you might be looking at either Scaramouche's set and sacrificing the 2-piece, or even running a 4-piece Shimenawa, but you're going to lose out on burst potential. But you could use it. Like, it's not a bad weapon on her. You're going to be spamming the crap out your normals, though. It makes her a normal attack damage dealer. And it is good for what it is. Next is Abhorrent Human. All right, so this is the Asian account. And this was, I think, a Yoimiya, right? Let's see. I'm at 73 Pity, 50-50, and C4 Sarah. What to do? Already got Raiden and Ayato. You wait. Unless you can get C2 Shogun, don't pull. C1 is like, yay, but no. All right, so we have a Swanky Swan. Nice. AR56, world level 8. What 3 character? Oh, is it just Yoimiya? You just want me to look at Yoimiya? It's a pretty good Yoimiya, by the way. Yeah, just go for Hu Tao. Yeah, it's either C, unless you want Ayato. I don't know if you have Ayato. Oh, you already got Ayato. Yeah, so for Ayato, it's C2 on either one. It's either you pull C2 or don't pull. Since I'm not making Heizo my NMO DPS, I don't have a use for that weapon now. Yeah, just give it to Ningguang. I would say just level the weapon for now, and then make a decision later. You have 2 questions. Yeah, what's your questions? By the way, it is a good. I'm looking at your Hu Tao. She got a lot of attack, but yeah, no, she's doing really good. But yeah, what's your question? Ba-bum, ba-bum. Did I do my commissions? I'll just stay with this team. Do I go Bolide for Zhongli as I... No. The reason why is because shield strength does not transfer to new characters. Right, so let's say I run Bolide for whatever reason. Right, now I got 2p shield strength, right? If I do this, and I have X amount of shield strength, right, plus 35, if I then switch to the Shogun, she does not get the Bolide bonus. The health of the H, we actually tested this like a year ago. The shield's health pool will auto adjust as you switch between the two, but it will not benefit your Yoimiya. It only applies to the character. You know, it's like ER, like, you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah. So if you take a bunch of damage on your Zhongli shield and then switch to Yoimiya, it's gonna have less HP. And then you take some more damage on your Yoimiya and then you switch to Zhongli, it'll auto adjust back to what it would be after that many hits. Once it's gone, it's gone. You can't switch back and magically get your shield back because technically he would have more HP with the bonus. But it does adjust the HP. Should I run an Animal Goblet on Kazuha or EM? Depends on your Kazuha. Let's go ahead and look at that Kazuha. You were running 887. You want to run... well, hold on. You have the Zephos. I would run the EM. I would run EM. So the thing about DPS is the minute you introduce DPS to the character, at that point you need to have a ratio. So when you add that goblet on your Kazuha, let's say I just got Kazuha, right? And if you add I'm just going to choose this one. The minute you add that, now you actually need to give him a ratio. Otherwise it's a dead stat. So unless you want to balance like his crit ratio, just give him EM. Mine happens to have that, right? But I'm not critting with him, so it doesn't matter. Why am I still first in Tatsu rank after, I don't know. You said technically you can run Animo, technically, but don't do that. That EM piece on his swirl is going to equate to about what he does with the Animal Goblet anyway. Except with the EM piece is going to be like his Animal Goblet on crit. Kind of, sort of. It's kind of hard to explain, but no, but long story short, I would run EM. And then what was the other? Because I could show, because you run an Animal Goblet when you run a DPS Kazuha. So the minute you hit C6 is when you run an animal goblet. Or if you happen to have these unnecessarily high crit rate rolls and crit damage rolls with 2 EM pieces, at that point you can run the animal goblet. Who should I make my second DP? Well, who's your? Let me see. So Yoimiya is your main DPS. Well, I mean, it depends on who you have. Who do you like? You can technically make a DPS out of any character I'm looking at right now. So it just depends on who you have fun playing as. Or are you talking about the Abyss? Because the Abyss is different. Are you talking about the Abyss, or are you talking about, you know? I'm assuming you're talking about the Abyss. Because at that point, I'm gonna be like, oh, Yai Miko, the Shogun. I don't know. You could do Ayato. I mean, you gotta the Abyss. You can't 36 it, but you have Kazuha. Do you have so typically when I get that question, my question is, do you have the national build? I don't see where your barber's at. What level's your barber? Oh, that was Miko. Sorry, I just saw green. Well, you don't die all the time, right? And she's level 70. I would say for Al-Haytham. If anything, just get Barber's talents up, or get her like a maiden set. Like the maiden set should compensate for whatever she's missing. Or really, just give her a healing bonus circlet. Call it a day. Just give her a healing bonus circlet and call it a day. I don't care what talent mats they use. You don't like using national? That's kind of cheating. Well, that's why you can't 36 the Abyss. If you can't 36 it. The Abyss is different from the rest of Genshin. I try to explain that all the time. Like, you can do funky things in the Abyss with Rosaria and Kea and like I do it with Healer Nahida. You know what I mean? I use a Healer Nahida to do it, right? You can do wacky things in the Abyss, but you need to use the national team. You don't need to, but you need one of these tried and true teams though. If you just want to clear it, right? Once you clear it, then you can go in and test like different teams and Burgeon and this, that, and the third and blah blah blah. Yeah, Yolanda is worth it. I mean, not Ayaka's worth. Both are worth it, but in my opinion, Ayaka's more worth it. Ayaka by herself does about 400,000. Well, on a regular Ayaka, she does 200,000 damage on burst. No 5-star weapon. You just hit your burst, and she does 200,000 damage on burst. That's Ayaka. With a 5-star weapon, she does about 400,000. My Ayaka does 400,000 damage on burst. Like, that's without buffs. That's just... I think the only thing is a Zhongli shield. I hit my Zhongli shield with Geo... It is with Geo Resonance. It might be higher with Geo Resonance. But that's Ayaka. Yelan, you would pull when your... Well, your main character is Yoimiya. Yeah, I would probably say Yelan. I would say pull for Yelan. Unless you have a C6 Xing Cho and you're trying to save money. Like if you're free to play or something and C6 Xing Cho and... Let me see. Oh, he's C3. And he's got an R1 sack sword? Yeah, I would pull Yelan. And at last, I would like to show Coffee Man my Yoimiya goblet. They would have to log in and see, but this... God dang! I did not even look at that. I looked at everything but the goblet. All right. Well, so this goblet is a pyro goblet on the emblem set. right? It has 5.8% energy recharge. It has 209 flat HP, but it has 11.3 crit rate and 20.2 crit damage. Okay, well, on a goblet, that's why I'm like impressed. That doesn't happen on goblets all the time. A 1020, 720, okay. 320, okay. 10, let alone 11. 20, I don't see that. It is rare. It is rare. There's maybe a handful of people who could say they have it, and they only have like one or two of them, if they have it. So that's super rare. Yeah. yeah, yeah. Grats on that. That's some luck. Year of the Dragon energy. So yeah. So all right. Do you have any questions? You got any questions for me, brother? Brother, ma'am, sir, ma'am, person? Yeah, all my 20 crit damage goblets are like 6 crit rate, 3 crit rate. They're like that. Like not 10. Bro, when I see 10 and 20, I lose my mind. The only person who's got that, I think, on my whole account is her on her flower. I don't think there's one character on my account who has a 10, 20. 10, 11, I don't care. 10, 20, I don't see 10, 20s. This is probably the closest. But you got to hit that 2-0, though. You don't hit that 2. Yeah, and it's a feather. Homie got it on a goblet. That's why I'm like, oh, yeah, nah. that's why I was tripping. It's on a goblet. You know what I mean? And it's emblem? Bruh, you can run that on any pyro character. Only if I'd have won my 50-50 on Thunder and Pulse. Well, if you won the 50-50 on Thunder and Pulse, you'd have to re-roll. I would say you would have to go for you might have to switch out that circlet, actually. Yeah, you would have to switch the circlet out. If not that, then no, you would definitely have to switch the circlet out. You would have to switch the circlet for a crit rate circlet, but you'd have to get some crazy numbers on it though. You know what I mean? So I think your Yoimiya is kind of in the bag right now. I don't know if the Polar Star would work. Like maybe a Polar Star, or you know, something. I don't know, maybe something around those lines. Just throwing it out there. I literally have the exact feather, but Shimenawa. I would kill for that Shimenawa feather. It being on Gladiator is cool, but I really want it on Shimenawa. I really do, because I don't like this timepiece. I like the timepiece, but I don't like being locked into Gladiator. You know, but it's okay. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, as long as the queue is clear, Miko, I got you. But yeah, do you have any questions for me, Abhorrent? Abhorrent, I mean, if it's just questions, you can just ask questions until all your questions are answered. You can just keep asking. I see you got a catch on Zhongli. What's this, DPS? Everybody runs DPS Zhongli. Ah! I love it. It's running crit rate on the circlet. You have my respect now. You have my respect. Everybody runs Geo and then misses all their crits. They run HP, Geo, HP, but then they never crit. I don't know why I'm not critting. Well, maybe 30 to 40,000 damage versus 10,000 damage might serve you a little bit better. Maybe hitting 50,000 damage every burst, 40 to 50,000 damage every burst, rather than 60,000 damage never might be a little bit better for you. Just an idea. Yeah, I'll be sitting here admiring Kea and his beautiful weapon. Oh God. I got you. That's it. Thank you. No worries. No worries. Sorry for the wait. I do appreciate you stopping by. Don't forget to like and subscribe. You know what I mean? He does 45 every time. That's what I'm talking about. That's why you run a crit rate circlet. If you are gonna do any rerolls, obviously you would reroll crit rate. Specifically on that. I like what I'm looking at though. I do like what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? Maybe the goblet can switch for more You know, I don't know, crit rate or something, just to get you above that little mark. But yeah, you will never see a crit without that thing. Eggs for life. What's happening, eggs? What's cracking? Cracking. What's cracking? what's cracking with you? Because the reason I'm saying that because you're at a 60% crit rate on burst, but we can just give you just a little bit, just that little. There you go. You know, that'd be nice, but that's okay. You finally got Yai finished. All right. Wait. Hold on. Zhongli for the win, cuz. Ah ha ha. And then we're gonna take like maybe a 5 because I'm not gonna stop doing what I'm doing, but I'm gonna have a cigarette and then I need to add I think a couple of welcomes on a couple of accounts. This is the right account, right? 329, yep. So you finally got it at level 9. Oh Lord. Okay. And then we got the Wizith, okay. Two piece, love it. 184, okay. So you are taking the meta tradition, which is fine. AR55. All right, cool. And then let's see if there. Oh, okay. So we can. Oh wait, hold on. That's what I was looking for. Okay, cool. And okay, good. And then we could probably do something with that, but that's okay. And then that one's good. So the circlet is holding you back. That's what's holding you back. If you could get some crit rate on that, right, on the circlet, right, then maybe you could switch this for something with a little more crit damage and kind of balance out that way. Because the reason you're using this is what's keeping your crit ratio in check, right? Now, 67 is like, okay, we want you to be a 70, but, you know, for what it's worth, we're going ahead and take the 67. You know what I mean? As long as you're at 210, which clearly you are, you're good in my book. But if you're looking for opportunities for growth, it's going to be from this and this, right? This will give you enough crit rate to be able to reroll this for crit damage. Now, I don't want you spending a whole ton of resin, you know what I mean, just going trying to farm this. You know, we do want to kind of stick to the rule and try to do consolidated farms, right? So if you're going to farm this domain, you know, do it for her and for her. If you are going to farm emblem, right, to try and replace this piece, do it for her and for, like, him or something. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's got a... Yeah, so you would farm, like, more crit damage on a piece for him or something. And I don't know if you're running emblem on her, you're not. You know, I don't know if you... I don't know what your emblem characters are, but you're done, in my book, with your Yai Miko, but that next stage, I would consolidate her farm, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, don't go farm this for Yoimiya. Let this piece be a byproduct of someone else's farm. What's going on, Zeld? How you doing? Same thing with this. Let this be a byproduct of another farm. Does that make sense? That way you're being resin efficient. Like, man, I just need that flower. I need another feather or flower or whatever for XYZ electro character. Okay, while you're in there, now you have 2 pieces that you're eligible for. You know what I mean? Then who should I farm for while getting that circlet? I mean, I would do like Fischl or something. I mean, she's on here. You got the sack bow. You don't need a sack bow, but I get it. You got the sack bow. Yeah, I mean, you can start working on Fischl. I don't know if there's any other electros. You know, like Beto or something like that. Fischl definitely could use a 4-piece Thunder and Fury. I don't know if you got Sinnoh. You know, you can even do like a Kazuha 4-piece Thunder and Fury meme setup. You could do a meme setup with him. You could do a meme setup, I think, with him too. You know, but yeah, you could do something like that. As far as the electros are concerned. But actually want to build those characters though. Like actually want to farm. Otherwise, it's a dead farm. Like if you're just putting pieces on them just to put pieces on them, I mean, I guess that's okay. But have it in your head, because I don't want to send you out and then you're building characters that you're actually never going to play. So now they have a set, but you're still missing the piece for Yai Miko or whatever. Right? In the event that this doesn't drop, then at least one character is like done. Even though you're still, you see what I mean? Because you could go in there and not get the circlet. Right? But at least you're winning with something else. I want to make sure that that resin is working for you in the event you don't get the circlet. You see what I mean? Should you level the normals in bursts? What are you talking about for Beto? If you're talking Beto, yeah. Beto, you technically would just level the skill in the burst, which is meta. But you can level normals in really the burst. You just want to focus on her burst. For official, you don't have to level anything but her skill. You can level the burst, like once you got a ratio on her. Oh, for Yai? That's at your discretion. You would level normals as you see fit. I did. Mine is triple crown. I would level her burst, definitely. Was she level 90? Yeah, get her skill to 9 and then go to her burst. Actually, no, you can get her. Yeah, you can get her burst to 8, but just make sure you do 9 on her skill before 9 on her burst. But yeah, you can rank her burst. What's going on, man? How you doing, Mr. Vines? Monsieur? Keep asking questions. Keep asking questions. Throw them questions at me. If you still got questions. Because all the pieces are fine. It's just this and your circlet. That's it. Is emblem no. Well, it depends on her weapon. What are you trying to do with Diona? Oh, you got a PC? That's what's up, bruh. I saw the news about your steering wheel, too. Everything's good with that, though, right? But yeah, how are you using this Diona? You were doing a DPS Diona. 4-piece, right? Oh. I'm going to ask. Are you ever going to pull Ganyu? You don't have to, but I am asking. Because I know Pez was diehard DPS Diona. Probably not. Last question about Diona. Does she have to do DPS? This is before I answer the emblem question. Maybe if you get her while building pity, gotcha. But yeah, does she have to be DPS? It's up to you. There is no wrong answer. You're not. And the weapon. Okay. The reason I'm asking is if you run DPS, her burst is not going to matter outside of cryo application, but you're not going to get to it on a DPS build. That's why I'm asking. DPS Diona, you won't be getting to her burst often. No. Matt, no. You can leave his normals at 1. So, here's my suggestion. If you want to run her on... Well, that's the thing. You have to decide with Diona whether you... Like, because I need to know why you're even hitting the burst. Because from what it looks like, you're not going to heal. Yeah, so you're not going to heal. Her shield is not going to last. And you don't have energy recharge. Right? So... The DPS, for the most part, is going all to the damage on her skill, which is, it's not bad. It is kind of minor. And her charge shot is where the DPS is going. But the minute you start worrying about her shield and her burst and heals, you do have to go all in. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So, on an all-in, because I have an all-in Diona. Right? So we'll do Diona, and then I'll do, I don't know, Ayaka or something. Whatever. We'll do, it really doesn't matter. So Sackbow, I use this because she's a battery, but I really used it to keep her shield up. it just doubled as a battery at the end. And then HP, 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 right? 2-piece tenacity, 2-piece healing. You can run noblesse if you want, 4-piece noblesse. But I went all in on HP because of shields. If you want her heals to be better, 4-piece maiden or 2-piece maiden, either or. Hang on tight. I don't know who this is. I don't know who that is. So I'm going to get hit with her, and I'll show you how much the heal does. Booyah! Ow! That hurts. So now, hopefully you're... Now this is all in. So 4,000 per tick. But that's an all-in Diona. Right? But it does take that investment to be able to heal like that on Diona. Mind you, this is without healing bonus. Right? So you can get the shield and you can get a battery out of her. Right? So if you look, I have almost no energy. Right? And I shouldn't have too much of an energy recharge. It should just be... Okay, so I got 30 additional energy recharge, basically. And this is with a level 80 bow. For what it's worth, she's not like a main or whatever. I'm going to do this so I don't get CC'd. And here is how fast she gets her burst back with this. Boop, boop. So even still, I'm not getting it back adequately. Right? And that's with that bow. You don't have to use that bow. You can use a Favonius as well. But just something to consider when you're building. So the minute you start digging into DPS, the shield, the heals, the burst up time, all that is going to be like kind of out the window for Diona, right? With her, you got to kind of choose which one you want to do. 160. If I had like 180, 200, I would have had that burst, but it's okay. Yeah, I didn't min-max her substats. Are your commissions not? Yeah, my commissions are not done. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get the pieces. But yeah, dude, so eggs. Questions or anything? Yeah, you used it for cryo application and replaced it with Ganyu. Yeah. That's why I was trying to figure out how you use Iona. Right, so are you going to run her own emblem? No. You can if you want to. But if you do that, you're going to want HP healing bonus. Or HP, but you're going to want like the emblem set with some pretty good HP rolls. With at least, if you get at least, give or take, 20% HP on your substats, you should be fine. And I know all this is coming from Yai Miko. Here's what I would do though. If you want to justify this, farm better pieces for him. If you want to justify this, farm a set for her. Yeah, she's already level 76 out of 80. Yeah, I would start suiting her up with artifacts. Thunder Fury on her. Start replacing that. That one's good. Replace that. Replace that with some crit damage on it. You got 3 pieces you could switch on him. There's your justification to farm this. Great crit rate, but you don't... Yeah. The crit rate is great, but our goal is to get crit rate on that so we can get more crit damage on this. Or at least more attack. Like, if it was 5% crit damage and then attack on it, that would work too. My Ayala would be way better if I had at least if I at least had a crit rate off piece, but I don't. Uh-oh. It'll happen. I lost my excuse for being free to play. I can't make the excuse anymore if I suck. Nah, it's not an excuse. You just say I used to be free to play. But just because you're free to play doesn't necessarily mean you suck. It's just you're not meta. It's not that you suck. It's just you're not meta. And you're not, yeah, like you didn't really get into the mechanics and all that jazz until a little later. So I just got to farm Emblem. Yeah, I would start with Emblem personally. Really because of him. And believe it or not, she can benefit from it. Oh, thank you, Matt. Yeah, let the friends and family know, man. We up in here trying to grow, cuh. Yeah, it happened though. All jokes aside, it happened. Did you need to farm Emblem right now, X? I'll join you. Is it a review, Kinko, or are you showing it? Cause you and Burger, y'all the last people who need reviews. Y'all teach me. No, you're fine? Okay. Did you have any other questions before I move on? Oh, you're Genshin? Okay. Did you have any other questions before I move on? Emblem Godsent. I didn't have to farm Blizzard again for that part. Alright, cool. Yeah, that Emblem domain is a godsend for Kea. I think I might put mine on Emblem. Mm-mm. Burger just be playing. Burger knows all the things. Raid and review. Yep. Alright, so let's see. It's dope. Hey, dope, you here? Hmm. Why does it say that? Better come out your house, bumble clot, gasoline. I only gasoline with a what? You don't really want this beef. You better come out your house, bumble clot, gasoline. I smell the gasoline when I ride out. You do really want to cook this beef. You better come out your house, come see the gasoline. Alright, raid and review. Alright, so we got AR57. Booyaka Shawagwan. Alright. Alright, so we got the Engulfing Lightning, level 90. She's level 90, perfect. We got a 4-piece emblem, no constellations, and 299. Alright. Let's see. What's your ratio? 66, 125. Not bad. Not bad. Alright, so let's see what's going on. We got a 13, 13. Good. That's going to hurt you at some point. The energy recharge is nice, though. I'm assuming you're running that and attack. Oh, birds of a feather. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so you're pretty much just ready for the next like tier of artifacts at this point. So at this point, you'd be going for like the 10. Hold on, what was your crit rate? Yeah, at this point, you'd be going for like you just need crit rate on this guy, really. The energy recharge is fine, but you are over energy recharge by 12 energy recharge technically. The only thing it's going to do past 300% is add electro and attack, which is good, but you're not getting any more bonus damage from the emblem set, which isn't bad, right? At post burst, you're over by like 12. Once again, still not bad. You said what? Still can't get an attack goblet? I mean, it's fine. I mean, you can run this. You know what I mean? I'm assuming you're running this because you want her to battery your team, right? I'll show you something. just to clear up any confusion. Because I know this is going to happen until Genshin, like, servers go offline. And that's going to be the attack timepiece versus the... It's going to be attack versus energy recharge. So right now... So right now I'm running energy recharge, right? I have an electro goblet as well. But we're running energy recharge, right? I'm just picking whatever. Alright, and then middle card, character defense, attack plus 40%, character elemental burst, yeah, we'll do that. Right, so without anything, I hit for 59,9 whatever, right? Whatever that number was. 59,900 blah blah blah. Right? Now when I switch to an attack timepiece, right, with like literally 1% less, no, not one, I think it's 1% more. 1% more crit damage. Like less than 1% or something. But it's an attack timepiece now. Abandon. Now I hit for 61. So attack is stronger. Right? It's just that, do you want to battery your team or not? And as you can see, it's not so much stronger that it actually, like, it matters. It really does not, like, it like really doesn't wait, I got 2 of these? Well, okay then. But yeah, so it really doesn't matter as far as damage, right? So you can run electro on your gob. You can run attack too. That's kind of the point I'm getting at. You can run attack, electro, energy recharge, or attack. You can run attack, attack. You can run energy recharge, electro. You know what I mean? The damage difference between all of them really doesn't matter. Just use whichever one has the better substats and call it a day. If you run energy recharge and attack, you're doing that to battery your team. If you run attack electro, you're doing that because you don't care about powering your team. If you run attack attack, you're doing that because you got a bunch of energy recharge substats and you really don't care about your team. Something like that, right? So I wouldn't worry about it too much as far as what's the most optimal one, because both strategies have their place. I don't know if that is answering anything for you, but, you know, I just don't want you to get caught up too much into, you know, I need an attack goblet, or I need an electro goblet, or I need an attack timepiece. I don't want you to get too wrapped up in that. You know what I mean? Whatever you do, don't try it. Burger. Yeah, don't try it. I think it works, but I wouldn't do it. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, just join the queue. Just join the queue, Ake, and I got you covered. But dope, do you have any questions as far as that rating? I'm gonna pull you back up. Oops. Right, so when we go to your rating, right, the only thing really missing is like maybe crit damage and like that's really probably all that's really. Oh, that's not even what's. It's not even what's missing per se. You're really just missing crit rate on one. It was one of these pieces. What was it? It's that guy. I mean, but she is really good though. She's balanced out. You're good. She is really hard to balance, by the way. I don't know if that's a concern, but she is hard to balance. What's going on, Augustine? How you doing? Hola, ¿qué pasa? I think mine does 51k raw. Not sure, I haven't actually tested. Yeah, to get more, you just need more crit damage, really. Just get more crit damage. So because you're past all your 10, 14, blah blah blah. You're past that point. At that point, you're looking at the 20 crit damage now, right? You're looking at 20 crit damage, which is gonna be hard, but that's what you're looking at now. The crit rate circulator is fine. I'm loving these crit rate rolls, but they're compensating way too hard for what's going on here. Like way too hard. Like you need crit rate on this guy. By getting crit rate here, it'll allow you to bolster your crit damage here and here. Because these two are where you're missing. Like a lot of you're missing a ton of damage across these two. Like a lot of damage. And then right here, but you can't do anything with those two until you get crit rate here. And energy recharge is strong, but it's not so strong you need 19%. This is more of a conversation piece. This is perfect for the Shogun. No, it's not. But if it makes you feel better, it is better. If it makes you feel better, it's great on the Shogun. But it's a conversation piece. You can agree with it. You can agree it's good on the Shogun, but it's not that you wouldn't actually use that on the Shogun. If that defense or that elemental mastery was crit rate, you would use that on the Shogun. But she's super crit rate hungry. Luckily, you fed her that already. From this. Yeah, and you got 2 10s, so she's eating crit rate, so you're good. Missing it here is keeping you from bolstering your crit damage, though. So when you're picking artifacts, and I'll kind of wrap it up here while I'm waiting on your feedback. Like, with the Shogun, in this order, the order of substats is crit rate. I'm not kidding. Crit rate, then crit damage is important, then energy recharge, then attack. You can say attack and energy recharge are lateral or equally as important, but her being a battery for your team is more important than her hitting already as unnecessarily hard as she does. Ohayo minasan, ohayo. Miko, I might need you to translate if they don't speak Spanish, if that's okay. Is that okay? Dope, do you have any questions for me? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I got you. Speaking of which, let me do this real quick. I'm just waiting on Dope to get back to me. While he's doing that, I need to knock something out real quick. That is not the right name. What's going on? That's basically all? Okay. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. I gotta add a welcome to someone's account real quick. I did not do that yet. And I know I'm gonna forget because that's how my brain operates. Miko, I'm doing the main or the alt account? Yeah, who's next? Is it Ake? Join Chicken Smackdown and Ocean Hue Clam Domain. We got you covered. Main? Okay, got you. What's happening, Ake? Every time I see Ake, I think Troy Aikman. I'm not kidding. What we doing today, Ake? UID, can you check my Yai Miko and Yalan? Looking for improvements. Okay. Let me see. So 609. I'm kind of multitasking, so it'll pop up in a minute, Miko. Wait, what? 609, 675. Oh, that I missed the 6. 6, 7. Oh, I've seen this account before. Ha 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 ha. So you said Miko, Miko, and Yalan. Okay, give me 1 second. Like I said, I'm kind of multitasking here. I appreciate your patience, by the way. You are gentle man, woman, and scholar. Uh-oh. Okay, so we got a level 90 Miko. Okay, we got the R3. We got an R3. Ah, we got the gilded. Okay. Ah, okay. Hey, great minds think alike, cuz. We gonna get into that here in just a second. I cannot wait to see this shot, Miko. Hold on. I have to respond to my client. Sorry. So, dang, it's like a lot of things going on. Ache. I ain't forgot about you, Ache. I apologize. It's like being at the barbershop. You're sitting in the chair waiting, twiddling your fingers. I know. It's like, bruh, can you just do it real quick? And it's like, I know. I'm right there. Okay, here we go. All right. Booyaka Shawagwan. So now we got the width. Okay, let's check out these on. First off, what's your ratio? 67. Ooh. Okay, we're looking good there. I was gonna say this number is a little bit low, right? But that's okay. And then we got 34. That's really good. That attack stat is very good on Yaimiko, by the way. Incognito. That's dope. What's going on? 1412. That's amazing. We got a 1012. Okay, that's attack, right? Yeah. Woo, we got a 619. Got it. And we got 10 crit rate. Okay, so you are sitting very, very nicely with this Yaimiko, by the way. So I think if anything is hurting you, it is simply the fact that this does not have crit rate. Now, where this is hurting you is the same place that this piece would be hurting my Shogun, right? I don't run that piece, right? You could have all the crit damage, and that is fantastic. But there are times where that extra crit damage may not be as beneficial on that character as crit rate, right? In the case of your Yaimiko, I think your Yaimiko is fine, but I'm always trying to push a Yaimiko into the 70s for crit rate. Are you critting all the time? Yes. Are you missing a lot of crits? Yes. Right? So we would like to get this number a little bit higher, but in order to do that, in your scenario, you're going to need multiple cracked crit rate rolls, meaning that needs to happen more than once or twice. You know what I mean? So we're going to keep our fingers crossed on that guy. Unless you come across something ridiculous, like a 27 with some crit rate, then cool. But that's going to be where your growth is going to happen. Long story short, because this does happen a lot. Long story short, what's happening in your situation is you're backed into a corner because of this piece. Am I right or am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. Brunito. Hey, we got a lot of Spanish in here, man. Hola, ¿qué pasa, amigo y amigas? I don't speak Spanish like that. I'm just saying. Yeah, that is your best one so far. That's what I'm saying. So because this piece is on your Yaimiko, it's keeping you from running anything else. Like you can't run it. The value of it is it's making too big of an impact on your Yaimiko. So we need to somehow, some way, magically, get this piece off your Yaimiko, which is going to be hard, right? Here's how you look at that without it hurting too much, okay? Let's say this piece, for example, we got a 10, I don't know, 20. Hard to get, but possible, right? That's going to add 8 crit damage. Let's say, where is it? Let's say this piece, you got I don't know, 10, 20. That's another 8, right? Now let's say this piece. Let's say this came down 8. Now you would have 5, 26, right? But you would go up 5 crit rate, putting you at 71%. Now, is that unheard of? I don't know. We're going to see, because I can only reference mine, right? If I have a Wit Sith at level 90, wait, your Wit Sith, was it level 80 or 90? Okay. So, with the Wit Sith, level 90 Yai Miko, I am at 74, 148. You are at what? Because that's my goal, is to get you somewhere around there, right? You are at, okay, so you're falling short just by a little bit. So, for what it's worth, this is exactly why you're having trouble in the other departments, right? If you simply had some crit rate on that piece, or if you had crit rate on that piece, then you could actually run, you know, all 10, like 10, 20, 10, 20. I do have your piece, but it hit crit. I do have that, right? Plus, I got the goblet, right? So I think by the time your whole build is said and done, if you simply just got a piece like that, where it hit crit damage just a little bit, right? If you just, I'm really trying to do, I'm doing it like mentally, so I'm trying to keep up, right? But I'm trying to find a way to somehow add enough crit rate to get you into the 70s. That's really like my only concern, really, is I want to get you in the 70s, but it's going to be hard with this piece because you have no crit rate on this guy. Yeah, that's a good goblet. Yeah, it's going to have to come from this piece. You actually need 2 crit rate rolls. Like you need 2 of these. Unless you can get that same thing, unless you get it cracking over here. But that's what you're looking at. Right? Now mine, as you saw, is 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. I got a bunch of 20s and a 27. You got a 35. But you can only split that crit damage across 2 pieces. Let's say you took 14 off top. Now you have, what is that? 19 there and 19 there. Right? If you can pull a 10, 19, a 10, 19, a 10, 19, 6, 19, whatever. We just need to, we got to get you away from that piece though. On Yai Miko. On her specifically, we got to get you away from that piece. For what it is worth though, and I want to reiterate this because I don't want you to think you're doing anything wrong. For what it is worth, you are past 65%. And you are so far past 210 that you technically can put your Yai Miko away. I don't like that number, but if it was 667, great. That's a little weird religious thing, but you know what I'm saying. Do you have any questions so far? I want to make sure we're on the same page. By the way, I do like where your talents are at. Obviously. Do you have any questions so far? And this is a really good set on Yai Miko, by the way, especially for Dendro. Do you have any questions at all? Only the best, that's what I'm saying. Hey, Triple Crown Club. Triple Crown Yai Club, you know what I mean? Love this character. I was one of the first people on Earth to Triple Crown her. The only people who beat me to it is people in China. Steve! That part. No questions so far? Okay. Okay, cool. And then Yalan, right? 68, 156 is the Simulacrum. Pavonius Warbow, gotcha. And then we have 61010. Okay. And then we got 9, 12. Nah, I don't speak Spanish. Nah, I wish I did. I only know it a little bit because of California, but you know that's a good piece by the way. Really good because it's got that HP percent. I kind of wanted to have energy recharge more than those though. Um, well, what is your energy? Oh, you're at 187. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. So you're just yeah. So at this point, you're just on to the next tier, effectively. So you just need to get this to 20. So you're so yeah. So you're good. What's your AR? Yeah, 57. Yeah, it's just going to the next tier on 2 artifacts. So for this one, you just hit tier 3. I look at artifacts in tiers, right? This is in the tier 4. This is tier 2. It's in the 10-14 bracket, right? I want to get you into like the 10-20, the 7-20. I want to get you. I want you to have crit rate and crit damage, like 20 crit damage on the piece, right? So like 19, 20, 21, somewhere in there, even 27. Like all that is tier 3, right? So we're going to be shooting for those the next time, and then for this one, this is tier 1. In my opinion, for me, it's tier 1 because it only has 1 crit stat. Flat HP does just about all of nothing, so we don't need to worry about that. Obviously, attack does nothing, right? So just reroll this, I'm sure you already know, for crit rate, crit damage. If you reroll it for 14, you will go up 14. I'll be putting you at 170, right? And if you add another 7-ish, 7, 8, let's say 8, add another 8 to that, right? You'll be at 178 crit damage. How does that sound? You are going to be farming for some time, though. Like, some time. Even if you came down a little bit. The lowest I would take a hit on crit rate on Yolanda is 60, actually. That's the lowest I would drop to. I would not go lower than 60. 60 would be the minimum. 70 is your goal. 60 would be the minimum. Why is everybody saying C? Oh, United States? Yeah. What was that? Why'd you delete that? Yeah. It just said knee. No, knee. Like Ichi ni san shi. Oh. Yeah, but like everybody said it. I'm like, am I missing something? All right, Ake. Any other questions about your any questions about Yolanda? Good weapon choice, by the way. No questions? Yeah, you're good. If anyone asks, you are where you're supposed to be, 180. You could technically go lower, but don't. If anything, go higher. But yeah, that's pretty much it. HP's looking good. What are you at? 30? Yeah, you're at 30. Yeah, you're fine. If you go for an aqua, I'll leave you with this. If you do end up going for an aqua simulacrum, okay, you are still going to want to keep this number really high, meaning that you are going to be looking at re-rolling some pieces. Whether it be for energy recharge substats or HP substats and putting energy recharge there. Otherwise, this whole set doesn't make sense. Because the only reason you run emblem is if you're going to have like 175 or higher on your energy. It's like 180, 175, 180. Then you use emblem. Meaning that this set right here would actually need like, what is it? Like in substats, you need like, I think it's like 30 or 40 or 50 or something like that. I think it's like 50 energy recharge or something like that in substats. Right, just food for thought. So yeah, so I guess that's it. Did you have anything else for me, or is it cool for me to move on? I want to make sure you're good. I don't want to just move. What's going on, Tree Frog? How you doing? I don't want to move on and then you still have questions. Coffee time. I can read Spanish through my little Google Translate browser app thingy. Nice. I know. I said it depends on context. I type it. Oh, y'all having a whole thing. Y'all having a whole hablar español moment. Yo no hablar español. I don't know how to say it. I'm not even gonna try. I'm not even gonna try. All right. So assuming that we're good, I'm gonna just take. I gotta use the bathroom. I'm just gonna do that, and then we're gonna jump right back into it. Okay? Well, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna heat up a coffee real quick, and then we're gonna jump right back into it. All right? Yeah. No hablar español. Booyaka shawakwan. Now you talk like the Islanders. We can do that all day. I'm joking. We can speak Ebonics if y'all want. All right. I'll be back, y'all. You guys enjoy looking at. I don't know who y'all want to look at. Y'all can look at Zhong Li. He's handsome. Okay, I'll be right back, y'all.
欲买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人何日再见呢？接下来想去哪里？如果想游历璃月名胜的话，我有一些不错的参考方案。欲买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人何日再见呢？ 旅程总有一天会迎来终点，不必匆忙。欲买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人何日再见呢？
I am the Ghana man. I am the Ghana man. Fuck your beef. You better come out your house, bumble cloud, gasoline. Ice me the gasoline with a rock. You really wanna cook this beef. You better come out your house, come see the gasoline. I am the Ghana man. It's Mr. Affiliate. You don't want none of it. You don't want none of it, cause never believe slap Brazilian. Ghana man. Oh, no. Hey, I don't know what he's saying. Put heat to your chest like Tony Stark. No, cut too hot to cappuccino. Look, pump, say, man, just Bobby Whitney and sing. I am the Ghana man. That song is so hard, bro. All right, where's the chat? All right, we in there. Let me make sure my batteries and all that is cool.
所以，
Alright, battery is cool. I'll just make sure I'm in there. Let me jump to the next one. How everybody holding up? Everybody good? I'm just waiting on that pot of coffee to finish. Go off that part. That's a JB2 or Mr. Affiliate. It's Mr. Affiliate. You don't want none of it. That was funny. Everything derives. Oh, y'all trying to get esoteric, huh? Y'all getting historical on your boy. Don't smoke, children. You good? Okay, for sure. This is Zhong Li's idol in Spanish. Oh, Lord. El vino de Esmont... What? Esmasto sabe
接下来想去哪里？
igual que yo
如果想游历里越
recuerdo.
名胜的话，我有一些不
Pero
错的
I used to
参考
hear
方法。
pero all the time. Pero donde están los que comparten el recuerdo? Did I say that right? I hope I said that right. All right. Who is next on the list? Who is next on
一
the
买桂
list?
花同载酒，只可惜故人。
I can show y'all the ugliest. It is the ugliest setup ever. But it's basically her on a 4-piece Thunder and Fury with EM with this weapon. Toma on whatever Toma got right now. Hila Nahida and Xing Cho. It's like the ugliest team. It's so ugly, but it's so low. It's so low cost. That was pretty good. Okay, for sure. All right, we took care of Ake. Please don't smoke, y'all. Y'all better not. Use me as an example. Y'all be hearing me cough on stream and stuff sometimes. I'll be coughing and whatnot. Like, it's not good for you.
浮世景色百千年依旧。
That's like a crackhead talking about don't do crack, and then you're like, well, maybe I should. Like, no, you really shouldn't. There's a reason the crackhead's saying don't do crack. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason. Like, you know what I mean? So don't. So yeah. So anyway, you said teapot video. There's no one else in queue, right? Wait, teapot video and freeze bloom K a team looker. I'll do that first. You're taking notes, okay? Put heat to your chest like Tony Stark. No cup too hot to cappuccino. Look, pump, etisse, man, just Bobby Whitney and sing. I am the Ghana man. I am the Ghana. That's been in my head for like the last week, bro. All right, so I'm assuming this is the team up top. So let's see. So we got Kaya. Kaya doesn't need EM. I think this is Digital Traveler, right? And then she's not gonna be running. He says it's Bloom. So if it's Bloom, these two may need EM. Unless he's the one doing the reaction, right? Ah, so you know he Fumi. Yeah! You know about it, huh? You know about it, man. You know what I mean? The Ghana, man. Fuck your beef. He says back your beef. I thought he was saying pack your beef for the longest time. All right, so especially young people. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I'm just repeating what he says. All right, so we got Kea, 1600 attack, 82 144. That's looking really good. So we can bolster that crit damage. I don't know if you want to go back into emblem, but we may have to go. Okay, that looks good. Okay, that one needs to be replaced. That one I would like replaced. That one's it's a goblet, so we're gonna come back to that one. And that one's good. Okay, so yeah, so we just got what is it? One? No, not yeah. It's just 1 and 2, potentially 2. Definitely 1 though. You don't necessarily need the crit rate because of the weapon, right? Your crit rate's really high. You know what I mean? But we can definitely get the crit. We need crit damage on this guy though. Like we need it on that guy. Because I know you're still working on. Are you? The original Freeze, Bloom, Kea team is Kea, Traveler, Xingqiu, and Barbs. Also, you switched Xingqiu with her. You know what? If you're blooming, I'd have to see what's happening. Because it's either him or her that's going to be doing the blooms. She's not going to be blooming like that. Yeah, she's not going to be blooming like that. Maybe every now and again, but nothing like crazy. Got a cringe piece on Raiden, but he got a piece. I hope it's an EM piece or an ER piece. Okay. I think the team is fine. Here's what you want to keep an eye out for with these characters, though. Let me just make the team real quick. Yeah, Barbara's probably gonna be doing like a lot of the blooming. Kaya might knock a couple of them out, but I think Barbara's probably gonna be doing it more so than anything. I cannot wait till this dude is done. And then you said Dendro Traveler,
世界
and
充
then
满
who's
危
that?
险之物，
Candace. Well, I run my healers in this spot all the time, so bear with me.
放心交给我就好
And。then Candace.
记得
Okay,
跟紧我。
so what the situation? Probably should have did that. I'll just do it in here because I need to go build burst and all that. As a Barbara and Tainara user, Barbara does do blooms a lot. Yeah, I would imagine so. Well, because she has like, I don't even know if I call it an ICD. It's really strange. It's an ICD, but it's per enemy. It's like it's. I guess that's how all of them work, but it's yeah. So you're running that. I'm gonna run Barb here, and then Candace, right? Now, in this situation, you did good with the team. No, they're gonna be good. I'm just trying to see the order of operations, right? So I think you may want to start. You wouldn't start Candace. I'll probably start her,
这刹那
then hit that,
将是你
then the Traveler, and then her,
取我的战岛，来吧！
and then whoever you're going to be doing normals with. 1,700, 7, 7, 7, and 3,000 out of nowhere. Okay, so one of these guys got a bunch of EM. So whoever had the more EM, because I was seeing a lot of 700s, that's probably Barbara. 21, none, none, really. Unless I was just probably Traveler's Burst.
什么时候能像姐姐一样高呢？
I think the issue with the bloom situation, at least from what I'm looking at, is almost similar to a taser situation where you're not really going to be able to isolate who's creating the blooms doing it that way because of Candace. Because Candace is going to make it to where now he needs EM. 2K, we can get you to some crazy high bloom numbers, but it's just making sure the correct character has the EM. I think we might want to look at not running Candace per se. Candace would work a lot better on like a Kazuha. I know I've been bringing up Kazuha a lot, but she would work really good on a character who is going to run a lot of EM. Like if you, I don't know if you have Kuki Shinobu, right? If you have Kuki Shinobu, she's going to run 1,000,000 EM anyway. Then you can run her and the Traveler, and you only need those three to do like Bloom and Hyper Bloom. Typically, it ended up being Hyper Bloom, but no, I wouldn't do Yolan either. The whole thing with Bloom is whoever's causing the little thing to pop out, right? So if you go boop, whoever causes that, whether it's Barbara skill or Kaya's normal, because of Candace, then if he creates the Bloom, then it's based on his EM. If Barbara's little spinny thing creates the Bloom, which it should, then she's going to get most of it. So I think in that scenario, we're going to be looking for EM on Barbara, which is going to dig into your heals quite a bit. But you might be able to supplement it with a sack frags and a healing bonus circlet, right? If you're going for DPS on her, which I wouldn't necessarily do, I just switch this to like a sacrificial fragments. And then I would run maybe like EM healing bonus, and then try that. I could do it if you wanna see if that even heals effectively. Because I just can't speak to that. Because I know with Barbara, if you're doing this to heal or you're doing like her skill to heal, you kind of need to go all in on heals to get it to be effective. So HP healing bonus with a maiden, like you would need like that for her heals to be good. Not mind you, mine is at level 12. Yeah. Freeze, Bloom, Kea is an actual Abyss team. Yeah, no, it is. It's just I'm trying to just make sure that. Wait, why does she have that? I'm just trying to make sure that. What? Hold on, something ain't right here. Oh, like what? Anyway, so yeah, you got a burst to heal. Your burst is the only way you're really going to be able to heal off of this Barber. With that being said, might I recommend a prototype Amber because it'll give her burst back quicker. I don't know if you have it at R5, but you get 18 energy from it. If not, I mean, do you have like this or just an energy recharge weapon? No, you don't need a new team. The team is fine. I think the team is fine. It's just maybe not having candy. Like you, I don't. Let me see. Because you can make the team work. We just don't want Kea stealing blooms. Hmm. Oh my God. Okay. Alrighty then. Um. She's kind of creating a situation in this team. Like if I'm being honest, she's creating an issue. This would be better for like a vape team. Like if you switch like the Traveler out for Xiangling, then it would be a team. Because you don't need have no EM on that. Like 96 works, right? But with Bloom, you need like oh God, you see what happened? That's why you don't use that language. Just report that bot, Jesus. But yeah, so yeah, with Melt you don't need a lot, but with Bloom you're gonna need like 600 EM. Upwards. My recommendation for Bloom, whoever's blooming for Dendro, my recommendation on anything but aggravate is 700 minimum EM. So your barber would end up needing like 700 EM minimum. I'm just grabbing my coffee, and then we're gonna do a little bit. I want to, but we do need to look at the traveler, and because I need to. Sorry, it's burping and all that. I need to check the traveler's ER, and then check barber's EM. Give me one sec. Where's my cup? No, the bot said that. That's what Hifumi was. Yeah, Hifumi was like, "Dang, the sister cut? That's weird. Oh, people getting interesting, not in a good way." All right, let me just grab this coffee and then we're gonna do a deep dive. Okay, one sec. my headgear back on. You know what I mean? I got these headphones on looking like a Reddit mod. No, that's not real art. That's AI art. I know y'all heard about that. like, all right, man. All right, man. Just watch when they start coming out with AI music, which is a thing already, actually. All right, we back in there like swimwear. Plug this thing in, and then we back on it. Oh, sorry. I know it's downtime, but that's why getting through the queue is important, so that I can tend to these little things without having 8 people in a queue. Fantastic. All right, we back at it. Boom. All right, so Kaya looks good, right? I think there's only 2 pieces. Focus on that. Traveler. What's his ER? 162. That needs to be higher. Okay, weapon is great, but we really got to put some. Oh yeah, he's out Hatham. He's gonna be out Hatham here in a little bit. But anyway, if you are gonna use the Traveler, you're gonna need a lot of energy recharge. You're gonna need like Bennett energy recharge, like a lot, like if you want it to be reliable, right? If you don't want to like babysit your Traveler, if you don't want to babysit their burst uptime, you need a lot of energy recharge, like a lot, right? And then as far as Barbara, say what? Oh, we good? Oh, internet's acting weird. Yeah, okay.
什么时候能像姐姐一样高呢？
Aside from what's the last message? Ah. I think I need to change the team anyways. That stuff on the Travelers transfer to I hate them when I get them, so that Kea team would be useless. Yeah. Here would be the team if you wanted to do a Fridge team with Kea. I would do Kea. You could do this character. You could do Barbara. And I would either have a Shielder or like you could do Bennett. That's an option. Right? I don't know if you have Kuki Shinobu. She's going to be really good for creating hyper blooms. Then you could have this weird like taser superconduct hyper bloom thing going on. And then at that point it makes his physical damage relevant. Right? If you have, I wouldn't do Lisa in this situation. But I just almost anybody but her. If you put Yalan in that spot at that point, then now Yalan is going to need EM. The reason why this is an issue is whoever's doing the reaction needs the EM, which means they're going to lose either A, their survivability, B, their heals, or C, their DPS. Kea, a pyro, a shielder, and a healer. Okay, just literally put Xiangling right here. By the way, yes, good question. Oops, does anybody need resin? I'm pretty sure Kinkle and Burger do not. Zeld, if you need resin, Oops is available. Bottle of Newts, I think Bottle of Newts is... I'm not sure if all of them are... Yeah, are any of you guys here for resin? Miko, any questions so far? Because the whole trick to Dendro, just making sure you're aware, is you don't actually need substats for Dendro. You just run EM, EM, EM. And on the Traveler, you just run ER for Dendro. Al Hatham needs substats. Yeah, he's like Kaching. He is going to need substats.
不残是圣婴。
没去过的地方还有很多呢。
So like this team, the only person in this team who actually needs DPS is Xing Cho. She doesn't, and he doesn't. Because the minute a bloom pops out, they're gonna hit it with EM. So whole bunch of EM. Now just give her a whole bunch of EM. You know, it could be like a Kaitane or whatever. This is really just all. It's only like this when you're dealing with Dendro. This is for everybody in the stream, by the way. So that's why I'm taking my time talking about this, because this is going to benefit everybody. So 5.99 EM. I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, I was. There we go. Yeah, so 786 and 7 to 77. Then Nahida is Nahida, and then I could take her DPS off. Speaking of which, I just want the heals. So I guess I'll give her no. Yeah, I'll just give her the heals. Right. So we take her. Well, she needs to be alive. So yeah. So I just take whatever off. Right. And then I'm gonna go do this, just so you know what you're looking at, for so everybody can know. Can I use Toma in the Kea team? Yeah, I'm about to do it right now. But it's really Candace who's hurting the team, right? And then if you want, I'll show you that too. But he's a DPS. The Shogun has no DPS. She has no DPS, and Toma has no DPS. This will work a lot better in groups, and I am going to be running a really strong team on the second side. I'm not going to do the whole abyss. I'm just doing really just this first side. So with this team, right? I don't even know if I should have did that, but that's okay. So there's a bloom. I missed it. Whatever. Right. So Burgeon is going to be doing stuff. Right, and as you can see, it's not really like the Shogun doing the DPS. It's more like Xing Cho and Burgeon and all that. It's really kind of what's doing the DPS. But this is like exclusive to Dendro. Dendro, you don't need DPS because the little blooms are doing all the DPS really. You see what I'm saying? And now the damage is capped out, or whatever. And as long as you could cap out the boss, you should be able to get through floor 12. You might miss a star here and there, but you should be able to get through it without too much of an issue. Right? That's not actually this is actually my Shogun that I use, but that's a different story for a different day. Now, if you do use Toma on your Kea team, I wouldn't worry so much about EM. Because they're going to have this weird back and forth reaction thing going on. Because what does Burgeon do? It's like, Hyper Bloom, right? It's Hyper Bloom, but with fire. You're just doing it with fire instead of electricity. So you go boop with Hydro, you boop, and it creates a little bloom. And then you either hit it with Electro, and it homes in on the enemy. Or you do Burgeon, which is, instead of hitting it with Electro, you hit it with Pyro. And it blows up instead of homing in on it. Instead of being a homing missile, it's a bomb. But I just did. The only reason I even came up with this team was because I know that it was going to come up at some point. So I was like, I might as well just familiarize myself with it. So there's that. Right? But the only DPS, the reason I'm bringing this up though, is the only DPS stats that matter is on Xing Cho. And even his DPS ain't even like crazy. It's not even like crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah, Hyper Bloom is stronger single target, but that's all that is. Right? So if you're going to do like a Kea thing, now this is where Kea is going to have an issue, is if you're doing a Kea thing, like you can run this team, right? But if you're going to have Dendro in there, your Toma will probably have to be EM, if anything. Either that, or you might be looking at a DPS Toma. But the problem with that is this guy being on the team, or Toma actually causing the reactions instead of lining up Pyro. Like he's going to be triggering the reactions. Does Nilo heal? No. Nilo just has like 1,000,000 HP. I kid you not though, that's actually something I was working on though, was a Kea Toma situation, but you need a lot of DPS on Toma. Yeah, Dendro. Yeah, you only use Dendro when you have a whole bunch of EM. You don't. Here's what it is with Dendro. So first off, K and Dendro don't work well because he's cryo, right? Who you want Kea with really is Xiangling. Now, if that happens to become some weird amalgamated national thing, fair enough. But him and Xiangling should be like brother and sister almost, right? You could put Kaz in there, you could put Sucrose in there, you can do whatever. You can run Rosaria, but whoever you run, and that it should be like these two. And if not that, then you could do like a D-Luke Kea situation. And then at that point, now you got like something like this. You know, you can switch her for Xing Cho. Or Kazuha, you can do that too. Right? But you're looking at something like, it ain't got to be Bennett either, but you could do something like this. You can even do Fischl here. You know, but you want to put Kea with a Pyro character. Like really at the end of the day. And if you happen to put him with an Electro, then you want to run a physical Kea. Which I can show you that. But that's not, I'm nowhere near that, so I don't know exactly how strong that is, but yeah. Kea, Xiangling, Barbs, and maybe Zhongli. You could do that. You said Kea who? Yeah, so you can do Kea. You did it, you did. I'm assuming he did something. But yeah, you would do Kea, Xiangling, you could do Barbara, and then this team works. That's fine. My Kea ain't like grossly strong right now. I don't know what I got him on right now. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, he ain't even got a set on, I think. I'm only doing this because it's C2. Right, but then you would do that, and then he would basically be, or he's supposed to be melting. But it'd be a reverse melt. What the heck does he have on? Oh, I got physical Kea. Yeah. I mean, at least that's what I found out of Kea so far, though. I barely use him anymore because I like dodging. I mean, you don't have to use Zhongli. If you don't use Zhongli, use Bennett. We are back in the correct time stream. Nice. Oh, you were that far? Oh, got you. But yeah, I mean, any questions about that so far? About Kea? Because Kea is basically like, he's like a weak Ayaka off-field. Like, he's like an off-field Ayaka. As far as, like, what he's doing, right? So Ayaka's like, I do all the cryo, but she has to be on the field. And he does some really strong hits on cryo, but he's off the field. Ones that aren't built? Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like, I know your Toma's built, right? But if you're running Toma, then I would run Toma, Xingqiu, or Toma, Barbara, and do like a Burgeon thing. Do you have the Raiden? Don't you got the Raiden on that account? Why don't you just run Kea? Why don't you just run D-Luke, Kea, Yelan, and Barber? Or even like Yelan, D-Luke, Kea, and like a VV Gene or something. You have rating on this account? Yeah, so I would run, yeah. So I would just run like Candace. I would run Candace, the Dendro Traveler, and Raiden. And then just put a bunch of EM on the Raiden. That way you don't have to farm for the catch and all that. With the Raiden, I'm not even joking. You just give her either a Dragon's Bane. I use this because I don't want to waste it on my account. And you just run a 4-piece, you just run whatever set with a whole bunch of EM. And then this will give you at least something workable. Right? And I'll show you what that looks like. I'll do it with I don't want to do it with the Traveler, but I'll do it with the Traveler. No, she can, that's the whole thing about this setup I'm giving you with Dendro, is your rating can suck. I hate doing a Traveler. I cannot stand Dendro. But yeah, you would do that. You could do Barbara or Xingqiu, or I recommend Xingqiu, but you could do Barbara. You can do like Zhongli or something, right? And then on the other side, that's when you would do like your Diluc and that, and then your Yalan, right? And then maybe like a VV Gene or something. You know what I mean? Not for this specific Abyss because of the Wolf Lord, but you know, as far as teams are concerned. So with the Raiden, the reason why I'm saying the Raiden
接着来呀，
and Barbara is you could just do that. I'm just gonna do that real quick.
智慧之
But the Raiden is gonna auto Hyper Bloom off of Barbara. Right, so now you don't really have to do nothing. You just sit there and hit this with Barbara. And if you look at the HP bar, like the HP bar, it is moving. You are going to have downtime because of the Traveler,
好像有点痛啊。
right? So you might have to do that every now and again. You may even have to hit like her skill every now and again, but that's what I would do. And she's going to auto-activate the Hyper Blooms. Boop, and there's a 21 Hyper Bloom. There's a 21 Hyper Bloom. There's a 21 Hyper Bloom. There's two 21 Hyper Blooms, so on and so forth, right? And then as you build up your, you know, your situation obviously is going to be a lot easier to do more damage. But your Hyper Blooms will be like 21k. And because you can track who's doing it in Hyper Bloom, she's always the trigger in Hyper Bloom. So you just give her an EM weapon, and you don't need a burst. You just give her an EM weapon, you know what I mean, and an EM set with Gilded Dreams or Thunder and Fury or the Dendro set or whatever, and you don't even really got to rank her talents up for the sake of Hyper Bloom. The only people that would need DPS is Xingqiu, and then your Traveler if you want your Traveler to do DPS. Like if you want your Traveler to do, like I want you to do DPS. Okay, well then put DPS on your Traveler. Please don't look at my Nahito artifacts. Okay. You're not gonna run Dendro. Okay, even better. So I'm gonna give you two. I'm gonna give you some teams that are high functioning teams. So it would be Diluc, Kea, and then like Barbara and whoever you want. And then Yalan, you just run Yalan. I have no idea if you built Yan Fei or Xiangling, but you would run Yalan and Xiangling. Yalan is just a stand-in for Xingqiu. She's your built Xingqiu. So run her wherever you would run Xingqiu. Actually, let's do this. You will get the Raiden or whoever, doesn't matter. I guess him because he's a DPS, I guess. You will get Yalan and then the Raiden. Or what did I say? Yeah, Traveler or even Al Hatham. It doesn't matter. But I would run Yalan and the Raiden with Al Hatham. And then whoever. And then of course your Diluc Kea Xiangling thing. You do something like that. Yeah, Diluc would be the main DPS. Yeah, so if you did not want to run Diluc, you just run Kea in that spot. And then you could pick whoever else you want, like Barber or anybody. Really anybody. who you really need is Kazuha at some point. So after I'll hate them, I almost want to say skip everything and just pull
只是
Kazuha.
成景，微光无射，
天动万象，
萌发吧！嘿，蔓延，哈，喂，呀，这，散，哈，呀，彩雨流红，雨线难画，可断，炮影看破。
Say what? Wait, oh, Xing Cho wasn't active. I mean, you get the point. Then the investment is really low. Like, really low. Meaning that you don't have to burn like 1,000,000 resin to get everything, at least like killing, like destroying the abyss. Make sense? And then just so, for the sake of time, I'm just going to show you this last little thing I was talking about with him and Xiangling. And then I'll move on. Unless you have more questions. Burger language.
老实点，抱歉啊。
该走攻击了，讲不通就打扁了。
踏风，风共鱼行。起，
What'd you get? What is it, a goblet or something? You probably got a goblet.
收起来吧，
冻结吧。
I messed up that rotation, but that's okay.
老实点，
See, this is why I want my K on Emblem.
小心着凉。
有大家在身边，伤口就不会痛。
嘿，这个如何？
开锅了，开锅了！嘿哈！
踏风，云影，夜明，老实点。
收起来吧。
Yeah, I need my K on Emblem. Like, bad. Oh, Dormatsu? Why is that a good thing? You're doing amazing in school. That's the last thing you need. I want a DPS for every element. I have Ganyu, but I don't like her playstyle. I have Pyro, Electro, Hydro, Geo, and now I just need the rest. Yeah, you need Ayaka. But yeah, do you have any other questions? I mean, as far as your account, I mean, you got a game plan though, right? Yeah, I think that is the last account that person needs access to. You do not need access to that account, bro. Your grades was slipping. But you got KF? Oh, yeah. You're right. No, you're right. You're
逗留够
You're
久
right.
了吧？再不活动活动筋骨，要长出蘑菇来了。
I ain't gonna lie. I feel bad saying this, but I feel like if you did pull Ayaka, you probably wouldn't play Kea anymore. I know you love Kea. You probably won't even play Kea like that after pulling Ayaka. You'll love him, but you'll probably do exactly what I'm doing right now. I love Ning Wong, and that's never gonna change. But I use Yai Miko so much more. She is my 5-star Ning Wong right now. Like, I wish I had her, but a 5-star, that's what she is. She looks like her, acts like her, except she's a little meaner. And she's Electro, which means it's Geo, but I can swirl it, which is amazing. You know what I mean? So I've been on Yai Miko like a lot lately. Well, it started with Sumeru, not really caring about Geo at all. Everything needed to be Electro or Hydro. So I'm like, oh god. Yeah, I'm getting the Hydro Archon. That's without a shadow of doubt. I hope the Hydro Archon is a healer, bruh. I'm telling you, man. See, I run Kea, Albedo, Raiden, and Zhongli
其
till
实
I
他
can
的
get a
战
team
友
running.
们已经忙得不可开交了吧？
Trust me when I tell you, switch out the Raiden for Xiangling. If she's not built, just, you have to trust me. You want to build the national team. Just the national team. You don't have to use them together. You just want to get that team built. Burger language. Jesus Christ, man. Wow, they probably got all type of primo gems laying around. Why did they just give... Hold on, let me jump back in the queue. But yeah, no, you good, Miko? I want to make sure you're good before I move on. Hey, Burger. You know, I'm on my big brother energy right now. That better not get in the way of your schoolwork, bro. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if they in the done with Precision Discord, but I'll be like, hey, man, change your password. Like, nah, his grades is he's struggling. You need to cut that access off. What's going on, Shin? How you doing?
久了吧？再不好
Shin
的培养结
Takayama.
果要长出蘑菇来了。
I like these Japanese names. I ain't finna cap. All right, Burger, what's going on? Okay, no worries, Miko. Yeah, school before. Yeah, facts. Yeah, Cheese, stay on this helmet, man. Last thing we need is, but I need to get the primo gems. No, you don't. But I need the primo gems. No, bro. But the goblet, it's got the goblet. It don't matter. But it's got Hu Tao. It don't matter. You got engulfing at 21 pity? Congratulations! That is for real, for real. That weapon makes a difference. I can battery my team without losing DPS. I love it. But yeah, Burger, what am I doing? Glalie Raiden while I assemble Dormatsu. Oh, God. All right, man. Did you do your homework? Your schoolwork done and all that? Did you do all of that? Or no? Need you in here on Genshin and you got outstanding homework. All right, you said I'm looking at who? The Raiden, right? He got a new piece. You finished 4? Okay, okay. I mean, as long as you finishing them. Dang, that's mega copium. I went straight to that timepiece. Oh, you know what? I got the same thing, but crit damage, bro. At least it got 14 attack on it. Ugh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Oh God, this is. Oh, that's painful. Yeah, nah, this is pain. Pain. Why this piece, though? Is Glalie here? Glalie, are you here? Is Glalie here? You got a lot to do? Are you in a queue? Okay, no. I see Shinhun's here. Shout out to Shinhun. Yeah, I mean, at least he got a piece. But he needs to do something about this right here. I have this Shogun. It's terrible. This Shogun, I have this. I showed it earlier in the stream. This is terrible. This Shogun is horrible. I switched one piece and I now have that Shogun. I know the Shogun he's doing. I have the exact. I think mine is stronger, and it's terrible. Yeah, he's doing this. Let me switch my stuff back real quick and I'll show you. If he wants, I'll show him. If they're here, I don't know if they're here, but if they want proof, I guess I'll show them what I'm talking about. Right. So here's my Shogun. Right. This is their Shogun. This is what they're doing. Right. That is no. Or I guess they're doing more like this. Yeah, they're doing like that. Like this is I can't one cycle the boss. With this, not with this. That mechanical array, I'm not one cycling it. What is that, attack? No, that's energy recharge. Oh, Dragon's Bane, sorry. I was like, where'd my energy recharge go? But yeah, so yeah, this is not one cycling the mechanical array. It can, but not. But no, bro. No. No. Just stop having insecurity issues, right? And just take the crit rate. I know it sounds like I'm talking mess. I'm not trying to talk mess. But that crit rate, that ratio, that's an insecure ratio, bro. Like y'all know better than that. Burger, you and your whole team, all you guys know better than that. Yeah, so have Glalie not do that. Unless it's a crit fish. If it's a crit fish, I mean, by all means, go for it. But outside of that, yeah, you gotta switch that. The rating is, yeah, she's crit rate hungry. Yeah. He ain't got no crit rate circlet. He need to go grab that ASAP. That's the last thing he need to be worried about is whatever. Yeah, yeah, homie need to get rid of that. Like you need to do something about that. Like have Glalie log in and fix that before he does anything else on his account. Have him fix that. That right there is disrespectful to the Shogun. He's got a wasted Shogun right now. I know it, you know it, Kinkle knows it, everybody here knows it. Scoop knows it, everybody knows it. That's a wasted Shogun with that circlet. This Shogun ain't doing nothing. This is she's doing no damage. Like at all. I would not take this to a raid. But it's only one piece though. You just get one piece. Right? So just get one piece and that's it cuz all the other pieces seem fine. I mean, obviously, but they are fine. Like the biggest outlier right now is your timepiece and your circlet. Really, it's the circlet. I mean, the timepiece. But yeah, you gotta have them switch that out. Tell him I mean that because I know Glalie's account now, and Glalie has a beautiful account, and this is a strong blemish on his account. This is a blemish for look at this. 74 235, 77 240, 93 230, 81 97. 74 228, right? With a Skyward Heart, right? 1000 EM. Like he has a great account. This is unacceptable from Glalie. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing that, don't do this. That's really about it. You know what I mean? So what about crit rate? Yeah, that's amazing on the rating. As long as you're over 65%. So you only need to be this is how I coach the rating. So when it comes to the rating, she's typically only in the abyss. From what I keep getting out of people who play her, like they use her out and about, but they don't use her like that out and about. You know what I mean? She's typically in the abyss, and if she's in the abyss, you only need 62% crit rate. Like I'll use mine for example. Mine is an abyss rating. If mine was outside the abyss, she needs to be 70. Or higher. Right now, if yours is 89.9, then you have a fantastic rating. But the only way to hit the ratio that I'm looking at is if you are running a crit weapon. Meaning I need to know what your energy recharge is. Which you can hit those ratios with your energy recharge. You know what I'm saying? So if you have like the ratio, that's good. But then what's your energy recharge on and what weapon are you using? Right? So if you're using like this weapon, then it's like, okay, that's really good. Because that's the only way you're really probably going to achieve that. But if you're not using that weapon, then this would probably be where your ratio, and this is stronger. Right? So it really just depends. I know this much. If you got this weapon with that ratio and 250 energy recharge, your Shogun slaps. Stupid hard. Your Shogun mega slaps. Can you look at your future Hu Tao build? Yes. Okay, so I think that is it for Glalie. Yeah, I'm in the same boat with Glalie though. Like, don't let Glalie know I'm in the same position, bro. This is the piece I got. I'm in the same boat. I'm right there. You know what I mean? I'm right. I just got this one. We're like, you know what I mean? Dormatsu Ayaka? Oh, I didn't catch that. Sorry. All I saw was Morax. I was thinking you was talking about the storyline. Kinko, I will make sure to get to you. What's door? Oh, you got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can get some pretty impressive sands. 351. This is the Uematsu. God, it's been forever. Um, the Ayaka. Hmm. Ah. Yeah, this Ayaka's gonna be cracked. What? Hmm. Hmm. I feel like this should be higher. I think that is correct. I know 5,200 is the goal, right? So this Ayaka is over by 411, 4 and 11. Hmm. Actually, that's not bad. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know what piece they would necessarily need to address. They, because everything's really, really good. Everything is solid. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Everything's really solid. I mean, they would be looking for that next tier. Like that's where I'm at on my Ayaka. Is I'm looking for the next like tier. You know, the 20 crit damage. I'm looking for that piece. Um, I think that's pretty much about it on that Yaka. And then you said who? This is the Homojongli, right? Yeah. HP timepiece. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen this in a. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, nothing's changed. Same account.
欲买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人何日再见呢？
Hmm. I feel like this is the Eula I was battling. Or it might have been yours. Because I think they had a song of Broken Pine. It might have been yours. Hmm. It would be. I guess none, technically. I think if anything, we would just try to get a little bit more crit rate on that. It's got that attack stat, though. Ooh. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean it's the same account though. Bro, you know I do not care about rankings. I do not care about ranks. I don't care about that. Are your artifacts working? Are they serving their purpose, right? So in this case there's 2200 attack, right? And the ratio is over 50 on a 4-piece blizzard and you're at 200 minimum. If you're there, that's all I care about. If it's 1,000 CV on one piece, I could care less. Ranking, I don't do the ranking thing because people are individuals. I just got done watching a video about this thing with Asians in the group thing when it comes to beauty standards, and I'm right now I'm kind of like feeling some type of way about that beauty standard thing and this group thing because you end up comparing yourself to other people and that's toxic against yourself. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's why I don't do the ranking thing. Like I actually don't do ranks in the Discord. But that ranking thing that was for somebody else. That was for something else. The ranking thing, that was for something. But I don't do ranks. I hate ranks. Because it makes people treat people different. I don't like ranks. You know what I mean? Like in my eyes, everyone in double precision are equal. And then if you are in a higher role, that's because you have responsibilities, not because you're more important. It's because you have things I need you to do and keep an eye on. It doesn't make you more important or less important. You see what I'm saying? So don't worry. I wouldn't worry about the ranking thing. Just throwing it out there. Hold on. Vine's got a paragraph. I've started a new league as a racer. Nice with Race Asylum. Also going to be joining their academy. Hopefully, nice. I've sent across the library I designed for it. I was told orange, so it was very vague. Wow. That's all they care. Make it orange. Okay. Okay. Diluc and Ayaka seems viable. You're not wrong about ranking in the Destiny and COD made people feel different. No, I'm just saying I don't do it in my community because I know because people get I know people. I'm a person and I pay attention to how I act. You know what I mean? And when people have a certain rank, they start to feel some type of way. You know what I mean? Which is also why I don't judge people based on their abyss runs or their DPS. You know what I mean? If I am going to judge you, I'm going to judge you based on what's left on the table. Are you leaving anything on the table, and do you care about it? And if you care about it, but you're not doing anything about it, that's where I'm gonna have like an opinion, I guess. You know what I mean? You know, but outside of that, like I don't care. Not everybody is in the same boat. You know, everybody's different, bro. Every single person is different. Let me put that back there. Um, I feel like I got a comment from somebody that I can't see. There it goes. Sorry, I was missing some of the comments. If you think about it, we're all just storming into Hilichurl camps and they're just attacking in self-defense. This is facts, actually. Except for me, I'm in the you're never getting a welcome, so shut up trip category. Yes, you are in that category. That's a custom-made category. It's got a nice little box and it's got a bow on the side. And as soon as the word welcome comes out, it like backfires. It says it in reverse to summon like demons in Latin. It's like no, Nieka Club or whatever. You know what I mean? All right, I'm just joking. All right, so what's going on, Grandmaster? Any? Why am I here? Okay, there it goes. Any questions about that account? What's going on, Jack? Please don't say the word. Please don't say the word. Hi, I'm Jack, and I'm very smart. And I later my what's the name told us about it. Bill came in and ruined it. He was like, "Oh yeah, Jack's rich now." I'm like, "Oh okay, good for him." That is good for you though. I actually mean it. All right, hold on. Let me jump to the next one. Oh, it was Kinkle. Jesus, now I'm taking names out. Kinkle. It was official review. All right, so please don't go through whatchamacallit. And it went through. So Balanuch, you are next. Jesus Christ. All right, I need to not pull the next name. Where are, here you go. And we're looking at official. Yep. Oh. We're doing an aggravate official, huh? Oh. Did it force your hand because of the? Yep, it forced your hand, huh? Not the main account. You talking about on a free to? I need the free to play UID. I was like, I think if I'm not mistaken, looking at that, like it probably forced your hand. Yeah, I've already seen that one. Yeah. What's it? Yeah. What's the UID to the alt? Because I think you fell. Yeah, you fell out the list. Yeah, there it goes. What's the crit ratio? It is a lot. Hold on. What level? Okay. Okay. Work in progress, right? Yeah, work in progress. 7208. Okay. And then we got. Well, that's leveled. Obviously, she needs to. Did you just get official? Oh, you just got official on this account. By the way, for anybody wondering, Hu Tao is his first main. Official is his second main. Unless things have changed. Yoimiya being his third main. Unless something's changed. You know what I mean? Alright, so let's see. We got 622, no complaints. 621, no complaints. 717, no direct complaints. We got 58 EM2, that's aggravate ready. 13 crit rate, so that's really good. And then we got 10 energy recharge is a dead stat on her, sorta. Alright, so you're good. I think for what you're gonna be going for, you may want to get more crit rate. If I know Kinkle the way I know Kinkle, you might want to get more crit rate. Because you're going to be going for a Thunder Impulse or a Simulacra at some point, right? Did you do a Shogun beat? No, I have not. Just now got you. Yeah, so, yeah, because I'm like, this is not, yeah, because you typically wouldn't. I don't blame you, though. Like, you don't need the alt account to do everything the main account. That's why you got the main account. You know what I mean? But yeah. Like on the EU account, I didn't even, like on that EU account I was working on, I didn't even touch Ningguang. And Ningguang is like my main. Hu Tao had to carry, Hu Tao and Ganyu had to carry that account. You know what I mean? All right, so let's see. Let's see. I know you're not going 4-piece Shiminawa. She got 79 EM. Where's your outlier? Is it the circlet? I mean, it's a goblet, but is it the circlet? It might be the circlet, bro. I think it's your circlet. You might need that energy recharge to convert to. I mean, the 5%, 5.8 is working, but you might need the energy recharge might need to change to EM. I think that's what it is. Because I'm looking like your EM's low, because I know what you're going for typically, and yeah, you only need like 50, like 40, 50 EM. I think it's on the circlet. But that's going to cause a little bit of an issue. So if you can get 10 crit rate and 5 attack and EM, now you're good. Right? Of course, we want the 2-piece set bonus as well. I'm not sure where that's going to come from. Maybe that can come from the circlet. So I guess in this regard, obviously we're keeping an eye out for the goblet, but I mean, but you're planning for Dendro though at some point, right? Are you planning for Dendro? I'm only asking because you said yet. Too glad, too shimmy? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that yeah, well, they're rare. And it's got too much crit rate on it. And competent crit damage. Like I'm pretty that's why I'm like not looking at the goblet. Always wanted a harp. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I would say if anything, because that's what I was kind of looking for. Like, what in the world would change on the official? This has too many viable hits. This one has 621 and 21 EM. This has 58 EM, and it's an attack timepiece on Glad. This would be the weakest link. This is a goblet, so we're not even gonna touch that. And then it would be the circlet. So you would need a gladiator circlet. That would be the one I would be more because you got a bootleg attack stat, and the only stat on here that's saying anything is the crit rate. The attack is like I exist. The energy recharge is like wrong character. The crit rate is like I'm home. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. No, I mean, if anything, it'd probably be like a spread. I'll hate them or something like that. But if you're gonna do anything else, then I'm still kind of looking at this just so she's a little more flexible in case some random Dendro comes out. With Kuki and Kokomi likely. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're just bolstering damage, then we can kind of forget about the EM. At that point. At that point, yeah, it's only 2 stats I care about. Yeah, yeah, she's fine then. Just switch it to Gladiator. And this would be the one I would switch because it's only one stat that matters. The 5%, yes, we can sit here and argue all this for anybody in the chat, not Kinkle. If somebody's arguing about that 5.8% attack, we can go toes for the next 3 hours about how important that attack stat is. But I'm pretty sure that 18 attack beats 5% attack. I'm just guessing. I'm just taking a random guess. I think 18% attack beats 5.8% attack. I'm just saying. Right, so maybe a gladiator piece right here would fit you a little bit more. Plus it's on official. She doesn't need her burst. Her burst is just to reduce her cooldown anyway. Look good to me.
你也知道忙里偷闲。
I'm thinking the flower or the sand since those are the easiest to get. Yeah, not the sands. I know what you mean. The flower or the feather. The flower and the feather were good though. Like they already had really good hits on them. I feel like you're gonna, if anything, you're probably gonna hit 3 times on 1 stat rather than hitting 4 times across 2 stats. Unless those were 3 hits, like per. You know, like 1 crit, 1 CR, 2 CD. Because I think that's what those were, right? 1 CR, 2 CDs, like a piece. Tenacity. Yeah, to increase attack.
再不活动活动筋骨。
Yeah, those were 3 hits. Yeah. I kind of feel like you'll hit crit rate on the circlet, right? If you do get I mean, if anything, as long as, I mean, I mean, I guess if you get those as gladiator, fantastic. You know what I mean? Now you can consolidate that farm a little bit, depending on who's on your account. I don't know who's all there. You know what I mean? I know you were farming, what's her name, quite a bit, but maybe this would be something to look into. I don't know if you need echoes or not, but there are 2 plus 18s that come out of here. But you only need 1. But it happens to be gladiator is what you need. You know what I mean? But you're gonna strong box it, right? As long as you're gonna strong box it, I guess, then I don't really see a problem. Like if you strong box it, you should be alright. Because I know you be burning through artifacts. And then who was it? Bottle of Newts? But yeah, do you have any questions for me, Kinkle? Okay. I mean, I'm still saying a circlet. I don't know. I have a feeling I just got a crit rate circlet, speaking of which. I still haven't gotten an attack time piece. I've gotten like 2 or 3 crit rate circlets and like a crit damage circlet, and I still haven't seen an attack time piece on Gladiator. That's why I'm saying the circlet. I feel like you're going to get a crit stat on a circlet before you get an attack stat on a timepiece. I have 3 over the course of my account. I thought I had more, and then I don't actually recall having more. And I'm like, whoa, I've only ever had 3 attack sands on Gladiator over this whole account. I've had 1,000,000 feathers and flowers and 1 billion, so I've had 1 billion circlets. I just keep upgrading them. They're not great, but yeah. 3% and then 7% and then 6% and 5% crit damage and blah blah blah, and then I still haven't gotten a 20 crit damage though. Flower, feather, circlet, whatever comes for, yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I get them. It's just the substats I don't get. So I don't even consider them. That's kind of what I'm talking about, Scoop. Is like I don't get like good ones. I don't get usable ones. They're usable, but not by like Arston. Who's that? Dormatsu. So Newts, where you at, Newts?
战友们已经忙得不可开交了吧？
Where's Newts at? Let me get this Kea off the screen. Not that he's bad. It's just I'm not I don't want to disrespect any Keas out there because he's not done. It just felt appropriate, y'all. All right, so where is Bottle of Newts? Bottle water. Bottle water. Where you at? Bottle water. Bottle water. You love his laugh? Hilarious. Hilarious. Jack, what happened? You was going to, I guess, tell the story. Where's Bottle of Newts? No. What? No. Nuh-uh. There's a YouTuber, I forgot his name. He's a black dude from Europe. And he's always doing these like America versus Europe accent things. And he has this like phrase that he says "ball and it's hilarious, bro. He'll throw it in as like a joke. I'll post it under memes one day. It's like wholesome humor, you know what I mean? Oh, he says it like that too? Oh. Yeah, nobody care about Tate. Tate is... He's Tate. He's just a guy. He's like Boonk, I guess. It's like another guy online doing crazy stuff. People see it because it's like, wow, people do that? It's like, yeah, people do that. It's like, I'm going to work then. And you just go to work and forget about him. That's how I look at Andrew Tate. He's like Boonk or Soulja Boy or, he's just loud. He's like here, he's loud, he says things, and then it's like, you got my attention. I feel some type of way. Or you could just not pay attention to him. So just to keep me grounded and, not going insane or whatever, I don't even pay attention to him. I'm waiting for Bottle of Newts, though, because I took Bottle of Newts out. Chicken Smackdown, Ocean Hue Clam, and whatchamacallit? And what? Oh, Ocean Hue Clam Domain. What is there? Is it this? No, I can't because that was level 40. It's not Junkie. It's not Avalon. Is it Marley? Only people with Riz. I think it's Riz. Yeah, I don't know what their username is. I'm not gonna skip them. I really don't want to. Is it Airy? Okay, I guess we'll. Yeah, I guess we'll have to come back to him. Okay, that's fine. Next is holy Jesus. Who here needs resin? If you need resin, please, please, please let some of these folks help you. Infronito. What's up, Infronito? Infrognito. If they're still here. Hello there. How are you doing? I recommend having two-step authentication on your Genshin account, whether it be on your console or your computer or phone or wherever you have it. You don't have to have it, but I recommend it. At your discretion, post your UID in the chat, and I will help you with whatever it is. What are we doing, by the way? How are you? Welcome to the stream. I might start penalizing people for not taking the resin. Would you mind reviewing? Yeah, I was going to say, if you say resin run, I'm going to be like, you know what? We got about 30 people here who could run you through resin right now. I'm messing with you. All right, so let's see. So I don't mind it. It's just the people waiting. Let's see. So we got 6, 4, 7, 3. Okay. Oh, Ito over there is feeling some type of way. Haha! Infrogni. I get it. All right, so. Yes, and thank you for the message, yeah. So, Heizo, okay. AR55. What the dog doing? I love that. We got some 90s. Okay, I'm just going to familiarize myself with your account real quick. If it's okay. This is the first time I've seen your account. I'm just trying to see what kind of player you are. Okay, so it seems like you know what you're doing. What are your ratios? Okay. Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, so we have level 90. Love it. We got a 4-piece. Makes sense to me. It's funny because I do recommend. Never mind. I thought it was a 4-piece VV. I was gonna say I do recommend a 4-piece VV. Depends on the team though. So 8, 9, 6. Okay. You do want his normals at 9 whenever you can because you're gonna be doing normal charge. Normal. You're gonna do that a lot. So you are gonna get a lot of DPS from that. Let's see. Do we have outliers? Maybe. But you are a 62, which means there probably isn't many outliers. Being there's no crit rate weapon, that's amazing. That is okay. Now we're getting copium. Okay.
轻易得到的东西哪有滋味？所以灵
What
兽
is
从来
going
不会用
on
我来
here?
买，
Something
都是
is
堂堂正正的赢回来。
and a oh he's wearing a crit damage weapon. Okay, so something is going on. So this one I would start here. But something is going on here. You have a lot of crit rate rolls which are great. And for what it's worth, it is amazing. What in the world would we do? It would be this guy. You need to burn resin for the child set. There you go, Leon. Yeah, post your UID in the chat, Leon. He'll be able to see it, and he can come grab you right now. That way, I just don't want you guys to wait. That's the meat and potatoes. This one I would replace, just to bolster the crit damage, because you have clearly enough crit rate going on here. Now, I was thinking that you were going to run a crit rate circlet to keep this guy in check, and it's fine for what it is. It's really great for what it is. I'm a little bit worried though because he's a main DPS, and he's like a one-shot DPS, right? So, I used to do this all the time. I don't really want to keep doing it because it's kind of burnt out. But it's the whole Eminem song, you know, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to crit, right? So you only get one hit. So if we can maybe move that up a little bit, and if you're not going to do that, then that's why I'm saying the timepiece. That's why I'm a little bit more comfortable with you investigate. If you're going to make any changes, that would be the change that I would investigate. Would be on this piece. Because your crit rate is so high that you can run a crit damage circlet, which is a mate or a crit. Yeah, you can run a crit damage circlet, which is amazing. But you would still need to maintain the crit rate on this thing. But 5.4 is the lowest crit damage roll you can get. And with that, there's a lot of opportunity here to get some damage, you know, tacked on to your Hyzo. So I would investigate this piece. Because it's one piece that's coming out of a domain, I would highly recommend a consolidated farm, meaning that if she needs any pieces to be replaced, or if she needs any pieces to be replaced, or both for that matter, let those two be the justification for farming out this piece. That way it's not just a waste of resin, right? You got a slew of different artifacts that you can choose. You got the attack timepiece, but you needed it on emblem. Okay, cool. Well, now you got the attack. I recommend energy recharge, but you got it on emblem. You know what I mean? Oh, I needed, clearly you don't need that, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, oh, I needed a crit rate circlet with crit damage on it. Okay, great. So if you're farming for him for the timepiece, but you happen to get a crit rate circlet with crit damage on it, well, at least you're finishing more than one character. You know what I mean? I don't want you to be spending all this resin for one piece. Because if it was for one piece, we could just mark it Hyzo as done. Does that make sense? Should I swap his and Yoimiya's Sans? No. Well, let's see. What was hers? EM? Hers is attack? No. Because that'll pull you way too far. It'll pull you way too far down in crit rate. It sounds ridiculous, but the last thing you need to be doing is hitting the 50s. I really want you to take what I'm about to say in. There is a difference between performance and conversation when it comes to builds. Conversation is flex. Yeah, you do not want to be in the 40s. 40 to 50 crit rate is conversational DPS. It's you're the cool kid in the conversation, but you're not the guy who developed Facebook. The guy who made Facebook had a 70% crit rate. The guy who built Apple had a 70% crit rate. The big buff guy who gets all the chicks at the club but broke driving a Pinto has a 40% crit rate. But he's got a 230% crit damage multiplier. But the guy staying in the Hollywood Hills who does his taxes and makes more money than him has a 70% crit rate. Yet no one knows who that guy is because it doesn't make good conversation. What makes good conversation is a really high crit damage multiplier. But what actually makes for good performance is a really high crit rate. Obviously, both make a really high, high performance on an account, but I refuse to have you go under 50% under any means necessary. Right? So I would just fish. I would fish for a new timepiece, and the justification would be her circlet, because you need crit damage on that. And then if she's missing something, because she's only got 38%, right? She needs a crit rate circlet with a crit damage thing. She needs crit damage on her circlet. Right? You need to be at, believe it or not, you only need to be at 60-110 on Xiangling. Her sans is cope. What are you talking about? Xiangling's? Yeah, that needs to be energy recharge. You do elemental mastery after you have like 220 energy recharge. Then you can do elemental mastery and not miss a burst. You're still going to have a little bit of trouble getting to her burst, but you shouldn't. If you're playing it correctly, you shouldn't miss your burst with an EM timepiece with 220 ER. You shouldn't. So you would need like 20 energy recharge on that. Yeah. No. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I got you. I got you, Miko. No worries. Yeah, so yeah. I would for the sake of just having Xiangling ready to go and not tripping, to keep the game as a video game, run energy recharge. It's not until you start turning this into a competition is when it becomes elemental mastery or attack. But to leave Genshin Impact as a video game, you would run energy recharge here. I feel like Nice from League of Legends sometimes. He's getting trashed, by the way. Not because he's bad or coach is bad. It's because people want him to fail or something. It's really weird. You think it's just dog? Well, I mean, it's got to be better than this. That 7% crit damage ain't doing nothing for you. Like nothing. Like it's doing nothing right now. Yeah, but it's going to be made up from this right here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This crit damage ain't doing nothing for you. Not right now. In this moment, it's not. It's because it's attached to this piece that's not even leveled. Even if it was leveled, like it. So here's the thing about Xiang. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter what build you have on her if she doesn't have a burst. Like Gooba is cool and good and all that, but I don't care how much damage you do. If you don't have a burst, if she does not have a burst, it's pointless to even use her. Like, why are we even using her if we don't have a burst on her, right? So we need to make sure she's getting to that. And then once we can reliably get to the burst, then we start making her DPS amazing. But we need to get her to her burst. I can show, I believe what I'm saying, by the way. I have options for my Xiangling. Watch this. These are my two options for timepieces. I could run this, or I could run this. Which one would you use?
轻易得到的东西哪有滋味？所以零食我从来不会用
Right?
来买。
I can use this, or I can use this. There's a very... by the way, my crit's only 50. Right? I have a catch, though. But, you know, so plus 12. But there's a reason I use this over this. Not that. Over this. I get 20 crit damage. I would so much rather have the energy recharge than whatever that 20 crit damage is. Because I'm already over the crit damage threshold. Now, if I'm in some kind of crazy competition about DPS, sure. For the sake of conversation, I'll run this piece. Right? So now I can sit with the cool kids and have a good time without being insecure about my DPS and blah, 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 blah. But if I'm just at home playing Genshin Impact, trying to get through the content effectively so I can get back to work, instead of wasting a whole bunch of time trying to get her burst back, I run that. So now I have more free time throughout my day because I'm not competing, trying to do whatever this guy's Zhang Ling does. I know I sound like I'm being maybe rude to DPS Xiangling builds, but I like the real world, and I would like for you guys to have the option to get back to that without struggling in the game, because it's a video game. So that's why I'm recommending energy recharge right here. You can deal with out DPS and 10-10 later. You know what I mean? But for now, let's make sure that she has a burst. Once we know she has a burst, then we can start doing that. You know what I mean? That's at least that's my personal recommendation. I do fish? Yeah, I fished it. You can't get a catch without fishing. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. You know what I mean? If I keep taking half steps, I'll never be at the finish line. So what am I missing? Oh, I need a catch? Okay, let me go get the catch. So I went and got the catch. You know what I mean? Makes sense, still working on her. No, you good, you good, you good. I'm just trying to find justification for this guy, for your Heizo. So you have two really good reasons. You have an energy recharge and a crit rate circlet, right? And then you also have a crit rate circlet right here. So you have you actually have 4 artifacts that you're looking for out of that one domain. Yeah, it took me a little while, but yeah, I just did it once a day. I just hop in, do my route, and then, you know, maybe about a month or so, I had to catch. You know what I mean? I hope I didn't just lose connection. Did I lose connection? The stream is still here, right? Okay, we should be straight. Whew, scared me. Yeah, really at the end of the day though, Incognito, I just wanted to make sure there were reasons for you to go in there and use your resin. I don't want you to go in there and use your resin for one piece. Yeah, I just didn't want you to waste your resin. Because that is a thing. Like it is, like you do have to consider that, especially when you're farming for like one piece. You know what I mean? And sometimes it may even come down to like a passive artifact farm, where you're farming for other characters as a whole and just running a strong box. Now you can't. I mean, obviously you can't strong box Shimanawa, but just food for thought. You know, sometimes like that's what I'm having to do with my Ayaka, because I don't have any other characters that really needs anything like that. Like it's not an emergency. The Blizzard domain is not an emergency for me right now. I have another question. What's your question? Ask all the questions, by the way. My time is your time right now. It's your turn. If you have ask the questions. What's your question about Heizo? Don't smoke. Do not smoke. Don't smoke cigarettes. Don't smoke weed if you can. If you do either one, I'm not going to judge you. I will judge you if you start smoking drugs, though. You will definitely get judged on this channel. Not judged. Okay, I'm not going to start that conversation. That was a joke that was about to get way too serious. So let me just go on ahead and shut that up right now, okay? All right, so let me see. So I have a 13 crit rate and CD feather. I can give him as an off piece, but he'd be taking Fischl's flower to keep the sets. Is that worth it? So you said you can give him A 13 crit rate feather as an off piece, but he'd have to take Fischl. Where's Fischl? He'd have to take her flower. Whoa, no. Oh. Nah. 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 Just stay where you're at. Nah, just stay where you're at. Just fish for the timepiece. To be fair, you can include her in this grind too. Yeah, because that's got 3 crit rate. Yeah, you need more crit rate. The most balanced pieces that I know of in Genshin Impact. Yeah, no worries. The most balanced pieces that I know of in Genshin. I'll just pick a character. In Genshin Impact is the. Hold on. It's the infamous 1014. This is 10 crit rate, 14 crit damage. I think I have a flower with 1. Yeah, something like that. Like that's like the most balanced artifact. If you got that roll on every single artifact, of course, except a circlet. But if you got, let's say you got a circlet, it's got 14 crit damage, right? Or you got a crit damage circlet and it's got 10 crit rate. You know what I mean? If you got those rolls on every single artifact, your character is done. Just throwing it out there. But yeah, do you have any other questions? And for anybody wondering, no, my Edo is not done. And that's because I got tired of farming, because I ended up pulling an engulfing lightning, and now I'm just everywhere. Nicotine is a drug. Nicotine is not a psychedelic. People with blown spark plugs in their brain call it a psychedelic, because for some reason it has psychedelic effects on them. But, you know, no, it's not a psychedelic. I guess you can call it a drug. It is a chemical going in the body. Fair enough. Yeah, don't do drugs. It's crack. That doesn't make you act like a crackhead until you need a cigarette. Now you act like a crackhead. I think that's it. Okay, no worries. Yeah, sorry it took a little bit to get to you. I apologize for the wait. But yeah, anytime you have, if you simply just have questions, like if it's just a question, you don't have to wait in line for those either. You can just come in and ask. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a problem. So did Newt come back? I just want to check on Newt. If Newt's not back, I'll jump to Shinha. Newt, are you here by chance? Yes, and don't smoke. Thank you, Eggs. I appreciate that. Oh, Shinha is here. Okay. I'm assuming. Okay. Newt's. I'm going to give Newt's a couple more moments. If not, then we're just going to jump to Shinha. Yes, you are back just in time. What's going on? By the way, does anybody need resin? Whoever needs resin, let me know. Oops is here, so you don't have to wait. Keep in mind, the stream ends at 10, so we got 3.5 hours. But yeah, what's going on, Newts? What are we doing? I need your UID. I was trying to see, because yours was a review, right? I'll stay with this team. 6:30. That's what it was. You need to do the chicken. I need your UID. So how about this? I'll do the Tainari review. Oops, if it's okay. Oops, can you help him with the chicken? That way we can kind of burn through it kind of quick. Because I don't want people, because people have been waiting a while. I want to try and get through this as fast as possible. Okay. Thank you, good sir. When Oops jumps in, trust me, Oops is stronger. Swag, swag. Yes. One of these days, I'm going to have to... Oops is gonna have to unhide his character's builds. I don't blame him though. I do not blame Oops. Should I farm Scaramouche? Should you farm Scaramouche? Do you have Scaramouche? You have Scaramouche, right? Oh, you're not on right now. Keep pressing enter by accident. You have if you have Scaramouche, I mean I recommend it. I think Scaramouche is very strong. Oh. If you have Scaramouche, I would farm his level weapon and talents first. If you have a carry on your account, like if you got a level 90 or something. Let me see. Did they have any level 90s? Oh, did you just hit AR45? Mm-mm. Whew, okay. I was finna say, cuz. Alright. Okay. Yes. It's hard, but you can. So let's see. So we got Tainari here. What's your ratio? 4189. So you are low-key fresh into AR45. You're not ready for the Ascension yet? Well, nah. I mean, it looks like, if I'm be honest with you, it looks like you overextended your resin. Somehow. You know what I mean? Like, you only need 2 to 4 characters to focus on. You want to get that core team going. Once that core team is good, then you start jumping to other characters. But it looks like you overextended a little bit. Like, for example, let me just look. So 40, 50, 50, 40, 70, 70, 70, 70. Okay, at least their weapons are good. All right, fair enough. All right, so let's look at Tainari real quick. So we got 4189. Let's see what's going on here. 444, okay. We got a two-piece. I do agree, actually. You are going to want to level 90 that weapon. You're missing 9 crit rate by it not being level 90. This one I would personally not invest in. This one should not be HP. If anything, it should be attack. Worst case scenario. Okay, no worries. Yeah, so this needs to be attack. And you can flex this out right now because you have, well, it depends on the circlet now. Think about it. HP, yeah, that is wrong. All right, so here's what you want to do, like, immediately. Switch this to attack. First off, break the set. Like, don't worry about that 80 elemental mastery. Put attack or dendro right here and change this to crit rate. We are not going to care at all about these stats. At all. Like, at all. And if you're going to run a 2-piece dendro, you might as well run a 2-piece attack. Just to get them off the ground. Right? Until you can go back in that domain and get the 5-star variants. Right? Now, this doesn't have substats, so the first one you get, slap it on. This one, the substats are okay, but the crit damage ain't doing nothing for you because you're not multiplying on attack at all, let alone EM. Like, you're not multiplying on anything. So, yeah, we need to, yeah, so I wouldn't worry about substats on this either. If anything, energy recharge right now, just to get you going, right? Once you're going, like, this is, you kind of got to keep this now. Once you're going, then we start getting into rerolls, but we got to get you going first. Because this is your main team, right? So because it's your main team, we got to get your main team strong. You change the goblet? Perfect. Yeah, once your main team is strong, then we can start fishing. We can start throwing artifacts away. You know, we can start skipping artifacts in strongbox. We can start, like, okay, just don't invest in this. We can start doing that. But we can't do that quite yet. But this 100% should be crit rate. At this point. Even though you're under, yeah, you're going to lose crit. Yeah, even still, you want crit rate. The crit damage will come. In a sec, I'm gonna refresh and see. Did you change the circlet too? Ignore that 80. And yes, your DPS is gonna go down, but you're gonna kill stuff faster. We need you clearing content right now. We don't need to worry about wearing Jordans. We don't need to worry about the BMW. We just need you to get to work. You know what I mean? And then we're gonna use your job. In fact, I'm using metaphors. We're gonna use your job to buy a new car. If that makes sense. You're looking at them? Okay, no worries. Let me see what this goblet is. I just want to see what the subsets are. Yeah, that is going to be infinitely stronger. I kid you not. This is actually going to be way stronger than that other one that you had on. I would rank this to 16. Like ASAP. And yes, you are going to break that two-piece wonders. Because this is only giving you 13 crit damage. 13 crit damage is like 13 dendro damage. So if you have a circlet with like a good amount of EM or a good amount of attack in EM, attack percent in EM on a crit rate circlet, or a crit rate circlet with crit damage, at this point 4-star or 5-star, you know, then you should be alright. We just need to get your crit rate up. Yeah, it takes a sec to update. Yeah, and then don't worry about once you change those, the little spare artifacts that you get, make sure you rank that to 16. I would rank this to 16 just so you don't die, and I would rank this to 16. I would just rank those to 16, and then don't worry about the 2-piece set quite yet. We need your main stats on point. Right after that's addressed, all the resin should be going to his level and the weapon and the talents. And then once that's done, right, what level is she? What is she? HP, healing bonus? Attack, hydro, uh-oh. What about him? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get you fixed up. We'll get you fixed up. Yeah, main stats typically beat set bonuses. Like the set bonuses are the same as the artifact. So you want 15 dendro or 20 dendro? Let alone 46 dendro. Do you want 18 attack or do you want 46 attack? You know what I mean? Do you want 80 EM or you know what I mean? I'm just waiting on it to update. Yeah. Well, what's the main stat on it? It's crit rate, right? Oh no, you should do crit rate. Yeah, you should do crit rate because you need to actually hit the crits. The crit damage doesn't matter if you're not hitting crits. No, you'll get them over time. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, you'll get them over time. Yeah, this should be crit rate. So if you have crit rate, like I almost want to say move this over to him, and like level this and give this to him. Unless you have like a random one floating around. Okay, not that. Healing bonus, defense, HP. Yeah. You got a crit rate one? Is it 4-star or 5-star? It has to be at least 4 stars. I want to emphasize this though. The numbers are going to go down. The actual number you're producing. That's fine. The number that pop when you hit, that's going to go down. but the enemies should die faster. It is Barber's, yeah. So yeah, level Barber's, put that on him. And then you focus on his level and the weapon and the talents for your Tainari. And then we're just playing a waiting. At that point, we're just playing a waiting game because we're just waiting on Tainari's. We're just waiting on Tainari to hit 80/90, the weapon to hit 90, and we're waiting on the talents to cap out. You know, like 8, 8, 8, or whatever you. I would say 8, 4, 8. Right? Though you ain't even got to worry about the skill, as far as Resin's concerned. After that, then you go farm artifacts. And you give them a competence set. And then Barbara, you can just give her like a 8. What is this? HP? You can give her that HP piece. That 5-star HP circlet. You can give her that 5, or you can give her this one. What is it? Healing bonus. You can give her that. Rank that. This will probably work a little bit better. Because the thing is, you're only gonna get 20. You get 20 bonus healing bonus or whatever from the 4-piece set. But you're going to get like 46 HP, which kind of makes her a tank. Or you can rank this and get more than 20% HP bonus. I think it's like 31 or something like that. 34, or it's something like that. So do you want 20 or 34 healing bonus, right? So you can give her her circlet. So take that circlet, put that on Barbara. Barbara's circlet now is on him, and you just rank up those 2 pieces. We'll rank up all his pieces. Make sure all his pieces are ranked. All these right here. Just make sure all those are ranked. And then that's it. And that's going to be your plan for like the next week or so. Right? Level, weapon, talents, rank the artifacts. That's just rank the artifacts. No new artifacts. Don't farm artifacts. Just, you know what I mean? Yeah, you can ask. What's your question? Yeah. So in about a week, maybe 2 weeks-ish, somewhere around there, Tainari should be done. And then at that point, that's when, you know, we get into the artifact farm. Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah. No. But what I mean by ranking the artifacts, you're going to run into like the, you know, little shiny things and you just hit square. Like when you're exploring or whatever, you know, you open a chest, bunch of artifacts fall out. Like you're going to use the little spare ones of those and use those to rank your artifacts. You know, when the enemies drop them and blah, blah, blah. By the way, the most important, artifacts, at least in my opinion, has been attack time pieces and crit circlets, whether crit damage or crit rate. These are like these are if at AR45, these are the most important pieces. So if you have crit damage circlets and crit rate circlets, keep them. Just keep them. You'll never know. You would be surprised who magically will just need a crit rate or a crit damage circlet. And then if you get elemental pieces, like keep those, because those are super rare. You know what I mean? And then attack time pieces, because the attack stat, as of late at least, has been like really rare. Like for whatever reason, it's defense and HP has been the thing. And that's as far as those 3. And at least based on what I was seeing on your account, I don't know if energy recharge is a huge deal outside of like emblem or something. If I was looking. Yeah, only 3 people from what it looks like use energy recharge. 4 if you want to say Beto. Is Bennett, Kea, Jean, and Beto all use energy recharge? Jean and Beto are arguable, but Kea and Bennett, well, his ascension stat is energy recharge. Kea's, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I have Ayaka 25 crit rate running a blizzard. Should I go for? I'm assuming a J cutter for more crit rate or Kageuchi R5 for attack. If you're running permafreeze, well, either way you go, you need to get 30 crit rate. Right, 30 is what you want. I'm assuming if you're running permafreeze, Kageuchi. If you're trying to kill bosses, Jade Cutter. I hope that answers your question. So this with like no crit rate at all is basically what you're saying, right? So if I did like not that, but like this or something, and it's like, yeah, you can do that, but let's say you got the Kageuchi, right? You're gonna be like really low on crit rate, but you're kind of low anyway. You know what I mean? So we still, you know, just get to 30. 30 is permafreeze Ayaka, and 50 is the boss. She can kill bosses at 50. You're gonna struggle against bosses. You're gonna struggle against bosses at a 30% crit rate. Let alone, what is that, 45? Yeah, you're gonna struggle against bosses with a 45% crit rate.
很多人的一生写于纸上也不过几行，
Burger, what in the world are you
大多
doing?
都是些无聊的故事啊。
Oh God, he's hacking my queue. This dude, y'all kids be so bored. Okay, so what's up? I want a runner with Shinha, Kazuha, and Kokomi. Yeah, but it depends on if you're but it depends on if you're running permafreeze or not. If you're running permafreeze, a 30% crit rate is enough, but you can't freeze bosses. So you have to compensate for that additional 20 crit rate you're going to lose, which is why 50 crit rate is the goal. You just want to be as close to 50% crit rate as possible for bosses. So that way you have a 70% or at least as close to a 70% crit rate against bosses. Because with a 50% crit rate, you're going to struggle. The best example of this that I can give you, I can do it right now just to show you, but if you go fight this water boss, right, there are so many instances, at least in co-op, where I can't one cycle this thing with one Ayaka burst because against that guy, I have a 50% crit rate. Now, I could turn around and give my Ayaka this weapon, which is much weaker than a Mist Splitter, and magically I can one cycle the boss.
刀剑爆
Because now, at a 70% crit rate, everything is critting. And that's going from a Mist Splitter to a Battle Pass weapon. That's how important crit rate is. You did a what? Oh, Lord. But yeah, are we good? Newts? So I'm assuming you did the boss, so everything should be straight,
是一种美好。
right? Did you have any other questions, though? Yeah, not a problem.
可尘世乃
How do you
是
say your
无情的
name?
变
What's that name in English? It looks like, I don't know, I keep wanting to say like Anton or something. I can't, I mean, I can't read. What is that, Slovenian or something? I have no idea. It's Greek? Yeah, what's that name in what's that name in English? I mean, what should I call you? Dennis? Okay. That's what's up, Dennis. Just ascended Titanari and he got a bigger sensor damage bonus. It's now like Dendro.
很多人的一生写于纸上也不过几行，
No, that's not going to change your artifacts.
大多都是些无聊的故事啊。
What's going to happen when you ascend your Tainari, his crit rate is going to go up. No, you're good. His crit rate is going to go up, right? But we still want to use the crit rate circlet. What we're trying to do is we're trying to keep you over 70, if not like 60, 65, somewhere around there. We're trying to get you in that pocket on your crit rate. Right? Once you are there, then, because every time you crit, this multiplier applies. Okay, but let's not do that. So I have that weapon, right? Every time. Okay, that's way too high. Anyway, every time you crit, this number applies. So every time you don't crit, we miss that damage. And shortly enough, you're going to be over 100%. Once you go over 100%, now you're doing way less damage on crit. About 110, 115, something like that on the rating. It's like 110, somewhere around there. Yeah. His set is all kind of wacky right now. But you get what I'm saying. So by the time it's all said and done, our goal with your Tainari, right? You had what was that? What was that weapon again? You had the Skyward. You had the Skyward, right? Our goal with your Tainari is gonna look something like, because he's a crit rate ascension, but I need a crit rate ascension with a crit rate. Well, I'll just do Yamiko. Our goal with your Tainari is gonna be. It's not gonna be this high, but it's gonna be like that in a way. Not 101, but it's gonna be like maybe not 120, maybe not 190, but like 180, and like a 70-80% crit rate. It'll be something like that. That's our goal with your Tainari, and that's because she ascends with crit rate the same way Tainari does, right? And then you're running a crit rate weapon with around this, it's like 5% less crit rate or something like that. But your base attack is going to be out the roof, right? So your attack should be really high. It may not be super high but we're just going for, okay, we need to get homie started right now. Right? By the time you get done with your Tainari, his build should be EM Dendro crit rate. Or crit damage, really. It should be EM Dendro crit damage. But we gotta get him going first. Once we get him going, then we start doing rerolls and fishing for stats and all that jazz. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. You got 77? That's good. That's amazing. That's what I'm talking about. Dang, that's like, what was that, test number 3? You still got one more, right? But yeah, the Shogun, to answer that question about the Shogun, yeah, hers is typically pretty high. It's typically pretty high. Like, it's not super high, but it's usually kind of high. Right, I have to equip her. Yeah, you still got one more. Yeah, you doing 4 tests? Yeah, knocking them out. So for context, mine is 270, right? And I run an electro piece though, so mine might be a little higher. Yeah, so yeah. So if I run an attack goblin, it's gonna be obviously much lower. So if I do like this or something, then it'll obviously be much lower. 68. But typically you want it to be like kind of up there. Maybe about 100 or so. Your highest was 86? No, that's amazing. And if you got 66, look, I ain't mad at you. At this point, we just need to get you passing the grade. We could worry about it's just like building a character. Like, we just need to get you in the green, right? Once we got you in the green, then we start moving that needle up, right? So if there's any struggles with school, after that, we can take that 66 and we can move that up. You know what I mean? We don't need, but if you're at like 50, that's where it's like, can't move. It's hard to move up from 50. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we just need you beating the spiral abyss, basically. You know what I mean? So you got through the floor, you 3 started, you know what I mean, or 9 started. A 66 is a 9 star to me. You know what I mean? If you pass, you 9 started. If you didn't pass, you didn't 9 start. You know what I mean? It's either you beat it or you don't. You know what I mean? Or at least that's how I look at grades. It's either you pass or you don't. Anything that you were missing something on, we can always work on that. You know what I mean? So if you got a 66, a 77, and then an 86, oh, you straight. We just gotta do good on that last one, and you straight. Sorry, I got sucked in, but I'm good now. Thank you. No worries. Okay, that's actually what I was waiting for. So the next one would be Shinha. So Shinha, you still here? What's going on, Shinha? I'm gonna pull the name real quick. 76 on, and it was on algebra. Yeah, I know you don't even like math like that too. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Works every time.
此般花鸟
Pink elephants must dance and
不
sing.
过衬托我是
PEMDAS,
故意
PEMDAS works every time. What I found when it comes to most math classes is really just, can you remember the equation? Solving the equation ain't the problem. Can you remember the equation is the issue. And then they teach you like little tips and tricks like cross denomination or whatever that thing is called, cross multiplication or whatever. Yeah, not too many people like algebra. A lot of people like geometry because you can see it with your mind at least a little bit. Algebra you can't really like see. Algebra is more like solve for x, solve for x, solve for y, solve for z, blah blah blah. Believe it or not, though, you're gonna use a ton of algebra when you get older. Algebra you're gonna use way more than. It depends on your field, but you're gonna use algebra a lot. Firewolf? No, 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 no. People like math. People don't like algebra. A lot of people don't like algebra. You don't like calculus? I love all of that. I like all forms of math. I'm right there with you, Firewolf. I actually like all forms of math. Hold on. Where's
即使
Shinha?
景色百千年依旧，
Is it interesting?
人之在世，却如白露
Yeah, I mean, I like all forms of math.
虚无。
Calculus, trig, I don't care what it is. I like physics. I just like math. Just if it's math. I like math because it is what it is. There's no conversations need to be had over it. Like, if you know how to solve it, there's only one answer. That's why I like math. I don't like when there's more than one answer to a question. But then that's just my personality. I try not to be black and white, but I like black and white because then you can move on. You know what I mean? You solve it and then on to the next one. You don't have to sit there and have a 2-week discussion about opinions and whatnot. It's just 1 + 1 is 2. Well, maybe if the 2 was curved to the left a little bit. No, that's not how that works. Nope, it's 1 + 1 is 2 and that's it. Shinha, where you at? One of the reasons I like theory crafting is the math. Yeah, I know. I like I like math because it's easy to predict. You know what I mean? You're starting to go into algebra? Yeah, it's not that bad. Algebra is not. It's just not for everybody. You know what I mean? Algebra typically is more for those who are black and white. You know what I mean? Typically, if you're bad at algebra, you're good at like some other, like you're good at an abstract subject, you know, like English or something. You know what I mean? You just love to read. Yeah, reading, which is funny because I don't read. I research a lot. Where is Shinha? Shinha, you here? If not, then Shin. Shin, you here?
景色百千年依旧，
We probably could have did 3 Shogun fights by now.
白露与泡影，虚无。
Yeah, there's no ER versus attack timepiece argument. That's why I love math. No, that's math. It basically solves that. Yeah, it's Shinha, Shin, Sleepy Pirates, you, and then somebody else. Shin is here? Okay, Shin. What's going on, Shin? Let me pull up the list. Oh, and then Scoop, yeah. I think you and Scoop were for the Shogun beatdown. Why did I type who? I needed to type list. Because I don't want to take,
突然无事，
what's the name out?
对宴枯坐。
We do need 2 Qs. Hey, so if you're just adding commands, can we add like a resin command or something? Like maybe we could just add 2 commands, one for resin, one for review. Nah, because they all go in the same queue. Never mind. They would all go in the same queue. We just need a second bot. Yeah, we just need 2 different bots. All right, so can you look at my Huta build? What's your UID?
此般花鸟鱼情，也不过衬托我
Unless
是
it's in
不依
here.
不变的背景罢了。
Let me see. Let's see if I can pull it. It is not. Okay. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. Yeah, there needs to be. Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of people have been saying it. Yeah, you mentioned it a long time ago. You mentioned it. Hifumi mentioned it. Burger saying it now. Like, yeah, we do need. Who is this? Oh, we're not doing a beatdown Kawhi yet. Who is this? 632. Okay, so I have pulled your account before. All right, so we are looking at. You said who? You said Yoimiya? Oh, you said Hu Tao. I'm assuming it's on him. Or not. Or so. Wait, who's it on? This has to be it. So it's not even done yet. So who's it on? Okay, we're missing 2 pieces. Do you have those 2 pieces? That part. Okay, so I'm gonna safely assume that the question is, what are you looking for on the circlet and the goblet? Because that piece is fine. That piece you might need crit rate. That piece is fine. These have to be on set. Like they have to be on set. Like both of these would have to be crimson because you're already in the crimson bucket. So just to clarify, you can do a two piece, but you're missing about 15-ish, 12-ish, 12 and a half pyro, something like that. If you do a two piece. Also, you're gonna miss about, I don't know how much damage if it was a two piece versus a 4-piece Shimanawas. So you're gonna miss a lot of damage doing a two piece. Like let's say these were Shimanawa, you're gonna do a ton of them. Yeah, it's gonna have to be an unlisted stream. Sometimes the bot can't. It doesn't communicate with the unlisted stream though, which is weird. No, I know it's gonna be pyro and crit rate. It has to be on set, is what I'm saying though. So you're gonna be in crimson for quite some time. I'm not opposed to the weapon, by the way. But what you're missing is, so if you're doing crit rate, that's gonna make your crit rate really high. It's mainly because of weapon, but that's great actually, especially on a Hu Tao. But we really got to bolster this number right here. Now you're already in good hands with Allstate, being that this has 15 crit damage, this has 19 crit damage, and this one at least has 12 crit damage. Being that you have this weapon, and you're going to be running a crit rate circlet, I'm going to put a very strong emphasis on getting whatever goblet you get, and this is the part I don't like, is if you are going to be running a pyro goblet, you need a pyro goblet on set, but you need one with crit damage. If this is the weapon you're running, you actually need one with crit damage. Here's the deal about this weapon. Do you know about this weapon in Hu Tao? Just so you understand. Just so you know. It's not that it's bad. I just want to make sure you understand how it's working with Hu Tao. Because this is effectively a stat stick in her hands. The base attack is nice. I just want to make sure you kind of understand. Okay, are you for sure going for the Homa? Because that's going to change. That's going to change the approach. Because if you're going for the Homa, now we have to deduct 22 crit rate from the whole situation. And now you actually need to re-roll this piece for crit rate. Because we don't know what's going to be on the Goblin and the Circlet outside the main stat. Like, the only way you can keep this piece is if you roll like 14 crit rate on your Goblet. Okay, so if you're getting a Homa, the only way you can keep that feather is if you roll 14 crit rate on the Goblet. You don't need crit damage on the Goblet, but you need 14 crit rate on the Goblet. Because you have to compensate for not having crit rate here. And 14 will give you a 7 and a 7 across the two pieces. And you can function with a 7-7. Right? You got, what, 10? You got 10 here, then it'd be 7, and then it'd be another 9, and then another 7. If you roll 14 crit rate on your Goblet. That's why I'm like, I don't know, I'm having trouble with this piece right here. Because your Goblet, typically in these types of scenarios, you want the Goblet to be an off piece. Right? So I would almost want to say start fishing for an EM timepiece on Crimson. Even if it's got lower crit rate. Right? You want to keep the crit damage, but even if it has like, let's say it has 6 crit rate, then take it if it's on set. Because Goblets are so rare, the last thing you're going to want to do is have a really good Goblet and not be able to use it. Because you can replace a timepiece way before you can replace a Goblet. Typically. I'm just saying typically. Like on average. Right? There's like a 1 in 100 and something odd chance to get the timepiece. There's like a 1 in like something thousand chance to get the Goblet. Right? You'll burn through like 10 of these before you get the Goblet. Once again, typically, right? The Circlet is like, you'll get the Circlet. I'm not worried about the Circlet. The Circlet, you should get the Circlet. Right? Just last thing, you are going to be looking at, and this is just for your artifacts. If you're running a Homa, you are going to be looking at about 65 crit rate on your, like in this chart. So you got the character sheet, and then if you come down to artifacts and do the same thing, you got the artifact sheet. On the artifact sheet, your crit rate should be about 65-ish, 60 to 65. And then your crit damage is going to be whatever crit damage is. And then for EM, your EM, if you're going for that, this is secondary to your ratio, by the way. So if you are going for EM, right, your EM should be between 150 and 300-ish, somewhere around there. Right? And the way you balance that is if you have, like, because I've seen an HP, right? So you got 15 here, right? If this had 15 on it, so 15 and 15, you would run an EM timepiece. Or if your EM timepiece has 15 on it, right? So if you're getting like 30-ish from your, HP stats, then you'll run an EM timepiece. If, on the other hand, if you're getting a whole bunch of EM, like you got 120 EM, then you'll run an HP timepiece. And that's how you balance that. Right? So keep the HP and the EM timepiece and base which one you're going to use based on the substats of these two plus these two. But from what it's looking like, because of this guy, it's looking like you might actually end up running the EM timepiece. By the way, the base attack on this weapon, this is where this is important. The base attack on this weapon is not going to multiply really that hard on Hu Tao. It matters, but it's not a huge distribution of damage on her. So when you use this, the base attack, yes, your attack percentages are multiplying harder, okay, but the attack in her case, having a high, she would need like 800, 700 base attack for this to equal a HP scale, basically. Like, this weapon is so much weaker than the Homa. And that's why the Homa has so much crit damage and HP on top of it. That's why that weapon is so good. And the reason why the Dragon's Bane is so good, even with the lower base attack, is because it's giving her bonus damage on Pyro. Right? So really what's happening here is this is just here mainly just for the crit rate and the fact that it's a 5-star weapon. But that base attack, she's not going to use it in the same way that, let's say, the Shogun would use it. Like, she can use it and benefit because attack, like, she uses all of the attack stat. Whereas Hu Tao, she doesn't use the entirety of the attack stat. She does, but not the way you think. So it's not bad. Her normals will hit hard, and you know everything. She will hit hard. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that going into it. So great weapon. It's probably like the third best, fourth best weapon, something like that. Like it is a really good option on her. But you know, if you have a Dragon's Bane, I hate to say it, I would recommend a Dragon's Bane. Obviously, you're getting a Homa, so just use a Homa. Any questions, good sir? Matter of fact, I'll leave you with this. No, I know Dragon's Bane. That's why I said third or fourth. Yeah, it's Homa, Dragon's Bane, and then all that other, like any other polearm, basically. So, speaking of which, he is the Hu Tao I'm about to show you. So, your Hu Tao should have, so he's got 73. You only need like 65 or something like that. Like 60 to 65. Right? The reason why is because we want to make sure, because she comes with 5 crit rate. So if you get 60 on this, you'll have a 65% crit rate. If you get 65 on it, you have a 70% crit rate. But either way, we want you to have a really high. We want you to have enough crit rate to where every charge attack that you throw out crits. We don't want you to miss a crit on a charge attack. That's why. That's the first thing. Second of all, because you're going to have a Homa, you're going to be over 100% crit. Meaning that when you don't crit, you're actually hurting yourself. Like a lot. Like a lot, right? So we do, I know you said you're running crit rate, but yes, just food for thought. So when you're fishing for substats, that's why I'm saying that feather might not be helping. Like the 19 is great, but it might not be helping that much. Also, if you look, he's got 103 EM. Coming from this explains why he's running HP. Right? Just throwing it out there. Right? So it's like 100, 120, somewhere in there. Like if you get about 100 to 120 EM, run an HP timepiece. Right? Whereas if you're getting like a whole bunch of HP percent rolls, which obviously you can see is not the case, at that point, you would run a EM timepiece. Make sense? So it is fourth. Yeah. Okay. I knew it was somewhere down there, though. But it's not low. It's not like a bottom tier weapon. It's a super strong weapon. It's just not, you know, it's not a Homa or a Dragon's Bane. You know, I didn't know about the Scarlet, by the way. I didn't know the Scarlet was a thing. Makes sense, though. Refinement, what I think it might even be a refinement 1. And it's because of the EM stat. That would be my guess. That would be my only guess. Would be the balance of the build. And the bonus damage on top of that. That's the only thing I could think of. But clearly R5 is going to be the one that you want to go for. R5 Dragon's Bane. If it's R1, then the Jade Spear wins. R3 wins. Gotcha. Yeah, I know that Dragon's Bane is something else though. That thing is. Whew, that thing is a monster on Hu Tao. That thing is a monster on Pyro. Bane weapons are a problem on any character. It's like Diluc with a range slasher. It's like him with this Okay, not Diluc, but it's like Beto with this weapon. And we still don't have a Hydro Claymore for whatever reason. But did you know that if you run this with Diluc and you vaporize, that it's pretty impressive actually. All right, so anyway, do you have any questions, Shin? Is there anybody else I needed to look at? Because I can keep looking, because you get 3 characters. Yeah, he can. Yeah, you can vaporize off of it. That was something that remember that guy I brought him up a long time ago. His name is All Blade 4. He's like the theory crafter of Warframe. And yeah, he came in and he was like, I don't know why people don't use the range slasher on D-Loop. And he kind of broke it down. He was like, yeah, just they're effective with hydro and you get not just the vaporize, but you get the bonus damage on top of it. So it's like the range slasher R5 level. The range slasher actually beat out the Wolf's Gravestone on vaporize. I was super like surprised. I mean, I'm not finna use it, but you know, if you're on some mega try hard type of stuff, then go for it. Yes, you heard Warframe. Yeah. What's going on, Shadow? How you doing, brother? He said, look at Ito. What's the alt? I need the UID to the alt. The Pain Slasher? It's not bad. It's just I don't know why people don't use it. I don't know why people don't use those. I don't use those weapons because I don't do a million reactions. Like I don't. Well, first off, I don't even use Claymore users like that. Like how many Claymore users do I use? As I'm waiting for Shin to give me that. Oh, there it goes. Okay. By the way, maybe, him sometimes, her, and him are the only Claymore users I use. I don't use any other people. And Eula's cool. Eula's probably the most fun Claymore, but even if I pulled her, I don't think I'd use her. I like Eula. I don't like Claymores. 635. What? Was that 264? 27. Okay. Fantastic. All right, and I'm looking at Ito. AR40. All right, please, please, please. Don't have artifacts. Good. No. No. Good. No. Good. No. Why? Hold on. Okay. That was really good. Yeah, I like the talents. Keep his normals ahead of his burst, by the way. Let's see. What y'all talking about? Do we even have enough good 5 stars for Ito not to be considered the best? Yeah. Are you talking about for DPS? Oh, for it to not be considered the best? Are you talking about the Wolf's Gravestone? Because this weapon beats a lot of them. It's just that oh, it's just that the Claymore weapons are hyper focused on who they're used on. Yeah, the Serpent Spine is universal. This weapon is hyper focused on Ito. The Song of Broken Pines is hyper focused on Eula. Like it's just they're hyper focused. That's the issue with the Claymores. They have a Jade Cutter Claymore. It's just it's not out yet. Let's see. So 44. You know, I know what's happening here, and oh, that is not what's happening. So something is happening. Well, okay. Well, one huge thing is happening. One, you're farming artifacts before AR45. That's gonna kill you in the long run. In the long run, it's gonna kill your account. So let's not do that anymore. What we're gonna do though is instead we're gonna focus on, because what are you, AR40? He's level 70, weapons level 70, right? Okay. And then I would get his talents up to level 6 on all of them. Really just do his normals to level 6. And I would actually start focusing on somebody else as far as getting them to 70. Right? So I don't know if you need a healer. What constellation is Goro? Alrighty then. What about Noel? Alrighty then. You do have Chi-Chi. You can run Chi-Chi. Yeah, I would start either ranking up Chi-Chi or ranking up. I would put Albedo. Me personally, I use Albedo with Ito. But yeah, so I would rank up. It's because he's the best Geo battery outside of like C1 Zhongli. And C1 Zhongli is situationally better. But Albedo is the best Geo battery. Okay, no worries. If you don't believe me, go to the wiki, type in energy, and then there's a chart. Y'all could see it for yourself. Anyway, so we got Ito here. I would say start working on leveling him to 70 and get that weapon to 70. What is going on here? I forgot about this weapon. That is amazing. Yeah, level this to 70 ASAP. Jesus, I forgot about that weapon. I keep thinking about Harbinger. I'd still say Harbinger of Dawn, but this is a good weapon. And it's only 3 stars. Well, Harbinger of Dawn is 3 stars, but you get my point. And it's R3. See if you can get R5. I know it's only for healing, but it's still good. Yeah, please, 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 just please don't farm artifacts. Yeah, the Harbinger is strong because you can run a crit damage circlet. Speaking of which, yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to know how strong this is. It can't be that far off, though. Unless it is. Do you have a Harbinger of Dawn? The reason why I'm asking is because we're gonna be supplementing your damage until you hit AR45. Right? So but you have nowhere else to go with Ito outside talents, but you really don't need to be farming artifacts. You need to be working on your character's leveling weapons. And you need to be working on those. Because it's taking you like 5 times the resin to do this. Which is a waste of resin. You're wasting 4 runs. Effectively. Like effectively you're kind of wasting 4 runs for artifacts. And that's really kind of what I'm trying to keep from happening. I'll show you something. What if I took Ito? Now mine is level 90, but I'm going to give him a range slasher because he already has it. And then I'm going to give him a gladiator set because why not, right? He can keep that defense piece or whatever. Or maybe not. I'll give him attack. Who cares? Nope, we're going to keep with Geo. I will stay with attack. Why not? And then I'm going to give him a gladiator timepiece, energy recharge, because I can. I'm going to give him that. And then I'm going to give him that, I guess. And then we'll give him, what, crit rate or something? We'll give him that, right? So now he's got a gladiator set. Makes absolutely no sense, right? But that's where Ito's at. Now what if, on a gladiator set that you can get from bosses, what if I told you that this gladiator set is going to beat whatever 4-star set you put out with a red horn? How would you feel? First off, would you even believe me? Where's Albedo?
一起探索吧。随时可以出发。
就当是散心了。
Right, so when you get your Ito, you have a red horn, by the way. So I'm using a range slasher just to make sure that I'm not like too strong because I got good substats. So I'm trying to be as 4-starry as possible. You probably won't believe me. Okay. Do you hit that hard? Mind you, this is like with a, I think it's like a 50% physical damage reduction.
斗战银牛，
造阳皇，
此乃天道。
And I got an energy recharge timepiece. Keep that in mind too. Are you hitting 6,000 to 8,000 to 10,000? Is that, are you doing that right now? 6,000, 8,000, 10,000. What's his charge attack? Are you doing that? 13,000. Is that what you're doing? Are you doing? I don't know how much you hit for, but are you hit? Do you hit for that much? Keep in mind, you have a red horn, and I don't have any defense pieces on right now. I have attack and an energy recharge. How much are you hitting for? This is what a gladiator set. That's the point I'm getting at. I'm doing this with gladiator. And I have no defense. Like all that's, yeah, give or take. Okay. So if you're now here's the thing. You, like I said, you have a red horn. Right? So my question is, how is gladiator and a rain slasher doing what your set is doing? Could you imagine what I would hit for if I put my Huss set on and gave him the closest thing I have to a red horn? Do you know how strong that is? Believe it or not, it's not that far off. That's kind of the point I'm getting at. The main stats is what's going to carry your Edo. That's kind of the whole point I'm trying to get at. Wait, what? Oh, there it goes. Yes, I run crit rate on mine. I have to run crit rate because mine is terrible right now. Yeah. I need better crit rate subs now. Because I have the circlet, I just got to run better. Yeah, so it would be stronger, but this is with this weapon. That's kind of the thing. What I'm trying to say is your red horn is what's carrying you, not the build. You could literally switch to gladiator and be stronger than you are right now.
不要小瞧斗虫啊，在一次次拼搏中，汉恨。
Because they'd be 5-star pieces. Right, so the Huss set is cool, but you're missing a bunch of crit damage, right? You got 11 crit damage. You're missing 6.2, 4, right? 5. Your crit rate's low, right? What's doing all the heavy lifting is this. This is why you hit that part. This is doing nothing. Right? Mind you, on Gladiator, if I remember correctly, Gladiator, I think it buffs charge attacks, right? Nope, it only buffs normals. So my charge attack, 13k, got no bonus off of it. Which is not a lot, right? The point, I just want you to know that you can still use Gladiator. You don't have to farm the Huss set. That's what I'm trying to drive home for you. So when you are farming these bosses and you're leveling him or you're leveling your Chi-Chi and you're getting Gladiator pieces, give him the Edo. Those are going to, your Edo will be stronger with the 5-star set on a Gladiator set than he is with whatever is going on here. Especially without a Geo Goblet. .46 Geo beats 24 Geo and 24 defense. You could break the 4-piece set and put Geo here and be stronger on a 5-star piece. Maybe not a lot stronger, but you should end stronger. By the way, me and a homie a couple of days ago, we cracked a myth with Ito, and this is just food for thought. So you could run, if you notice, I was on this, right? Now I could run, where is it? I could run this. Well, probably not that. I don't want to go too crazy. Was that 20? I guess we'll do this. So we could run this. This is just for any Itos out there. Yeah, you got to farm a whole new set anyway.
固若金汤。
创生之宝，
就是你了。
Hold on. Give me a burst, bro. Okay, so now let me do this.
绽放吧！
鬼王游行，统统闪开！
All right, so that's. I want to get his burst back real quick. All right, so what was that? 37 or something on charge attack or whatever. So now I'm gonna switch to energy recharge. And if I remember, it's like 32. But when I was with, what's his name, at one point I actually hit 37. Like, it did the same damage just with energy recharge. And that's where I was like, I wonder if defense is that important anyway. But that's what I'm trying to show you. So if you have the point I'm getting at is when you're going to build your Ito, if you come across energy recharge, it's not necessarily a bad thing, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Right, so, oh, okay, so 31. I had hit 37 not too long ago, though. And I was like, that's a thing?
天理长驱。
斗战银牛，鬼王游行，统统闪开！
Just get the charge attack off. No! 32. Okay, got it. So, yeah, so there's some variations in there, but he's still kind of up there, though, just with energy recharge. So, in my personal opinion, I think it's okay to run energy recharge, especially if it has really good subsets, which is why mine has energy recharge right now. Just throwing it out there, right? As far as what I would do, I have to show you that real quick because I know because if you're asking me on this account, chances are Ito's probably going to be running that account. I would and you got a red horn, homie. I would highly recommend you stop this and just focus on his talents and focus on leveling another character and start getting your gladiator and wondrous troop inventory built up, right? And moving that needle towards AR45. And then once you hit AR45, save your fragiles and all that, or you can use your fragiles, it's totally up to you. But the goal is once you hit AR45, you use AR45 to AR50 to grind only artifacts. Because once you hit AR45, you're going to have a guaranteed gold drop every single time. Every single time. From domains. To get it from bosses, you need to be AR55, to my understanding. Or AR50, it's one of those two. But AR45, yeah, try to hit that first. But do that from leveling your characters and talents and weapons. Don't worry about artifacts. But you're on the right path, right? I'm going to pull the account again. But defense or energy recharge, Geo, and crit rate. And also, yeah, defense there, I'm assuming that's because you don't have a Geo Goblet. Wrong one. I'm assuming that's because you don't have a Geo Goblet. What's the timepiece? Yeah. Yeah, see, these aren't even really eligible for crazy crit stats either, because they're only 4 stars. The only cracked 4-star piece I've ever seen was from Snowy. And that was like a 1... like, if that was on a 5-star, he would have had like 40 crit damage. It was like 20 crit damage and like 7 crit rate or something crazy on a 4-star piece. It was some stupid number. It was some like, why does that 4-star artifact have those stats? It was one of them. but it was like, see, stop farming for it, because now you got to go farm that, but as a 5-star, and getting that is gonna be really hard. That's like, you know, one of them good artifacts or whatever. You know what I mean? But like outrageous, right? Do you? I feel like. Do you have any questions or concerns though, with that? With anything I said? I want to, and if you do, let me know. You know what I mean? Because I just really want to make sure that you're gonna be good. Who's this? I don't know who that is. If you're in the stream, just say it's me, and I'll let you in. That was 4-star. Yeah, it was. It was like one of them types. Yeah, we still waiting on Shin and Shinha. I took Shinha out, but yeah.
嘿嘿，黄龙天下第一岛，到此一游。
Yeah, you can do that with the white blind. You got it? Okay. Yeah, it could take a little while. I had a Geo Goblet on my Ningguang. It was a 4-star. I had that one for a minute. But then I moved to the 5-star attack piece and my DPS went up and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm using this. Which is, so here's what's interesting though. His Ito was built correctly. You know what I mean? I just don't want to. I just don't want their Ito. I just don't want their account to run into a snag. You know what I mean? Because artifacts are a resin sink. Like you'll look up the next day, be AR45, and the account look the exact same. Like no growth anywhere. And then you're gonna go into AR45 with like talents missing and a level 40 Chi and your heal. Oh, I don't have a healer. You know, or oh man, and my Ito, and you know what I mean. Whereas if you go in with, you know, like a gladiator crit rate circlet, and you know, you just go in with a gladiator set that's got great substats on it, but they're 5-star artifact, like a 5-star gladiator set, or at least 5-star variants. You know what I mean? Then you at least go in with some crazy power behind you. Because that Red Horn is going to be your Huss set, and then your Gladiator set is just going to be your substat carry. You said what? Can you take a look at my Rosaria? Oh, absolutely. How do you play Rosaria? She's level 50? Yeah, how do you run Rosaria? She's actually a side project for me, by the way. So I have like all the things. I'm not even capping. I got like at least 3 comps that I'm looking at right now. I just gotta build. I gotta get a couple of DPS sets for Rosaria. Like mine is on Emblem right now, but I want to get a cryo set. I have a physical set. I just need more sets. You are building her physical, which is fine. Which is interesting. You can build her physical. She really becomes physical at C6. That's where her physical really starts to shine. Okay, so on a physical set, really all it takes is a physical damage goblet. And once you hit AR45, I mean, the rule still applies, right? Until you get to AR45, Gladiator is your go-to. She's not a charge attack character. Gladiator fits her perfectly. It's going to give you, what, 35% on normals? So it's going to give you plus 18 attack and then 35% on normals, right? Yeah, 35% on normal. So your Rosaria can 100% use Gladiator. And you're going to rock that to your heart's content. Who you're going to use with Rosaria, on top of that, you're going to rock like somebody who can apply Electro passively. So I see you got Yaimiko here, right? So you can run Yaimiko technically. I mean, Yaimiko would be good now I think about it. Her Sans is on Ito. You talking about hers? Oh, this is... Well, I mean, on her, well, because you're running physical, right? If you're running physical, her burst isn't going to hit super hard. It's going to hit, but not like hard on a physical build. Like I can show you a finished like physical Rosaria. You know what I mean? Like your burst and your skill hits hard. Your burst is like okay. Like the skill is okay, but the burst is like nah. It's cool. Like it's there. You know what I mean? On a physical Rosaria. With that, your goal at some point would be C6. I don't know if you want to pull on the banner now, but Rosaria is there if you want to pull for Rosaria. Right. What's cool about physical cryo characters though is you can put any almost any weapon on them. Because if you can run the cryo set and run like a crit damage carry situation, or you could just run it like normal and just have a ratio. On physical Rosaria, it depends on the weapon, right? Because you're running a non-crit weapon, typically you're going to be looking at around 60, 65 crit rate. Your goal is 70, but 60, 65 crit rate. Um, I don't know if I would recommend the Battle Pass weapon. The Battle Pass weapon, if you did run it, would be a stat stick, and you would be leaning hard into crit damage, right? So if you have a whole bunch of crit damage substats, then the Battle Pass weapon would help balance that. You know what I mean? But really, it'd just be a ratio carry rather than like an attack carry or a physical bonus carry. You know what I mean? But the weapon is fine. For Rosaria specifically, if you're running physical, I would recommend a 4-piece Pale Flame because the cooldown on her skill is only 6 seconds. It's like Shinha. It's like building for Shinha, just without the burst. And then just make sure you run Yai Miko with her for the super conduct. And as long as you're spamming skill, your Rosaria is going to be out here swanking it up on folks with that physical damage. And I mean, my talent level's 8. I don't know if you've seen it or what you're looking at, but with super conduct, Rosaria, you should be hitting. Mine, I think, hits at like 7K ish, somewhere around there. Test team. I don't want to show it, but I'll show it if you want to see it. It's up to you. I'm going to use the Shogun. Sure, why not? And then I'm going to give the physical weapon, a physical weapon. Kale, I'm going to steal all these off of, I'll take that. Actually, I need a crit rate weapon, never mind. So I'll run more crit damage. We'll run that. I do have an interesting goblet, so ignore that. And then I don't have a crit rate circlet, but I am going to run the Battle Pass weapon because my crit rate is terrible. My attack's pretty high though, right? So either way it goes, you either crit damage or attack. Just make sure your crit rate's good. Believe it or not, the white tassel is actually a really good weapon too. I forgot to mention that. The white tassel is amazing on her. The reason why is because it buffs your normal attacks by 48%, and that actually is a thing. I'm not kidding. I don't know if you have a Shogun, but she's pretty good with this too. So that's what that hits for, right? 8,000. I probably should have just went to the Mako Kinki first, because that thing has physical resistance. Just so you can kind of get an idea on what you're looking at. Now, once you're done, you're going to be in the realm of this damage on a physical Rosaria. At least it's my goal. I do have C6 Rosaria, and she does, add to your physical damage, just to give you a heads up. Once again, 7,000, whatever. So on Super Conduct, this is basically what your numbers should be kind of looking like. If you're going physical. Obviously, I didn't min-max that, but, you can. If you have 5-star weapons, those are going to make a huge difference, just to give you a heads up. So I don't know if you have, do you have any 5-star weapons? Because this one right here this one is different. Like, this thing is amazing. Like this, yeah, this thing slaps on Rosaria. But I don't know if you have that. And I think for obvious reasons, your physical weapon would work too, but you want a crit rate. So I don't have a crit rate circlet, so I can't demo it. Only the red horn? No worries. So yeah, so you will be running a crit rate circlet. Once again, wow. Yeah, once again, don't worry about any of that until AR45. Because the last thing that I'm going to want to see is you be adventure rank AR45 and all of these characters are the exact same level. And all of the talents are the exact same level. And all the weapons are the exact same level. That's what I do, especially with Sith. That's the last thing I want to be seeing is, like, I don't know if you use Chi-Chi, but Chi-Chi level 40? Nah. Rosaria level 50? Nah. Like, by AR45, she should be level 70. She should be level 70. Weapons should be level 70. That should be level 70. The talent should have some investments. Talent should have some, like, those need to be invested. That way, when you hit AR45, that whole 5 AR, all that resin is all artifacts. That's why. My Bennett runs a physical goblet, but stats don't really matter on them, just noblesse. Big facts. I mean, you can run HP, but I don't think it's not that serious. It's only that serious if you actually need the heals. But his heals are so outrageous, it doesn't even matter. Yeah. I have all the mats to ascend Rosaria, but I don't have the Val berries. Got you. What about Chi-Chi? Like, do you have a healer? I have a decent something Dendro Goblet, but no Hydro or Fist. Wow. Hey, be thankful you got the Dendro Goblet at least. But what's your healer situation look like? Your healing situation good? I'm trying to remember the pieces. Yeah, there it goes. My Rosario changes so much. She probably changes the most on my account. Use Barbara and Noel. Okay, is your Barbara... Hold on. Let me look at this one more time. I'm just trying to make sure you're straight before I move on. I don't see Barbara. You said Noel? Okay. How's your Barbara looking? Is your Barbara level 60? At least level 50. Like, is she... You really want your Barbara to be level 60 by this point. What level is your Barbara? Like, your healer should only be like 10 levels behind. A really strong maximum. Like, the maximum they should be behind is 20 levels. Anything more than that, you might as well just not have a healer. Like, they work, but it's like, why are you even use? Like, they're not healing enough to matter. Like, you might as well just add more DPS to the team. She's 50 out of 60? Okay. Yeah, I would level your... Yeah, get your Barber. Yeah, focus on your Barber. You could do Barber or Noel. It doesn't matter. Noel is just an alternative Edo, but you would need to farm 2 Edo sets when you get to that point. Also, Noel is not going to be too much of a healer like that until C1. Once you get Constellation 1, we're in there. Like, you get C1 Noel, oh, it's different. Yeah, you straight. Speaking of which, doesn't she comes from the shop, right? Let me double check something. Okay, so I guess that didn't go through. Anyway, so let me check something. I just want to make sure this is good for you. Noel is coming actually next month. So I would save up in the shop because Noel's going to be popping up here. And then you want to pull C1. And you want to pull C1 because that makes every hit heal. So, yep, when sweeping time and breastplate are both in effect, that means her skill and her burst. Then the healing effects activating is increased by 100%. She heals every hit. Yeah, I just look. We have a schedule. So February and August, Noelle is in the shop. She comes with the Royal series. So you got Black Cliffs and Royals. She comes with the Royals. I have almost all the tools, cuz. The only tool that I don't have in the Discord right now, and I've been meaning to put it in there, is the transmutation machine. Because different resources give you different items. And I keep forgetting to, like, go grab it or find it and put it in there. But yes, you can get Noelle from the shop. So I would save up your Stardust or Starglow or whatever that stuff is and just pull C1 Noelle. Then I would make Noelle the healer. Put her on a 4-piece, what is it? Put her on a 4-piece Glad set until you get to 45. Once you hit AR45, provided everybody is leveled and their talents are good, you stop back in the stream or you can do a solo, up to you. But you're going to go hit that domain super hard for the Huss set. I mean super hard. Because you're not going to need any resin for anything else, because guess what? Your character's talents and weapons are all leveled. You can't wait for Al Hatham to what? Only for players to go broke and lose them over Kaching. Why you gotta be so negative, though? If I lose 50-50 on that banner, I want to lose it to Mona, bro. Either Mona or Jean. Just give me one more Jean, or give me 2 Monas, and I'll be happy. What in the world? Oh. Any questions, Shin? Professional hater? No, Shadow's just being Shadow. Shadow, he's just joking, bro. Or serious, I have no idea. I know a lot of people gonna go broke over I hate them though. Yeah, C88 Chi-Chi. One sec, y'all. Others chances there's a difference. Oh Lord. Shin, do you have any questions? It's a half and half situation. No, you hating on their chances. That's what you're doing. I'm hating on their chances too. I'm joking. I hope everybody gets I'll hate them. I just don't want to hear about it. That's all I'm concerned about. I'm gonna hear about all. It's gonna be a rat race to the best DPS because he's not a great DPS. So everybody's gonna be fishing for the greatest DPS. I'll hate them, and I don't want to be here for that. I'm gonna be seeing a whole bunch of 10Ks and 15Ks, and I'm gonna be like, "That's fantastic." And then I'm gonna do 30K on a charge attack on Ayaka and be like, "Beat that," and they're gonna be like, "I can't." I'm gonna be like, "Why'd you pull him then?" I'll be like, "Man, like, all right, man." All right, so I low-key want to lose Yalan to get Mona. Yeah, I want C2 Mona. But, I mean, he is cool. It's just I don't want to hear about his DPS because it's not going to be great DPS. But I'm going to be hearing about it. I just want to hear that people put him because they like him. I don't want to hear how great of a DPS he is because he's not. Should I give Noelle an R5 white blind? Yes, 1,000%. Yeah, see, that's all. I don't want to hear none of that. I don't want to hear no copium purchases. I don't want to hear nothing about buyer's remorse. I don't want to get no buyer's remorse signals from nobody. It's just, I hate him, but he's so strong. No, that's your copium kicking in. That's your buyer's remorse kicking in. I don't want to hear it. You need to get him because you want him. You don't need to convince me that you made a good purchase. You need to make your purchase the same way we all made the Yai Miko purchase when everybody was judging her.
蒙德的生活不就是如此吗
The？ same way all the Kokomis got judged, you need to pull him for that reason. You know what I mean? Pull him because you like him, not because he's strong. That was all? Okay, no worries. Is Shinha back, and did Shinha get helped? I'm gonna do some whack things with him for sure. Just pull him because you like him though. Oh, with D-Luke? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. You lucky D-Luke can melt. But my Ayaka, she could do 40k on a charge on melt. Stockburger. Doesn't Hatham scale with EM? Yeah. But on the best build possible, he's still Kaching. And Kaching is out DPS by Ayaka. I just don't want to hear. My thing is this. I don't want to. It's like the Shogun versus Sinnoh, right? When Sinnoh came out, it was like, oh, Sinnoh's gonna be the greatest and blah blah blah. And then it's like, nah, he's cool. But I'm just glad that my community listened to me. And that is that Sinnoh is not as good as the Shogun, not as strong as the Shogun. So they're not like thrown back at the fact that all the Shoguns keep out DPSing them. You know what I mean? Like, why is it my sin? It's not this unnecessary argument of him versus the Shogun. We all know and we all accept and we are all cool with him not being as strong as the Shogun. It's those Sinnoh is stronger than the Shogun people that I don't want to have the conversation with, because they're going to be saying that about Al-Haytham versus everybody. He's stronger than Ganyu. Like, no, he's not. He's stronger than Hu Tao. No, he's not. He's not. You need to pull him because you like him. Don't pull him because he's strong. Pull him because you like him. Because he's not stronger than a lot of the. He's like B tier DPS. I think he's weaker than Ayato. Like, he's not the strongest. He's like close to Tartaglia or something like that. He's like a chink. Like, he's, you know, on an optimal build. But he's gonna be a little harder to balance. Yeah, he's kind of low. He's a great character. There's nothing wrong with him. Like, that's why I respect Shadow, because Shadow is pulling him because he likes him. Is the next Lantern right? Shadow's pulling him because he like me and Shadow talked about it. Shadow's pulling him because he's like, yeah, he's sick. Cap is gonna pull for him. You know what I mean? Cap is pulling. Wait, who's joining? We might as well get this out the way. Miko, you might as well join. We're about to do the whatchamacallit. He's good. He's gonna do good DPS. What I'm trying to keep everybody's expectations in check for is don't expect him to be doing Ayaka or Ganyu or Hu Tao damage. He's gonna do good damage. Just don't be expecting Ganyu or don't be expecting Hu Tao out here. You know what I mean? He's gonna be around like Shaden, like he's gonna be around Sinnoh. You know what I mean? Like he's not even close to the Wanderer. But he is a good character, so don't take it as though I'm saying he's trash. He's not trash. He's just not. He's not the show. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I'm dreading. Is Miko here? Miko, you joining? Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah, we're just gonna knock it out real quick. Nah, he ain't dirty. At least his weapon is gonna be the new Kaching Best in Slot. Probably. Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about his weapon. I know Kaching doesn't need crit rate. His crit damage, right? Loading it right now? Okay. He's good though. I don't want anybody to take away as though I'm like hating on Al-Haytham. You may hear like some salt come out of me, but that's just me trying to rebalance the conversation. Because sometimes, like if you hear me super hating on a character, it's really just me trying to balance the conversation. Because if somebody's like, Al-Haytham's going to be the best thing ever, the only way I could balance that is if I call him trash. Because now we're having this back and forth. It's two extremes, and I have to extreme it the other way to get you to come back down to earth. You know what I mean? Because like somebody might be so far in the stars that the only way to get you to come down is I have to prove that he's trash just to compensate for the copium. You know what I mean? He's the best at whoop whoop whoop. No, he's trash. According to your scale, he's terrible. You know what I mean? If we're going according to that, he's terrible. We're still waiting on Miko, right? But if we're looking at him objectively, he's a great character. You're in? Okay. Exactly. If I have other people jam their outside opinions down my throat, I'd get at it. Exactly. No. That's the point. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm with you, Shadow. You know what I mean? I support that pull. That's the pull I support. What I don't support is pulling because you think he's going to be the next strongest DPS ever. And don't pull for DPS. Pull because you like him. Because he will be able to DPS. But if you pull for power and then he underperforms, we're all going to have to hear about it. And I don't want to hear about it. That's kind of why I'm saying that. All right, let's go. Huh. But we all know that I'll hate them Tony Toe one-shot video gonna come out. So y'all get your internet fingers ready. Because it's coming. Because when that happens, they're all gonna come out the woodworks. Every single one of them are, oh my God, you know he can hit 50K on charge attack, and like, oh, okay. All right, I'm running. Who y'all running? Super Conduct? Wait. We got Cookie? Okay, hold on. This is gonna be a long one. We gonna go for the long haul. Kea, I'm borrowing all of that, cuz. Yeah. Invite again? Oh. Yeah. Super Conduct, cuz. Wait, somebody's taking off? Are you taking off? Okay. Oh, I gotta pop a crit food. Ah! Wait, who's taking off? Oh, Burger's taking off. Alright, man, you take it easy, brother. Yeah, what's happening? What's going on, Senior Shadow? Charge attack. Break. Where you at? I think it's that one. Yep. What? Oh, I didn't have stamina. Hold on. He said that's all. No! I'm trying to get energy. Oh my God. Hey, we trying. There we go. Physical damage for the win. I'm gonna save that skill. Where you at? Something like that. Can I get it? I did not get it. There we go. Y'all jumping? That is the point. Also, me getting a burst. Oh no! I thought I got the burst. I got the burst now. By the way, this is a physical Zhongli, so this is gonna be kind of terrible. I'm trying to get a burst, y'all. I'm trying.
好站稳了。
这个如何？
抱歉啊。
Oh, it's about to go down.
震天撼地，天理长驱。
Everybody get shredded, cuz. Okay. Boy, you don't see them 23s? Well, we bricks off of her. Yeah, one. Yeah, one. I still need a crit damage circlet. Oh my god. I can't believe I need it. Yeah, I actually need a crit damage circlet. What is this? They jumping me. Oh lord. All right, hold on. By the way, we got 4. Oh, I'll say it in the Discord. Well, we got 6 technically, but I'll say it in the Discord. Scoop. Okay. There we go. Running Ayato. Okay. Running Shinha. Okay. Oh snap. Said the trailer came. Depends on who you run. Who you running, Miko? You running Albedo. So we got Albedo, Chi-Chi. Him. Are y'all basing who y'all pick off of me? Cause if so, I'm finna run like Bennett or something. Oh, you're Albedo? Okay. Well then if you're Albedo, I'll run. Well, it depends. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Like I might run her. Okay. Y'all ready? Let's do it. Yeah. Why, hello, Miss Lady Ma'am. Ah. Go, Jiangling. Kabula, Kabula, you go, girl. You go, girl. I wonder if I should have had the energy recharge. I probably should have kept energy recharge on. Or took the Shogun. But that's okay. Yeah, I probably should have kept it. Wow. I saw that 20k. Come here, woman. Ah, you go, Xiangling! You're lagging? It's all good. We got this. Dang, 71k? What? No one cares, Shogun. No. No. Get her, Gooba. Get her, Gooba. Ah. Get her, Gooba. Guoba. No, you took my burst, woman. Bro, she gonna die before her shield go down. Yoko, uh-oh. I probably shouldn't have did that. Oh, no. That's on Ayato. Oh, okay. Oh, I was trying to get Guoba out first. That's okay. I wonder if I could have got 2 Guobas. Oh, yeah, she's definitely dead. Jesus Christ. Hey, she was actually kind of fun. Little blue-haired Chinese girl. Vidar. What's happening with you, man? Is there a defense bow? No. I like Xiangling's Chinese dub. Yeah, I know. What did she say? Something like that. It's like a long. And I'm gonna jump right back in queue. I just gotta play this real quick. Where you at?
星星的，我是来自璃月的厨师香菱。
我的拉是里耶的就是香菱。
我是来自璃月的厨师香菱。
I don't know. I'm trying. All right, cool. I had a 75k slash. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that had to be I don't know what that was. Now I think about it. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, actually. No, I didn't use her Chinese voice in the beat. I used her American voice. She was like, "Hi, my name is Youngling. I'm a chef from Leeway. My blah 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 blah." Like I did that in the beat. Mom be a calling. No, you good. Yeah, take it easy now. All right, so who is next in the queue? How you doing, by the way, Vidar? I like your avatar. What is that? Looks like a Mega Man character. Nice. All right, let me jump back in the queue. Let me take some of these names out. So we helped Shin, right? Shinhe, I don't think came back. What was it? Sleepy Pirates? I don't think Sleepy Pirates came back. Unless Sleepy so it's Shinhe and then Sleepy Pirates. We just did the beatdown. That was Scoop and Miko, so we can take both of them out. Support review. Yeah, Sleepy Pirates. I don't know if Sleepy, are you here? I'm still waiting on Shinhe. Yeah, we still got 2 people that ended up coming out the queue. There's Sleepy. Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, you're on a Chinese server. All right, support check and suggestion. Okay. All right, so Sleepy, you guys can't see the message, but they just sent a message, so I'm gonna pull this up right here, and it is, hold on, right, and somebody unhit it, which is fine. And we're looking at your supports. Are we talking about all 3, right? Oh, and Miko was a teapot. Gotcha. Okay, so and then we're looking at all 3. I'm assuming all 3. So your AR45, congratulations. World level 5, might want to look into getting that up. You don't necessarily need it for artifacts, but you know you can. I like how you're promoting your YouTube. Nice. Okay, so we are running a death match with 30,000 HP, and we got 61 crit rate, which means if you're on a death match, we're missing some crit rate. You are running crit damage circlet, so that's good. The timepiece does need to change. The 478 HP, I don't think it's helping as much as you think it is. It's helping, but it's really just keeping you over 30,000 for the most part. It's either that or the goblet. Right now, you got 10% HP on the goblet, so I don't know if I'd necessarily touch that one. Your feather is doing a lot of heavy lifting for you, though. You could actually switch to circlet. Okay, so if you want to get to that next tier, I guess, of Zhongli, you're looking at re-rolling the flower. Because the numbers are a little bit low on that guy. You're looking at re-rolling the flower. You're looking at re-rolling the timepiece to get some crit damage on that guy. And you're looking at re-rolling the circlet to try and get some crit rate on that guy. Those would be the 3 that you would want to address. And you're at C2. That's a good thing. So I can see where energy recharge... Hold on, what'd you say? I want to hear your answers for this question. Oh, he's talking to chat. Okay. Nuke bosses? Nice. Surprisingly, at least at C2, he doesn't really need too much energy recharge. But I would only introduce energy recharge if you're able to supplement the HP and the crit stats. across the other pieces. So if you like, let's say, well, obviously we want you to have more crit rate, but let's say, just for example, we're able to get, I don't know, let's say for example 20 crit damage per piece, right? Obviously excluding the circlet. At that point, I think it's fine. You can run energy recharge, provided you have no energy recharge stats. And from what it looks like, you only have 3 energy recharge stats, and that's where pretty much all your energy recharge is coming from. He doesn't really need it, but if you want it, you would do it by this way, but you're gonna have to re-roll these anyway. Yeah, because I'm assuming at this point you want to bolster your damage more than the shield. Is that correct? Yeah, 30k HP is okay. Typically, I would recommend like 40k, but you can get away with 30k. It just depends on the content that you're doing. I mean, you are C2. I almost want to say technically at C2 you could run an emblem set. I mean, you could run it. Now I'm looking at it. You could run an emblem set. You could run a 4-piece emblem. Because you're going to be popping your burst all the time and you're going to constantly be getting your shield back. Like every, what, 12 seconds or something like that? Yeah, like every 12 seconds you're going to have your burst back. So I'll switch back to my regular Zhongli. But instead, I'm going to rock energy recharge, right? So let's say for what it's worth, you have one source of energy recharge, like an energy recharge timepiece. Hold on, let me go back to the normal one. You haven't farmed emblem in like a year? Because I see what you're going for. Matter of fact, let me just give him that build, I guess. I'll give him what I think you might want to be looking at running. All right, so we'll just do that, I guess. We'll do a emblem something. We'll do that, and then we'll do sure, whatever, and then we'll do it'd be a crit damage piece. So the number is going to be a little skewed for this example. Right, and then you run like Geo or something. Where's Ito? It's a 4-piece, right? No. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so 171, 191, it'd be somewhere up there with the ratio, right? And then you would obviously have this one. Right, so you would have something going on here with your black, whatever that weapon is. And then, actually, let me change it. Sorry. Because I'm trying to get pretty close to what you got going on. So I'm going to run... I'll do this. Because it's got a high base attack. So we're just going to do that, but then I'm going to run the crit rate circlet. That's kind of what I was... Oh, I know what to do. So instead of that, where's Ito? I'm going to do it with... Because I want the 4-piece set. And then you run a crit rate circlet, which I got floating over. Here we go. Alright, so then crit rate. So now we got something, basically. But we got the emblem set. So when you go in here... Whatever. Booyah. 54? That was questionable. It's really because I don't have a crit damage circlet. Maybe I should do that. And then we got another burst and another shield. That's all I was looking for, really. What? Are you running him with Geo or not with Geo?
永恒之土，
Like Geo characters?
此身即永恒，奥运看破，分段溃灭。
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. Little sweaty, but it's pretty good. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, his HP came way down. Yeah, well, you're at C2, right? The reason I'm even bringing up Emblem is because at C2 you get a shield on burst. Yeah. So if you're going for like burst, like a bursty style, maybe Emblem might be something to look at. Because I've seen Emblem Zhongli's, but you typically only do that at C2. But because your base shield is really strong, your base shield is stronger than Layla's shield, typically, right? So if you or it's stronger than everybody else's shield, I think with the exception of Layla, right? It's like it's weaker than a stacked Toma shield, and it's weaker than Layla's, but Layla only does a shield. The minute you veer a little bit away from Layla's shield, it's now weaker than Zhongli's base shield, right? So if you're going to be doing this, because you have C2, and looking at your Zhongli, you're clearly going for damage, right? If you're running, you can run a battle pass. With the battle pass weapon, you would just switch this for crit damage. You know what I mean? And then I would just leave it at that, basically. But because you're probably going to want to spam its burst, you're going to want energy recharge. And if you want to run energy recharge, then we want to capitalize on the fact that you're not running attack, and that's where the emblem set comes in. And that, at least that's my line of thinking. I mean, that's where my head is at. Now, I run a shield bot. I don't run anything but a shield bot. Well, now. I used to run DPS, but I basically only run shield bots now. Was that HP? Oh, that's why. Yeah, I run a shield bot now. But I'm like a filthy casual at this point. So, with me, I just do that and I stop thinking. Like, I don't even think about it. It also depends on your comp too. That's why I was saying, what do you mean? Like, do you run him with Geo? That's why I was asking. Because if you run him with Geo characters, you don't need energy recharge. You can actually keep that HP timepiece or keep the main stat as HP. Yours is 42k. Yeah, but yours isn't level 90. Like I think once you level yours to level 90, you're gonna be way up there. But like one HP stat is like 4k, right? So if I just switch this. Because I'm 54, it should be like 50. Or not, never mind. Never mind. Exactly. It's a 7k HP per HP stat. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of HP. But yeah, any questions on your Zhongli though? That would be my recommendation for your Zhongli, based on what I'm looking at. If you receive one, yeah, we're not doing emblem. So I'm going to safely assume we're good there. For Xing Cho, ooh, you got the R5. Okay, thank God. You got the R5 sack sword. Okay, good. So the sack sword is good. I love the energy recharge. Let me say that first and foremost. Okay, cool. I love the energy recharge. The more the better. That's my thinking. Right. You are running like the Xingqiu build. The only thing you need to do on your Xingqiu from here really is just bolster his crit damage stats. You just need to bolster his DPS stats. You're at where you need to be. You don't need to be that high on Xingqiu, but I'd rather you be that high than lower, right? But I think you're good on your Xingqiu, right? If anything, You know, maybe I would try to get his crit rate up before doing anything though, right? You still want to have crit rate, crit damage on each piece. Trust me, I'll tell you, I don't have crit rate, crit damage on
玉
every
麦桂
piece.
花同
But
载
if you
酒，
can, yes, crit damage, crit rate on every piece.
何日
I
再见
would
呢？
do something about this feather and this flower. Those seem to be hurting you the most. You can get away with about 250 energy recharge. Some in some cases lower, right? Yeah, we got to get that crit rate up like ASAP. And then we got to get that crit damage up. We got to get both of those numbers up. Like both of those numbers got to go up. What the heck is a pico?
玉麦桂花同载酒，只
Give
可
me one
惜
sec.
故
I'm still
人
kind of eyeballing this build.
何日再见呢？
He's 80 out of 80. I would have sent him to 90. I'm trying to think, do you actually need to replace the whole set? You low-key need to replace the whole set minus the energy recharge timepiece. That's crit damage, right? Yeah, you actually need to replace the whole set. To get by, you would just replace the flower and the goblet. And you would just get your
玉
crit
麦
rate
桂
about
花
60.
同载酒，只可惜故
Oh,
人
you're using with Hu Tao?
何
Oh,
日再
well,
见？
screw all of that. Yeah, just get a goblet with energy Wait, is that energy recharge? Oh, you already got it. Yeah, if you're using them with Hu Tao, yeah, just keep fishing for more energy recharge. So that would be really just the feather. Right? If you want to balance them out, you are going to have to reroll pretty much the whole set, though. As far as like damage, you are going to want crit rate, crit damage on each piece. Your goal for damage is like 6110, 6120, typically 6110. That'll get your Zing Cho started. And then like 250 energy,
玉麦
well,
桂
what is
花
it?
同
220
载
energy
酒，
recharge with the sack sword.
只可惜故
And
人
then the rest of the particles makes up on the back
何
end.
日再见
You
呢？
know, from like the Shogun or Hu Tao or whatever, you know, the passive particles, those will usually get you good. Bennett, on the other hand, you do not need a Lion's Roar. But that is up to you. We'll get into him in just a second. I need to know if you have any more questions with your Zing Cho. But I've had the most success on my Zing Cho with a 60-ish percent crit rate and like 110 crit damage. I've had a lot of success with that Zing Cho.
玉麦桂花同载酒，只可惜故人何日再见呢？
Kinko, I beg to differ. You need to say that to all the Yolans. Tell the Yolans that. You finna have a field day in your comment section on your channel, bro. They'll be like, it's unrivaled, huh? Yolan. And then that's a whole conversation waiting to happen. Sleepy, are you good? Do you have any questions on Zing Cho? Oh, Shadow calls everyone pal.
玉麦桂花
Pal.
同载酒，只可惜故人
Pal is so sarcastic
何日
nowadays.
再见呢？
You're good with Zing Cho, but never thought he can be a sub DPS or something. I mean, he can. He's really strong. So my Zing Cho, on average, hits between 12 to... He hits 4K a sword, right? And it's like 12 to 20K. Because it's, what is it? It's 3, 4, or 5, something like that. So he's... You know, so he's going back and forth between all of them, but he hits really hard. So every swing is like 12K minimum. Brap, 12K. Brap, 16K. Brap,
玉麦桂
20K.
花
Brap,
同载
12K.
酒，
Brap, 16K. Brap,
只可
right?
惜
So
故人
that's where you want to give him a ratio.
何日再见呢？
You know what I mean? Oh, that part? Yeah, that's just people being young or trying to be funny or something. I have no idea. All right, so okay, so you're good with Zing Cho. So Bennett, before I get into your Bennett, I must ask. I'm looking at what I'm looking at, and it's pretty clear you're running a I only need to hit my buff Bennett. With that being said, why is there a pyro goblet on him? Not that it matters, but I'm just curious.
何日再见呢？
If you feel like you need it. If you need it, you need it, but I'm just wondering. That and does your Bennett... Oh, Lord, you're C6. All right. Oh, Kinkle, I tried. I think I lost subscribers that day when I was trying to explain how Xingqiu was better. I think I lost subscribers that day. It was when Yelan was coming out. But I think my arguments weren't, like, great, but I was trying to explain that, like, Xingqiu is better than C0. Let alone sub 1 or C1. But it's okay. Haven't changed them since 2 years ago. Got it. So, yes, I'm talking about those artifacts. Okay, so with Bennett, this is my recommendation. Okay? If you're going for a high base attack weapon, use the sapwood. If that damage matters. Okay? That's my recommendation. If that is not a bit, and I can show you the difference in Bennett's. I do it all the time. If you want to see the difference between a 674, just do this. If you want to see the buff difference between the weakest base attack and the highest base attack, I can show you right now. It is not that bad. Nah, Xingqiu ain't trying to, well, maybe he is, but yeah, I think people just like Yelan because she looks good. It's the same thing I was saying about Al Haytham. It's not that Yelan is bad. Yelan is amazing, but we can't say she's necessarily better than Xingqiu. She's better than Xingqiu if you need the damage out of Xingqiu. Then she's better. If you're not using Xingqiu for damage, she's so much worse than Xingqiu. Until you hit C2. Actually, even at C2, she's worse than Xingqiu. If it's not about damage. She only beats him in damage. By a good amount, but she only beats him in damage. Like, that's it. And it's not by a metric ton. It's not until you get, like, C4 and C6 and all that jazz is when it's like, okay, clearly this is a different character. I'm just waiting for the Aqua Simulacrum to come out in sword form. That's what I'm waiting for. Anyway, Raiden and Nahida is amazing. They are. Especially paired with Bennett. Kinda. You should try that team. You should try that team with a Hydro character. It's special. What happened to Sleepy? Sleepy, you still with me? Oh, y'all talking about as far as Xiang Ling? Oh, my bad. I thought we was talking about, what's her name? Bennett, Coco, Nahida. Oh, yeah, oh, no, you're good then. No, that's good. That's fine. That's a great team. Anytime you put the Raiden and Kokomi together, it's different. I say it all the time. Like, when you use those two together, you're only hitting bursts. You still here? Okay. So with Bennett, if you need to see the difference, I'll show you the difference in the buff. But it's up to you. My recommendation is this. I would take the energy recharge. Only because, at least on my account, Bennett is useless without his burst. So I'm at 290. And I refuse to have him any lower than that. He's at like 320 with low HP or something crazy. Like, I'm not running Bennett without ER. Right? So that's the only reason I recommend that. If there's ever a point in time where your Bennett doesn't have energy, you need more ER. And your weapon is 449. So while you're already low on the damage base attack, I would just start using this weapon. That would be my recommendation. I would rank this to 90 and start using this. Because if you're doing it for the high base attack, there's this weapon, but it has energy recharge. And if you're going for damage on your Bennett, Now that is a whole nother thing that needs to happen. Now we're looking at building a whole nother Shogun. Because now you need energy recharge, crit rate, and crit damage on every piece. Now you need things like like that. It doesn't got to be that much, but now you need that. Like energy, I don't have it on her, but you need it on Bennett because you still need to get to his burst. But now you're trying to do DPS with him. Now you have to have a ratio. That's why I'm asking. Use it for bursting while it's Youngling or Hu Tao, so remove Pyro for ER. Yep. No. You would just put on a piece that gives ER. Typically you want to run like HP or something. So the reason I don't have ER, in case you're wondering, is because I run this weapon. So I actually need the crit stat. So I can proc the passive of the weapon. If I didn't use this weapon, then I would just pick whatever it'd be HP with energy recharge as a substat. But you best believe he's getting energy recharge on the others. So this literally is the only piece I have to replace. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's why I was saying, Scoop. That's why I'm waiting for the Aqua Simulacrum to come out for swords. But yeah, Yolanda, she actually is only better because she does more damage. It's not even the weapons. She's only better because she does more damage. If she didn't do more, she has less hydro applications. She doesn't have stagger resistance. She doesn't have hydro shred, so your other hydros don't hit harder. Like she just looks good, and she just looks good. It's Xing Cho, but she's good to look at. Plus, she offers more damage, and typically people don't need the utility. That's what I'm saying. If you're building for damage, Yolana's better. If you're not building for damage, Xing Cho is better. Like for example, if you pull up this account that I'm looking at, that Xing Cho beats the other Yolan. She does not have more utility. The only thing she offers, okay. Does she offer Hydro Shred? No. Does she offer stagger resistance? No. Does she offer more hydro application? No. Does she offer defense? No. Does she offer a heal, regardless of how big it is? No. Xing Cho does all that. What she does offer is she's good to look at, and she does a bunch of damage. The Aqua Simulacrum is an 88 crit damage weapon, and that's because she doesn't use the attack stat. So the base attack on the weapon doesn't apply to her, and that's where she wins. So if you're Vapor, I'll put it this way. If you have a C0 Yelan and you have Hu Tao and you have a C6 Xing Cho, put both characters on and then vaporize. And I guarantee you're going to miss a vape with Hu Tao. And she's going to be vaporizing. Yelan will steal your vaporizers. Not that she steals them, but she under applies hydro. So you can't 100% vaporize with Yelan. And that it's those little things like that is what makes her a worse character. But what it is that her fandom needs her to be better than Xing Cho. But she's not better than Xing Cho. She's better at dealing damage than Xing Cho. Utility-wise, she's not better than Xing Cho. Until C2. Because the only reason people run Xing Cho is to apply hydro. And if you just need Xing Cho but harder hitting, you do C2. She can't do more. She only does more damage. She doesn't provide more energy particles. She doesn't do more. If we're factoring in CC, that CC isn't more beneficial than stagger resistance, let alone defense and hydro shred, or the heal, or the hydro application. Open world, we can make an argument for that, where she can run fast and like reposition and stuff. We can say that, but she's not better than Xing Cho. If she was better than Xing Cho, no one would use Xing Cho anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can make the argument for exploring or something, but we're not. I mean, we're not talking about exploring. everything is a factor. Even with that, I would say Kazuha and Zhao beat her. I would say Kazuha beats her in exploring. At least in today's age, because you got to climb more than you got to run. But that's perception, though. Like we're getting into subjective like situations. But it's the same. But all it is that, like, I mean, I'm calling it what it is. People like her, so they need her to be better. That's all it is. That's really all it boils down to. They need her to be better by any means necessary, and that's okay. But it's also okay to not like the best character. My favorite character is not the best character at all, and I triple crowned her. My other favorite character is nowhere near a top DPS, and I'm gonna C6 him. It's okay to not. It's okay to like a character who's not as good. That's okay, right? But it's not that Yolanda is so much worse. It's not like she's so much worse than Xing Cho that you don't pull her. No, she is a. You still want to pull her, even if you have C6 Xing Cho. That's not. It's not like we're saying she's not worth the pull. No, she is so worth the pull. Right? It's just what you're pulling for is you're not pulling for the CC or the traveling though. You're pulling because she looks good and she's stronger than Xing Cho. That's where she beats Xing Cho. She does more damage and she can run fast. Yeah. So all the passives and all that, that's yeah. Right? That's like I don't know. That's like her passive, like cooking. Like if we do her passive, is that like crazy because she can make jade parcels, I guess? Or like like let's say Rosaria, right? Does that make Rosaria like crazy? I mean, for passive and cooking or something? Because she's beat by a lot. She actually messes up a team comp that what's her name was working on today. Not that Candace is bad, right? But I have to look at it for what it is. And Candace is kind of niche as it stands right now. I'm waiting for Fontaine so that Candace will start shining more. I have a feeling Candace is really going to shine in Fontaine. I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, Yolanda could buff normals, but you're still not using her over Xing Cho if you have C0 and C6. I'll put it this way. The difference in damage between Xing Cho and Yolanda, let's say, I'm just painting a picture. Let's say you play Hu Tao or Yan Fei or any other pyro character, right? And you start reverse vaping because Yolanda didn't apply enough. That could be the difference of 30,000 damage, or in Hu Tao's case, 50,000 damage per hit. That's the difference between Yolanda and Xing Cho. So you could lose 50,000 damage because you want to play Yolanda. That's the difference. This is exactly why people run Yolanda with Xing Cho. And that's her best team. That's why. Oh, I'm just chilling. No, I'm just clearing up the Yolanda thing. Because she's a great character. Right? I'm not underselling Yolanda. I'm just making sure people know what they're getting into. Because the last thing I want, because this is what's going to happen. Somebody's going to pull Yolanda, because it has happened on stream. So somebody's going to pull Yolanda, and then they're going to wonder where all their hydro is going. They're going to run Yolanda with like Nahida, right? And then it'll be like, well, I'm not producing as many blooms or something. And it's like, okay, well then just switch her for Xing Cho and put her on a different team. Or they're going to run her with her, and then it's not going to do what it's supposed to do. Or they're going to die faster than they planned because whatever. Or they're going to try and do a team comp with Ayato, and he's not going to hit as hard. Just something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. But this is why you typically run her with Xingqiu. That's how I think what's happening is we're downplaying how strong he is instead of downplaying how strong she is. We need to not downplay how strong he is. He's so strong that he beats her in a lot of scenarios outside C2. With a sack sword, mind you. Imagine if he had an Aqua Simulacrum. He would destroy Yelan. Easy. Right? That's the problem, right? That's how strong Xingqiu is. Which is a testament to how strong she is. Right? But if we can just be real for 2 seconds, she's easier to look at. And she's fun, and she got the ninja stealth thing going on. And it's fun. You know what I mean? Yeah, but we're downplaying how strong he is, though. Like, he is strong. He just doesn't have Aqua Simulacrum. Yeah, it's that white coat and that elbow and them armpits, bro. Them armpits, bro. Them got people on they tippy toes right now. That's why I was telling King. That's why I said, Kinkle. I was like, hey, you tell a Yelan fan that, bro. You finna have issues. I lost subscribers over that. I lost subscribers over that. No, trust me. I don't like the way Xingqiu. I don't like his personality. I don't like the way he looks. I don't like his playstyle. I don't like nothing about him. I would love to use Yelan. She's C0. Where someone does normals? Well, yeah, I'm talking in regards to utility. So if we're talking that's what I'm saying. She does more damage. She's a stronger Xingqiu. I'll C3 her when you give me the C3 money. But I don't need her to be anything beyond C0 because she's so strong at C0 it doesn't matter. I just wanted the weapon so I can give Xiangling my catch. But yeah, the reason you run Yelan is because she hits harder than... Ain't that what I've been saying the whole time? She hits harder than Xingqiu. Utility is not damage. Utility is everything but damage. He beats her in utility. She beats him in damage. When you don't need that much hydro, you run Yelan. Because she's stronger. How much can I hit with my Raiden? It's not top tier damage, but it's like... I don't know. I don't know. I haven't tried it recently. The last time I tried it, it was like 280, but that was on this thing in a downstate, and that was Kazuha, Mona, and Bennett, because I don't have C6 Sarah. Yeah, she has the grouping, but I mean, is it that good? It's like Sucrose grouping. More. No, she only has like 2 builds. I think what it is people give her more builds because all her builds you can put all her builds on Xingqiu. It's just nobody cares because who's really investing in Xingqiu outside of a couple of people, right? Would you think about it realistically? Let's be normal for a second. Let's be normal people. If you pulled up Genshin Impact and somebody was like, build him or build her. You're obviously finna do all the theory crafting on her. But literally, all the builds she has, you can put on him. From the energy recharge, the emblem, with the exception of tenacity. Tenacity for him is gladiator. All the same, but no bless, all of it. All the builds are the exact energy recharge versus HP, energy recharge versus attack. Hydro, crit damage. It's all the same builds. It's all the exact same thing. It's just that look at her. It's because she's a Lan. That's why. But she is stronger. So if you don't need all the hydro application that he has or the utility, you run your Lan. If you just need somebody to apply hydro, you run your, like if you're just doing a taser comp with like Yamiko or something, then you just run your Lan. You know what I mean? But if you're doing like a Raiden National where you need the stagger resistance because you're not running a shield or whatever, and you don't need all the damage because it's the Shogun, you probably are going to want to run Xingqiu. Especially if you're doing like a split situation. Like you need Xingqiu on both sides. You put her on the side where the hydro application isn't as important. Or you put him on the side where the damage is not as important. And play it that way. The minute she hits C2, now you can truly replace Xingqiu. Except for one. I know, man. I know, bro. Her weapon selection is longer. I mean, he has weapons. But that's not the fault of, like, him or her, really. Because what would happen if she had a Staff of Homa? I feel like maybe a Staff of Homa would beat out that other weapon. Possibly. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. But it is 88 crit damage. The only people who have 88s are her and Ito. And they're like hyper focused on their kits. He doesn't have that because he's a 4-star. That's why I said the minute they come out with a simulacrum in sword form, he might beat her. No, he's not dead in the water. If he was dead in the water, no one would use him. He's like Bennett and Xiang. Like these three, you can't beat. It's so hard to beat these three. Like think about it. It took Yalan. It took her to get people to stop paying attention to him. And it's still arguable. It's taking her for people to stop looking at him. That's how strong he is. It took her. It took her with the see-through pants and the see-through top and the sides and the naked arms and the same haircut and the sexy voice and the ninja run. All the anime sex tropes you can think of are thrown into this character. And it took all of that and his kit to beat him. You have to basically take him and make him sexy as a female, and then you beat him. And give him an 88 crit damage weapon. Then you beat Xingqiu. Maybe. That's how strong he is. That's how impactful he is. It took this with an 88 crit damage weapon for people to stop using him. Now, if that don't say something, I don't know what does. I don't know if that's enough right there. But that's, what about the Mist Splitter? I know the crit damage is only 44. No. Mist Splitter doesn't beat it. I mean, if this is a him versus her, I don't know where this is starting to go now, but all I'm saying is that he has his place and she has her place, and her place is she does more damage. That's all I'm saying. So if you want Xing Cho but more damage, you use her. But if you actually need the little utility things that he gives, then you run Xing Cho. And if you're having this argument in your head, you should probably just run both of them at the same time. Because they're the same. They're like the same tier. And it just gets crazier when she hits C2. When she hits C2, she outright beats Xing Cho, no question. There's nothing that Xing Cho... Once she hits C2, there's nothing Xing Cho could do. She gets a free sack sword. Everything about her is a ripoff of this guy. So you run a sack sword, let's put the sack sword on C1. You run him for hydro application, let's put the whole reason you run Xing Cho on her C2. You still use Xing Cho? Okay, make her C6, and now she is effectively the strongest thing in the game. She out DPSs every character. She's the only reason out of DPS gods, she's the only one I don't even bring up. She's like bringing up, it's almost like bringing up Ayaka, where you don't even need to bring up how strong Ayaka is. Her at C6 is the strongest thing in the game. But let all that be a testament to how strong this little guy is. And I cannot stand this little guy. And I'm defending him. I hate this guy, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm putting up the chat. Yeah, so the same thing where she, so here's the thing. The same time that Yelan under applies Hydro in that like one team comp, it's that one scenario where he's frozen in the air. Right? I'm trying to tell you, the pros and cons are going to go back and forth. I've been in this conversation, I don't know how many times. They're going to go back and forth. It's never going to end. It's going to go back and forth. Like, it is what it is. She's stronger, he has more utility. That's all it is. And there's nothing wrong with either or. Neither one is better. It's just you like one or you don't. That's all it is. So if you like Yelan, like Yelan. I had a conversation with a guy who literally said that Kazuha beats Venti in every single way. So then I said, are you sure about that? Because Venti has a place. He's 8 times faster than Kazuha in these very specific pieces of content that are very specific pieces of content, right? But that very specific piece of content, only he can do it the way that he does it. After 45 minutes of having a back and forth, it boiled down to, I don't like his shorts. And it's like, okay, you probably should have just said that. Because Venti beat this guy by like 6 times. He was 6 times faster than his Kazuha. In whatever content that it was. It was 6 times faster. 6 times faster. And that's a short run. It could have been way longer. And after it's all said and done, he just didn't like Venti's shorts. And it's like, dude, you're stupid. I'm not having this conversation anymore. And I was agreeing with him. I was like, look, Kazu, he is good. But we can't act like he doesn't have a place. D-Luke is better, oh Lord. Right? So she is better, but that's if you need the damage, she's better. She is better in that regard. In terms of C6 DPS, wouldn't Ito be a little bit better? No. She is so much better than Ito at C6. If you're looking at C6, anybody in this entire list, the strongest C6 right now is Yelan. What's going on, Gate Gaming? How you doing? Like, it was hard for me to admit it. Because I refuse for anybody to be stronger than C6, what's her name? Eula. I'm like, C6, you ain't nobody beating C6 Eula. It's impossible. Nobody can beat C6 Eula, or C6 Ganyu, or C6 Hu Tao. Nobody can beat these 3. It's impossible, let alone C6 her. Ain't nobody beating C6 Shogun. Ain't nobody beating none of that, bro. C6 Yelan murks everything. There's nothing she can't kill at C6 by herself. She doesn't need anything. She doesn't need prep. She doesn't need melt. She doesn't need vape. She doesn't need swirl. She doesn't need dip. She doesn't need anything. By herself, she kills. It doesn't matter if it has a shield or not. She kills everything. Top 3 C6s? Nah, we just making up stuff now. If we're talking about tanking, there's no way you're tanking with Yelan. You're not tanking with Yelan. You're popping a burst and switching her out. Her HP doesn't matter. Unless you're main DPSing with her. But if you're main DPSing, then yeah. But we're not. We're not. Her HP doesn't matter. She just happens to scale off HP. That's like I guess the defense stat for him. I don't know. It's like defense. It's like a defense stat on Albedo. You know what I mean? Like you run a million defense. Now he's a tank. Have you seen his tanking a bit? He can tank. He's like one of the strongest tanks like he can tank damage. But no one knows that because no one uses him on field. This dude takes like you go take your Albedo with defense and all that and that defense weapon and go get hit by like the Mago Kinki. Like let the Mago Kinki try to one. You're not one shotting Albedo. That's what you're not doing. But it doesn't matter because he's not on field. I didn't ignore Dory. No, his Dory is level 90. Wait, where are we going? Any Asian server? I don't know, maybe. Quite possibly, as she deserved. Wait. I'm getting lost. Yeah, Yelan can solo everything. Easy. C6. Oh, that's what it was. Top 3 C6s? I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm thinking. I mean, it really depends on what their function is, right? Yelan, easy C6, right? If you're going for like killing stuff, then maybe like Eula and Hu Tao at that point, and Yelan. If you're going for like reactions and all that jazz, I mean, Yelan is going to be there regardless. So the other two, it would be like a toss up between like the Shogun, Hu Tao, Eula, Ganyu. It'd be like Ayaka, like it'd be a toss up between them. Ayaka is going to be dependent on Shinha. Like it's a toss up. The Wanderer's up there now. You know what I mean? It is a toss up. Yaimiko could be up there. Like it's Ito's way up there at C6. Ito is like up there. You know what I mean? Like he's up there. Yeah, you could do like I don't know. Maybe. Vaporize, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen her C6. I have to look it up. She might be up there. I know C6 Nahida is a thing. That's a whole thing. Believe it or not, C6 Tainari is kind of yo. Like yo. But yeah, no, C6 that would be my I mean, she's up there, but for me, at least from what I've seen, I'd say like Eula, like Hu Tao, maybe Eula and Hu Tao. Yeah, C6 Ito is something. Yeah, maybe C6. I don't know. Maybe Yelan and Ito. I don't know. C6 Ito is kind of a thing, though, bruh. Like he's kind of that dude is something. I don't know, man. If we're talking C6, if we're talking whale situation, I don't know. Ito's kind of up there. If she had constellations, I'd have to see her constellations. You keep saying C6 D-Luke. C6 D-Luke might be cool. I know. Well, he's kind of antiquated at this point. Like C6 D-Luke, he got mollywopped by Hu Tao. Hu Tao destroyed his DPS. Yeah, he's nowhere near Hu Tao. C6 D-Luke he's still up there, but he's nowhere near Hu Tao though. If we're talking like DPS and stuff like that. Oh, she gets you crit rate and crit damage. Yeah, if it's for the team, well, that's a support role. I don't know where her DPS. I haven't seen her. I know free to play has her C6. He has her C6. I want to say R5. So I'd have to ask him. But I mean, if she's strong, she's strong. I don't know about her. I know about him. This dude is insane. C6R. Actually, believe it or not, he beat out the Shogun at C6R5. Isn't he just a C0 Ito? I think so. Nah. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I know she becomes the main DPS at C6, but I just don't know what the damage looks like. Like, I feel like C2 Ayato beats her, maybe. I know her burst is insane, but I feel like Ayato might beat her outside the burst. I know her burst is insane, though, at C6. Her burst is different at C6. I honestly can't tell you. I know that she beats everybody, though, period. I don't care who it is. C6 R5 Yelan beats everybody right now. C6 R5 Ito is so strong. It's not one big burst hit, but he is so strong. It's like 100k per charge attack, and it keeps going. It never stops. He is so unnecessarily strong at C6 R5. He is a something else. I might have to say Ito. I don't know, bro. She's not doing that. And all her damage is in one burst. She has that charge attack. Her charge attack is pretty impressive. But this dude, bruh, I don't know. For a non-stop 100k, 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 100k. I don't know, bruh. Ito might be that guy. He might be that guy. But that's C6R5 though. I don't know. It might be Ito. What y'all think? I mean, we are talking max builds though. That's the thing. Yelan doesn't need a max build C6R5. Wait, I am so far off the queue. Holy Jesus. Holy Jesus. Holy Jesus. Holy Jesus. I am so sorry. It was Sleepy. Sleepy. It's Sleepy here. I think Sleepy took off. Oh my God. Oh Lord. All right. Oh, we already did the Shogun. Yeah, we did the Shogun. I'm liking this conversation though. I kind of want to sit on this conversation for a sec. I'm having a good time with this talk. You're good? Okay. I'm invested in this conversation now. It's the moment they were mentioned, yeah. But I like the conversation. Like I'm liking it's almost like daydreaming at a point. It's like not daydreaming, but it's kind of I'm just telling y'all what I've seen. And what I've seen, oh my God, I've seen him, I've seen her, I've seen her, I've seen her, I've seen her, I've seen him, I've seen her, I've seen him, I've seen like all of these guys. The only one I haven't seen is Nilo. I've seen him. He's actually pretty impressive, but he's nowhere near the Shogun though. Even still, like it's very impressive, but it's not the Shogun. But this guy, bruh, I don't know, bro. That'd be funny. I don't know if they are related. That'd be hilarious though if they were related. That'd be kind of cracked. Yes, I agree. I don't know what they were smoking with this one. I didn't know about this one until a subscriber. I feel like they're the homie at this point. I don't even like calling you guys subscribers. I feel like once a homie came through, and that's when we learned about this, and I was like, oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the teapot. I saw it. That's when I learned about that and was like, oh no. That's yeah, they trying to push it from monopyro and it feels bad. It feels like terrible. Are you sure? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know about that. Because you could just run monopyro in this slap a vape situation in there. No, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see the video yet. I'm watching it right now. No, I saw the request for it. I see Ning-a-ling. I see Ning Ning. Oh, she thinks she's attention. Ning Guang. That looked like a bath or a sauna or something. Say what now? We got the trees. Say what? Play both at C0 is vape and it isn't even close. Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah, I wouldn't be I'm not surprised. That's hard. How did you get that in there? What is that? How did you what is wait, is that a decoration? They have a hot spring, but it's huge though. Like huge. Okay, we got the little what's that, grapes or strawberries or something? The little the orchard thing. Oh, that's hard. Hey, you dead. I was finna cuss. You straight up live on a farm. Because this looks like an actual place right now. You know what's doing it with all these teapot situations are the trees. The trees and how like together everything is. It feels like you're in a place. Like you're in a like an actual place. It doesn't Wow! I did not see that coming. It's a cave to the house. Okay, that was lit. All right, that was kind of lit. It's a fish pond and the grapevines. It was grapevines. You said all the pictures are from one hangout. Sorry, I'm just watching this video. I'm gonna get back into this combo here in a sec because I'm really enjoying that combo. I'm gonna jump back into that here in a sec. And then we got Toma. Hold on, let me come out this screen. And then we got Toma, Heizo. I see they having a conversation. We got Lisa by the door. Look like she ear hustling something going on in there. Oh yeah, I remember that. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. She got the Toma hangout pictures on the wall. That's hilarious, bro. That is it. Well, you love yourself some Toma. Yeah, that was dope. That was dope. I still feel like you should like. I'm just waiting for somebody to like hire you to like make their teapot or something. Like, can you make my teapot? Like, absolutely. $10, $20, something like that. That's okay. Oh, bruh, if y'all want to see y'all need to see Shadow's teapot. He's got a dog cave. Like, y'all need to see that. But I think I can't. Yeah, it is his American. Yeah, your American account. You gotta do the dog cave thing. Hold on, how many I got left? Because I'm making Kea. Was that 9? Uh. Let me open my. Say what now? Toma and D-Loop, best pyro characters? Oh, they'll never. I don't think they'll ever do a 5-star hangout. It would be nice. Trust me, I'm not. I don't have to do any of this. I'm just hitting buttons. Yeah. Oh. Oh. All right. I was hoping to get 3 because I can only do it 3 times. I needed 3 in a row, and I could ascend Kea. Grr. Yeah, that's a. Yeah, he's got 2 accounts. I played C6 Sucrose Layla on the first team though, and it still doesn't out damage. What are you talking about? Yeah, if he's probably talking about like a 1K cos. Not necessarily C2 cos either. He's probably talking about a 1K cos. Like if you did like a 1K cos, like well higher than that, but you know what I'm talking about. Kinkle. Now you know. Never, ever, ever. This is why I don't even say it. I'm just honest with my feelings, and I'm actually happy that Scoop is honest with his feelings. But I'm telling you, never ever say Xing Cho is better than Yelan, ever, ever. Just don't, just don't do it. It's like, so this used to happen with Ganyu and Ayaka. If I said Ayaka was better than Ganyu, the same thing would happen. And then it would be 20 pages on how Ganyu's better. And then it would take all of about 6 months for Gotcha Gamer, I Went to Lose, Hydro Sam, and the creators to come out and say Ayaka's better. And then they would be like, oh, okay. Be like, all right. I would not talk about it. I would not. I would leave it alone. Leave it alone. Because it's not that Xing Cho is better, right? But it's the context, and when you say it, it's like you have to be very specific with the way you say it. I didn't even say it specifically. You have to be very specific with the way you say it. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna start because the conversation gets muddied. Because it's not about because it has nothing to do with the value of Xing Cho. It always ends up being the value. I'm dead serious. It always ends up being about a question of Yelan's value when it's not a question about Yelan's value. That's why I avoid the conversation. Nope, I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't even do that. Don't even do it. I wouldn't even do that. I would just leave it alone. The minute you bring that up, you run a poll and you clickbait it. That's when you do that. You'll get a million engagement, but I would not actually do that. I would not say that if you want to keep a healthy relationship and keep it. You know what I mean? Because there's gonna be a difference of opinion, right? But if you look, I promise you, bro. I've done A&R. I've done music criticism. I do, I'm getting into counseling. You know what I mean? I've done debates. It's all of that. Like you don't do it. Don't do it. See, right? It took all that, and now he said it's a more fun character. So it boils down to she's more fun. So that's why I'm like, just stop. Don't say it. Just don't do it. Because believe it or not, here's what happens. Believe it or not, both of you guys are right. Believe it or not, both are right. It's finding that middle ground is what's going to be hard. But both parties need to meet. And when you're talking about Yelan, that's not going to happen. Because Yelan has a very similar effect. I'm sorry, this is my psychology brain active right now. She has a similar effect that Ganyu had. It's almost a brainwash effect. So to avoid that altogether, right, just wait until a bigger voice mentions it. And then you can say it, but just say it once and leave it alone. And then if it comes out and, the leader of the meta world comes out and says it, Obama says it, something, all you can do at that point is be like, oh, I figured. And then you just leave it at that. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. And I'm not picking on you, Scoop. I'm just saying it could get messy. And the last thing we need is characters getting us messy, bro. It's a character in a video game. You know what I mean? Y'all like brothers. You feel me? Yeah, see? And he's still saying she has more utility. So that's why I'm like, just leave it alone. And she's taller. Yeah, see? See? I'm telling you. I love you, Scoop. That's my dog, bro. Not saying I'm gonna do that. I'm saying that's what I did on Reddit when she first came out and people had lots of questions about her. Yeah, no, just stay away from it, though. Cypher, rate my teapot so I can go to bed. 1 out of 10. Oh, my bad. I would say... I'd say 9 out of 10. I gotta watch it again. I don't want to give it more credit than it deserves, but I'd say 9 out of 10 for now. I want to watch it again. I'm trying to think if there's any flaws, and I'm leaving 1 point for flaws because I don't recall seeing any. In my head, it's a 10 out of 10, but I have to look again. What got me was that cave, though. That cave was ridiculous. I almost want to say, there we go. I almost want to say, like, if you make the maybe make the trees the same color. I don't even think that matters. Y'all gotta see this teapot.
该走攻击了。
往返
Huh.
御风而行，克
But you know who will battle you with teapots? Shadow.
朔风起义，
Shadow actually got his teapot's kind of ill. Like that boy, he put time and effort into that thing. The flaws is that I don't have much stuff outside. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I just gotta watch it again. They really finna make me wait till tomorrow to level up this Kea, bro. I know I'm supposed to do my commissions, but I don't know if I care. Hold on. Let me jump back in here. How's everybody in the chat doing, by the way? Everybody doing good? I hope everybody's having a great time. I hope everybody's chilling.
应该换骑士团的那些家伙来陪你。
Junkie, see, I knew. See? I'm in here slacking on my Mac. And Junkie, what's cracking? What's cracking, cuz? Sorry, I got caught in that conversation. Junkie, what we doing? Grr. What weapon to drop? At 50 pity. Oh, hey, I hope you get it, man. Yeah. Yeah, 50 pity. You only got 10 more, roughly. You're good, Shin? Okay. Artifacts? Okay. Raiden artifacts, I'm assuming, right? Wait, what? Just how to build her in general? Okay. I'm gonna give you the safe build. Right, so 6 days left. I mean, that's 6 primos. So you'll be at 56. I see what you mean. Unless you got a couple bucks laying around. I'm assuming you got a Welcome too, right? There's a specific piece I had. Was it that? I don't know. I can't remember the piece I had. It was 57. All I know is my crit rate was 57. Oh, duh. Because I had that. And this. That's what it is. I was trying to get the crit rate. So, you have a skyward spine. Okay, it's gonna be a little bit different. So if you have a skyward spine, hold on, let me look. Because that gives you 8 crit rate, right? Where you at? There you go. It gives you 8 crit rate, which is active right now. Yeah, so you actually do want to, so you want to hit 60. Well, 65 technically. You want to be about 65. Especially with 8 crit rate, yeah, you should be at like 70-ish. Or your Shogun. Your goal with the Shogun, believe it or not, is like 6120-ish, somewhere around there. Really with any character. I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's a trend with the ratio. So they say 1 to 2, but I try to keep it within a reasonable number because you need certain stats for a 1 to 2 ratio, right? But if you can get to 60 crit rate, maybe 65, I would say 65, but if anything, 70 because you're getting 8 from this, right? Then I would say go for 65, 70, and then 110 to 120 crit damage would be your starting point. Either way you go, you need at least 220 energy recharge. Like minimum. Like you need 220 energy recharge minimum. Regardless if you're running energy recharge or not. Yeah, and this whole set has to be replaced. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, the whole set has to be replaced. As far as the stats on the Shogun, as far as stats are concerned, hold on. Hold on. As far as stats are concerned, hold on. There we go. As far as stats are concerned, what do you got? An energy recharge? Well, I'll do this. Yeah. As far as the stats on the artifacts, this is the way I'm going to position it. You could do either attack or energy recharge, and then you could do attack or electro. There's like a whole bunch of different variations between them that are all the strongest. For example, energy recharge attack is the strongest. Attack electro is the strongest. Attack is the strongest. Energy recharge electro is the strongest. They're all the strongest. So what I'm going to tell you is run energy recharge attack, and at least that will give you the opportunity to have your Shogun be used as a battery before you get locked in to trying to make her do a whole bunch of damage. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get attack electro, which at least on my account is the strongest, but that's because I don't have an attack goblet like that has the crit damage to boot, right? Right. So this situation has been a lot stronger, but this situation has made my team stronger. If that makes sense. So long story short, attack or energy recharge, electro or attack, run whatever has the better subset, and that is the Shogun. As long as you're hitting your minimums, which is 60, 110, 220 energy recharge. As long as you're hitting your minimums, you're good. For context, there was a Jade Spear Shogun that beat my catch one day. Some dude had a Jade Spear with 200 energy recharge, and his burst hit harder than mine. It's on stream. I can't remember exactly when it was, but yeah, his Jade Spear beat my catch. You got stuck? You got stuck with what? Wait, what's going on? Jalen, who are you? Are you in the chat? Oh, that's okay. But you got stuck listening? No, that's fine. I mean, but you get the gist of it, right? No, it was just built nice. Oh, you got stuck in a domain. Got you. That's okay. No, it was built nice. We basically had the same build. It's just he had a Jade Spear. I think I think the main difference was he was running a crit damage circlet. But it was something like that, right? But he had, it was like 7190 or something or whatever. But he had like 200 energy recharge. So it was just a Jade Spear Shogun. You know what I mean? But it didn't have all the burst damage, this, that, and the third. But the reason it beat it is because the base attack is so high. I believe. Right? But your boy got this now, so I'm not sure how that's going to turn out. But I mean, our numbers were pretty close, though. As far as, like, artifacts. Like this page was pretty close. Like, it wasn't like, too far off. I mean, not just that, but this plus the energy recharge and all. Like at the end of the day, this sheet wasn't super off. It's just he did have a bigger ratio because he had the Jade Spear. But no, he did not have constellations. Oh, Al Haytham's trailer is out. Ah, they need to just launch him. I want to try him and see if he's worth anything. Because if Al Haytham is actually if he's good, then because I want to be able to recommend him. But I need to know how I'm going to recommend him. Because right now it's just not looking too good for him. I mean, as far as performance, I could totally recommend him. Like, as a good character. Like, almost like Dendro Traveler, but in a DPS role. Something like that. The music was pretty good. Say what? And the visuals. Yeah, I mean, I can recommend them for what I'm seeing right now. Like if you want to do, like let's say you got a strong official or you got a really unbuilt Shogun, and you're just not gonna build the Shogun. You know what I mean? If it's one of them type of scenarios, then I hate them. They're cool. Run spread. You know what I mean? Especially if you got the Shogun, because you could just slap a bunch of ER on her, and then use her to battery your Al Haytham or something like that. But there's a way to make him work. But being that he's spread, like I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work out. What I am interested in, without giving away too many ideas and spoiling future videos or whatever, I want to know what a Hyperbloom situation looks like on him. Like Barbara, DPS Al Haytham, and a Shogun or something, like EM Shogun or something. I want to see what a Hyperbloom DPS spread situation looks like. I'm pretty sure it's going to be interesting. No, I know. That's why I'm wondering. You know what I mean? It'd be like the Shogun Hyper Bloom just with a DPS lead. Because Shogun Hyper Bloom doesn't really have a DPS lead unless you run like Ayato or something. If you run Ayato, like Ayato would be you would need a Hydro or a Dendro to DPS in the Hyper Bloom. You ready now? Okay. And we're doing I'm assuming we're doing Emblem. Let's do it. Please don't bring Pyro if you can. And if you can, bring Hydro or Cryo if you can. Okay, and then I gotta do a document when I stop the stream. I'm gonna be clocking these hours, cuz I got my second client and I'm happy. And they already about to start putting your boy to work. I'm like, hey, okay. You need me to say what now? I will do all the things. Need me to do the thing? Clock in. I got you, cuz. I got you, cuz. Give me 1 sec. I'm just waiting for it to connect to my PS5 because I'm finna have a cigarette. Oh, my controller died. Hold on, give me 1 sec, junkie. My controller dying. Okay. Alright, here I come, bro. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, junkie. I know he's probably so annoyed right now. Like, bro, come on. Step outside for 2 seconds. Oh, now it works. Okay, now it works. Awesome. Fantastic. I still gotta charge it anyway. That's okay. Yeah, I gotta charge it. Sorry about that, junkie. Okay. There's a quick bloom form, which is spread and hyper bloom. Well, yeah, that's what I was, I guess, talking about was quick bloom. Oh yeah, hold on. We're gonna do all the things. Well, just the thing. No! Come back here! Oh. Hey. I didn't know that went through. You're gonna get in the corner. You should get in the corner. Yeah, you should get in the corner or something. Yeah, not in the I guess. Need my stamina. God dang it. And I can't reach him from here. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say you might want to pull that Ganyu out. Yeah, you should have came to a corner. But anyway, I'm gonna head out. I was supposed to leave. Oh, wow. All right, you take it easy. Oh, you probably already took off. Yeah, take it easy, Kinkle. I appreciate having you here, brother. You, the man with the master plan.
刀剑爆焰，
名古怀怕。
我会保护大家。休养生息里了，阴吹雪。
I went in at the wrong angle, but that's okay.
飘落，深海的加护。
No! There we go. Hit it. There we go. No. God dang it. Oh yeah, I'm still building Kea. I'll do it. I'll do it next time. Alright, for sure. For sure, for Shikado. For sure, for Shikadale. Dale McShiggles. McShigamy D's. Shiggery D's. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Just yeah, I would say hang on until you see my never mind. Please continue doing hydro. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I just didn't want to miss that permafreeze right in the beginning. I was like, I missed that. It's gonna be issues. It's gonna be issues in the domain because of the big old Laura. It's gonna be issues. I want a Sprite or some coffee for in my world. I must sip coffee so a dinner scene doesn't get into my blah 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 blah. 好，继续来了哟。You gonna head out? All right, that's what's up. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Appreciate you, cuz. Thank you for stopping by. Didn't you? Somebody said they had a well account. I want to see that account at some point. I think it's like a something. I'll be having questions for those. Not the account, but I'll be having questions like on those accounts. Like, what is the percentage difference of blah 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 blah? From your experience, does C6 actually make a big difference on Hu Tao? Blah blah blah. Is it true that it only matters in speedrunning? Blah 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 blah. Be like random questions like that.
我会保护大家。
Like there was a C6 Ayaka that I had talked to at one point, and they were saying that C6 isn't worth it for Ayaka, and I'm like, you sure?
我们走吧。
Like, that's a big multiplier.
起舞吧。
Because that's the only way you can do 120. That's the only way you can do the 450k charge attack, where you do this and bow, and you hit 450,000. Is you got to have C6 Ayaka for that. That'd be interesting, but that would be like overkill. Like I don't know if I could get that. Like that's way too strong. I'll tell you the kind of player I am. I can't do like a C6 DPS because I am one of those Tony Toe kind of people. Like I would eventually end up there, and I don't know if I need to be doing that on Genshin. Because I would be like, okay, if I spend that much on, like, let's say I got C6 R5 Ayaka, like I would have to do that with Ayaka. I wouldn't actually stop until I did 450k on the charge attack. That would be my whole thing. Is I got to do 450 on charge attack, and that would be my whole game plan. You know what I mean? Hey, that's what's up, cub. Miko got an 84 on her last test. She is done on that semester. That is what's up. That's what I am talking about, cuz. But I will be trying to do something like that on my Zhongli though. Like I'm gonna really be plotting and scheming with my Zhongli though. Like if once he's C6, I'm gonna be plotting and plotting and plotting. Nope.
如琉璃般飘落。
Oh Lord.
刘海之相遇。我们走吧。别担心。
Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. I don't know what I would do now. I think I'd probably do, I don't know. I'm thinking about the set bonus. That's why I'm like, what would I do? Like, would I do, I don't know. Would I don't, If I had, you know what? If I had C6, I would try Shiminawa. Being honest. Nah, not really. She's not really Japanese like that. You know what I mean? Like it's not if she kept like the Japanese thing going, then yeah, I'd be kind of juiced for it, but like not really. You know what it reminds me of? Have you ever seen Ip Man 2? Or Ip Man, it's either 1 or 2. You know what I mean? And they had the Japanese dudes who started dressing up in that European stuff. It kind of gave me those kind of vibes. That's why I was like, no, I don't know.
我们走吧。失礼了。怎么会燃产？
I try to get his shield off before that every time, and it never works. Unless we down the guy before the burst ends, which is kind of a pain. But yeah, that's kind of it's like, you know, that's kind of the vibe. That's kind of the vibe I get. It's like a Japanese person in the like imperial. Now I don't know if you call it Imperial Japan or whatever, but it's supposed to be Fontaine inspired. Okay. Like, I don't know. It just, I don't know. To me, it doesn't really fit Ayaka. Really. No good artifacts. That's all good. I mean, but you did it though. Like that's the point.
刀剑
You know what I mean? Now, if you want to, you can go strongbox those for like maybe a different set or something. But you know, the point is, you still got your farming. Fontaine inspired. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like she needs to be. I don't know. It's the archetype. It's what Ayaka is. Like this archetype, like it's in a lot of different video games. It's particularly fighting games. You know what I mean? And this archetype has always been lit. So changing the skin is, I don't know. If they'd have gave her like the kimono thing or something, that'd have been lit. You know what I mean? Or if they gave her like, if they just gave her something like an alternative Japanese outfit, that probably would have been dope. Like that would have been dope. But you know, making it European doesn't make sense in my head. It's like giving her an African fit. Like, would you give her an African fit? Like, no. You know what I mean? I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm all over the place, but you know what I'm talking about. So Lisa, it works on though. Lisa it looks amazing. Lisa's is dope. It looks good on Lisa. Let's see. I don't know. That's just me though. I don't know. I seen a bunch of polls though, and everybody's still like 80% of people on at least the two polls that I voted on. 80% was like Lisa, and then everybody else was like Ayaka. But if you want it, you know, I ain't nobody knocking it. It feels like Skechers. Not there's anything wrong with Skechers. I'm just saying it's like Skechers on Ayaka. It's kind of what it feels like. And if we looked at Ito already, didn't we? Yeah, we looked at Ito, I think. Yeah, we looked at Shin's Ito. Yeah, we were talking about the artifacts and whatnot. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me go do this Kaya then. Let me go burn the rest of this and then I'll go do my commissions. I can't believe the queue is empty. Dang, we got through today. Nice. Queue is empty. I'm sure somebody gonna jump in later, which is fine. Why, hello there, good sir.
上天去吧！
往返自然，朔风起义，
That was an accident.
保护大家！
风共鱼行。
Okay. Trying to avoid doing that, but that's okay. And then you give me three. Oh, okay. And then you give me three. All right. Um. Hmm. 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 All right, let's see if we can strongbox anything. Please, Lord, attack timepiece for Ayaka, or a feather for. Ooh, unlock that. Or a feather for a future Rosaria. Never gonna use that. Defense. No. Okay, I'll keep that just in case. That can go. That can go. Please, Lord. Lordy McLord. No. Darn. Say what? Well, you better have hit the lotto. Ooh, okay. Low key. Wow. Well, goddamn. Okay. Hey, that physical piece might turn or something. But yeah, that feather and that circlet, we're gonna keep our fingers crossed super hard on that circlet. And the feather, actually. Yeah, those are good grabs, bro. You got my Ayaka arts? No, nah. Oh, you don't even know my Ayaka arts. Nah, these is for Rosaria. Nah, my Ayaka straight. I need Rosaria pieces. I do want a timepiece for Ayaka, but no, I'm straight. You want to see? You want to see my Ayaka artifacts? I mean, they're okay. Okay, well, okay, they're good. They are good, but yeah. No, yeah, I'll just leave it alone. I hope that feather works out though. Like what I'm hoping that you get for the cryo pieces is because you got a crit rate circlet. I actually am kind of keep my fingers crossed that you get insane crit damage rolls, like insane crit damage rolls, like 30 crit damage, like why did like 27 crit damage? Like why is it so much? And why didn't I get crit rate? That's what I'm hoping happens because you only need 50 crit rate if you're gonna run a crit rate circlet. You know what I mean? But the fact that it's got crit rate and crit damage, when you rank that crit rate circlet, I hope that thing gives you so much crit damage. Because I only got, I think, 1 crit rate circlet on Blizzard, and I only got 14 crit damage on it. Even though I got some pretty good circlets, so. All right. Commissions. All right, I'm gonna try and do these without thinking about being on stream, because every time I'm thinking about being on stream, I end up like fumbling my commissions or something in some way, shape, or fashion. Exactly. There we go. All right, so let's see. What is this? Defeat the Emirites. I guess I'll just run. Uh-huh. Whatever he said. How about baby? Haboobly boobly boo, boobala boopy. One, two, three, you're way over there. Where's he at? Excuse me. Okay. Bum 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 ba-dum, bum 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 ba-dum, bum bum ba-da-ba-dum, bum bum ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum, bum bum ba-dum ba-da-ba-dum, ba-dum ba-da-ba-dum. Ain't there a I thought there was a thing you could like attach to. You know, little teleport things, little light things. Did anybody need any resources, by the way, from my? Because I don't need anything. I guess outside of Candace, maybe, but yeah, I'm not farming. If anybody needs like beetles or the red, whatchamacallits, yeah, leave it to me. I don't know what I'm doing though. Do what? Oh. There was like a quick way up there. I forgot what it was. I'll just go this way. Hey, it's so chill right now, bro. Everybody just chilling in the chat. Bro, y'all so quiet. What's happening, man? Because after this, I'm probably just gonna like practice random teams in the abyss, if I'm being honest. Vibing? That part. Yeah, because I'm finna just... Oh. Okay. Oh, you're helping Gate? Okay. Hey, thanks for that, by the way, Shadow. I appreciate you, brother. Hey, how's that Black Desert account though, bro? You know what I mean? I was thinking about that yesterday. Hey, that Asia account does help, man. You know what I mean? Especially the more bolstered that, because we do get Asia accounts here, Shadow, who be like needing run. It's not all the time, but they do be needing it, bro. You know what I mean? Having an Asia account would definitely it would help the community like a lot. You know what I mean? I mean, you'd have to be here all the time, but it's every now and again. It's every now and again, but it does happen. Hey, some of them Asia accounts though, I'm gonna let you know. Some of them be kind of over the top though. Oh yeah, this one I have to do the whole thing. Can I skip? Can I do a skip on this? I think I can do a skip on this. Couldn't do it. It's always that one. All right. I'd rather run. I would not rather run. I would not rather run. I gotta look at your Ayaka. Yeah, okay. Let me do this real quick, and I'll take a peek. Actually, I can just look real quick. Let me see. Let me see if she's updated. Ooh. Okay. Ooh, we still gotta do that one. Ah, we still need that piece. Okay, yeah, you're looking good, bro. Let me see. So you're at 64, right? So if we, let me see. So I think it's this piece. So if you get, so do you want to run energy recharge? Because you can. It's not like you're missing a whole lot. Actually, be right. Hey, what's up, Applejacks? How you doing, brother? Whoa, what? I did not want to go to the channel. I wanted to report. Is a bot. There we go. All right. Wait for a little bit of stamina. I don't need a lot, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I would just re-roll that because your crit rate is so high on your Ayaka. I would say go for you should be okay running with just crit damage on that piece. So if you get an energy recharge piece with just crit damage, it's really because you're wait what? Okay. It's really wait, why am I doing my commissions? No, it doesn't matter. Because you're running a crit rate circlet, I would go for a crit damage subs on it. Still keep an eye out for something with crit rate and crit damage, you know, for what it's worth. Because at some point you may be looking at switching over to a crit damage circlet, and you only need a 50% crit rate, and you're like you're over it by like 15 crit rate or something like that. I did all the things, right? Yeah. Party time. Excellent. Hold on, what time is it? Oh, we got 7 minutes? Uh-oh. Here's the test. Here is the test. Can I clear the abyss in 7 minutes? You're murdering the Fatui? Let's see if I can clear this in 7 minutes. Ah, I didn't crit. That's okay. Oh, that was a waste of a burst. I thought it had at least a little bit more than that.
暴雨看破，
Oh, that was a mega waste of a burst.
断，彩雨流红，彩，烧起来吧，该走攻击了。
锅巴，喷火，
Okay, we ain't got time for this.
气运之时，无处遁逃。雨线难画，
I'll take it.
如诗成景，彩。
开锅了，开锅了！
暴雨看破，
Awesome. What? Why did it freeze? Oh, I'm like, bruh, what? Like, why did it freeze? Who's level 80? Who's level... What do you mean?
赵静，丽丽，赵静，客人来了。
Okay, I scuffed that part, but that's okay.
往返自然，云野，夜明，朔风起义，
此乃天道。
丽丽，赵静，去。
往返自然，操！
What?
可叹落叶
记住你了。
雷霆刹境，
Ooh, I messed up. I was not supposed to do that. I was supposed to save that for the wolf, but that is okay. I hate this part.
彩雨流红，断。我来保护大家。
想不通就打点了，热乎热乎嘛。
道光，一时
Bang.
永恒
Excuse me.
微光无射。
Awesome.
难得的猎物，
Xingqiu? No.
这行
Oh,
动
okay.
彩，
She still hit me anyway. I am sad.
有大家在身边，伤口就
Tried to sneak a crit in there, didn't happen. She should be. Oh, I thought she was gonna die for that. Okay, this is a pain in the butt right here. And this one is hyper dependent on
御风而行，
固若金汤。
去。
this one is like mega hyper dependent on Yaimiko having a burst. Okay.
风共云行，
1, 2, 3.
针筒显现。赵静，去。丽丽，
See, and I still messed it up. That's okay.
拒收。
That's alright. Alright, well, I got it more than halfway down, so I guess that's okay. This part is so hard. 'Cause you gotta like hecka position it. Oh, that messed that one up.
震天撼地。
Got it. I gotta wait on this one. And
弥坚不
I
摧
guess it doesn't
天
matter.
动万象。
1, 2, 3.
朔风起义，
蔓延吧，自己智慧之。
Okay, so there's the next one. And how much time I got left? 2 minutes? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, this is gonna be copium.
彩，彩雨流红，烧起来吧！
锅巴，喷火，
该走攻击了。
Nope. Nope.
见识下师傅的枪法。
Excuse me.
道光，意识永恒，
There we go.
微光无射，古华生命断。接下来
Ow.
有大家在身边，伤口就
开锅了，开锅了！嘿哈！
无灭。
Am I hitting him? I am. Okay. Okay. Alright, now for the fun part. This part just takes forever.
赵静，
I thought I did. Yeah, we looked at your. It was on the
御风而行，操！
It was on your alt account, right?
夜明，
Or you mean your main Ito? The main account
好像
Ito.
有点空，来我家做客吧。
天理长驱，
Oh, on the main, I did not.
丽丽，
Okay, as soon as I get out of here, I will look at that actually before I leave.
朔风解印，可叹落叶飘零，御风而行。
真是与你分享。
此乃天道。
1, 2, that's what I was waiting on.
雷光凄美啊！
Steve!
往返自然。云影，夜明。
全都看
1,
见了，
2, 3, got it.
来我家做客吧。
天理长驱，
Let's just keep them busy for a minute. Ah! I was supposed to charge attack. There we go. Because it's hard to swirl Electro when... Yeah, unless you do a charge attack.
蔓延吧，子集。
And she should kill off of this. Bye!
谢
Oh, well, okay. Yay! 10 minutes, I guess. 8 minutes. Something like that, whatever. Alright, what is that account? Because I don't think I joined you. There it goes. Wait. Yeah, no? What's the UID? And then I'll look at that before I stop the stream. Because I did see you in the queue, but I thought I looked at your Ito. But I looked at the Ito on like an alt account. Is it this? Is it this one? No. No, it's clearly not. You still here? Shin? You might have to fast forward the stream. Yeah, you might be a ways behind. Yeah, I would fast forward. God dang, she called like right at 10. Okay. Yeah, I need your UID. Is this it? No, that's runes. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the UID, good sir. Is this it? This is it? Okay. Because on the other account there was a red horn. This is I just want to make sure I got the right account. Build Ito, right? I don't know if there's a delay in the stream or not. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, there's got to be a crazy delay in the stream. Okay. All right. So let's see. So 70 out of 70. What's the AR? And Aloy? Okay. So AR50. Wait a minute. AR55. Hold on now. Do you have mains on? Do you have? Who's carrying your account right now? Who's carrying the account right now? Yoimiya? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay. So with him, yeah, I would. Yeah, you want to do his normals before his burst. By the way, just keep that in mind. Anytime there is a like an infusion or a switch up in the going from physical to an element, but they maintain their attacks. like it's safe to assume that the normals are going to be stronger. In Ito case, this is the case. Like him, Hu Tao, uh, for what it's worth, Chong Yun, characters like that, Yoimiya, like typically you want to do their normals first. Not a huge deal, but just throwing it out there. That way, just so you know that the normals are just as important, right? If not, they're actually more important. Anyway, so we have the white blind. I love it. You already know you got to level him to 90. Well, at least ascend him to 90. Being at his skills with defense, it does benefit you to level him to 90, but at least ascend him to 90 so that he gets all of the crit rate from his ascension stats. If I'm not mistaken, you still have 10 crit rate you can get from his ascension stats. Yes, you still got 10 crit rate to get roughly, right? As far as the set, you are running a 4-piece. That should be defense. That is Geo. We have at some point want to convert that to a 5-star, which I'm sure you already know about, right? This guy is not worth having on your Ito. You actually in this situation would be better off running crit rate for now. To run crit damage, you only need 40 crit rate. 40, I think 45. It's something like that. You only need 45-ish crit rate to be able to run your Ito on a crit damage circlet. For what it's worth, I'm in the same boat as you are, right? But to get the most performance out of them, I would say at least like 65 crit rate ish, right? So I would say do that, because right now you're not killing anything like fast, like at all. You know what I mean? So we want to get that in check. As far as rerolled pieces, that one is good if you want to run a crit damage circlet. So this one we're going ahead and let that rock. This guy right here is manageable. Oh yeah, Applejacks jumped in too. So we're gonna be kind of backed up. Hey, Applejacks, I'll help you after the stream. Okay, I do want to close the stream. I'm gonna close the stream, but I got you, bro. Just you're in the Discord, right? Yeah, you're in the Discord. Go ahead and follow suit to what Necro said. You feel me? This one I would definitely make that defense. Clearly based on the way you're playing him, his burst matters. So defense would be right here. As we discussed earlier, you can run an energy recharge and you're not going to take a humongous hit. It's just, do you want him to have his burst more often or not? That's up to you. I do like the fact energy recharge is on the piece, but the main stat is wrong. It needs to be defense, right? And, even still, you are going to be prioritizing crit rate. With this guy right here, I would like this to be a flex piece, and you are in a position where you can flex the piece out. Attack is not a strong stat on Ito. Attack is good outside of his burst. Attack is terrible inside of his burst. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, it works, but it's not... Like, it doesn't multiply as hard as, well, Geo does, basically. Like, Geo and defense, those are going to multiply a little bit more in his burst, to my understanding, right? Anyway, the attack, it does still work, but you do want that to be on set. I would recommend having this on set. Like, there's no reason I can see in this artifact, outside of the attack being 20%, on why you would run this on Ito. And being that that's not his key stat is attack, I would actually recommend switching this out for an on-set piece and still keeping an eye out for a crit rate substat, because we do want this to be high and still have the ability to run a crit damage circlet. But to run a crit damage circlet, you need to have crit rate on that guy. But by doing this on set, it will open you up for additional Geo pieces. So as you're farming for her or her, then at that point, let's say you're farming for her and you get a Blizzard piece or a Noblesse or however you're going to run her. If you get a non-Geo piece out of that domain, but it's Geo, like if you get a non-Husk piece, but it's a Geo piece with crazy stats, we do want to make sure that we have the opportunity to run that on Ito, because you never know when that one's going to drop. You never know when a piece is going to drop. You know what I mean? So that would be my strategy for your Ito. But this one right here is not doing anything for you. These two, you're fine, in my opinion. Like you're doing okay with these pieces. but these two specifically are not helping. Like they're not helping. And this one, it just needs to be a 5-star piece, and you do want at least one crit stat to work with, preferably crit rate. That would be what I would be looking for on Ito. Yeah. Any questions?
很多人的一生，写于纸上也不过几行。
多大点事？
No questions? Okay. Just a side note, because I have been seeing this a lot today. What I want you guys to do, if you can, is for what it's worth, right? Ito, Zhao, any character that scales with crit, Yaimiko, any character, D-Luke, any characters that scale with crit rate, right? If you want to run that character on a crit damage circlet, make sure that you're hitting your goal of 45 before running a crit damage circlet. I do empathize with y'all, as you can see. And yes, I do have the circlet. I just can't run the circlet because it's not wise to do. You do less damage that way. The numbers are bigger, but the stuff dies slower, right? So I would highly recommend you run the crit rate circlet and just go on ahead and take the little hit that you would take otherwise. Right? Especially if you get a crit rate circlet with crit damage on it. Like I did. Twice in a row. It actually happened in a row. I mean, it's RNG. We're not going to talk about that too much. But that would be my recommendation. Right? And then when you get to the point where you have, enough crit rate stats, right? Then you run the crit damage circlet without needing a crit rate weapon. But if you can't even do that, then at least try to get to 65 on those characters before running a crit damage circlet. Because I have all three scenarios, right? But I just wanted to mention that before, stopping the stream, because we have seen a lot of crit rates issues, and I promise you, I really, really do, that don't be afraid of this ratio on characters that don't scale with crit. Don't be afraid of this ratio. It's scary because all the content creators, myself included, we all have this ratio, right? And I don't want you guys to pay so much attention to the crit damage. Pay more attention to the crit rate. Also, side note is if you start seeing stuff like this, right? Just be mindful that this person probably has refinements or constellations, or they just don't know how to build. And they think they do because their refinements are doing more. This is making up for their lack of being able to build. Long story short. Not that they don't know how to build, but I'm saying that this, chances are, is why it's working for them. Not this. This and these is why this is working out for them. Because if they did not have these or this, they would have a terrible Shogun, long story short. It would be a bad Shogun. Right? So I want you guys to, even if you're a whale, like if you're a whale, just because it's working out doesn't mean it's okay. Right? Make sure that you do keep that in check. If it matters to you. Right? If your DPS matters and it's like I want to slap stuff in 3 seconds, the crit rate does matter. Right? All this should be multiplying on top of your crits. Right? Any questions about that before I take off? 3 best artifacts to farm. Emblem. This is my opinion. Emblem, Uh, Gilded Dreams and I say in this meta, I would say Emblem, Gilded Dreams, and probably Wanderer's Troop would probably be the artifacts that you're probably going to see all over everyone's account right now. In the next patch, I'm going to say Heart of Depth, Thunder and Fury, and maybe Gilded Dreams, but I feel like Emblem is still finna be there. Yeah, I'm gonna look at Aloy. And that's why I was saying, Applejacks, I'm gonna help you after the stream. Cause I do gotta stop it. Yeah, so like this, right? We would switch for crit rate. Alright, so Aloy, so we do have the Thunder and Pulse. There's actually a Aloy main that's Enduring Precision. We came down to this weapon. I was saying the sack bow, but I think because of the way they're using her, they're not using her. If I remember, now she's not on field for extended periods of time anymore, so they don't need to have her cryo up as often. You know what I mean? But with that being said, that's where it's like, okay, you might be looking at like a Thunder Impulse or something. You know what I mean? What's going on, Isabella? Long time no. Dang, it's been a minute. How you been? All right, so let's see. Now I have both my kidneys. I think that might be a different content creator. So for Aloy, that needs to be crit rate before you do anything. This is a fantastic. It's a great piece. I don't know if it's the right set though. And that's energy recharge. Those are good pieces, but I don't know if it's the right set. You would want my recommendation for Aloy. You can do whatever you want, but my recommendation for Aloy is to run a 4-piece Blizzard, especially because you have this. It shall be used for C6 rating. I'm gonna be straight up. If you steal a kidney and you sell the kidney just to get a C6 rating, you need help. Because there are about a million other things that you could spend $2,500 on. But you chose to spend it on a video game. So you're going to risk going to prison for a long time. You're going to risk killing a person for the rating when you literally can stop at C3. Cuz if you don't go buy a car at least or something, or feed your mama, or feed your cousins, go feed a village in Africa or something. You gonna do two piece? You can. I mean, you can do that, but if you do that, you're gonna need to balance this number. And based on at least what I'm seeing, you might actually want to go Blizzard. I would say go Blizzard. Your account seems to have this affinity for crit damage, so I would go Blizzard personally. I'll tell you why. Right? Without having to think too hard about it, you're not gonna let go of crit damage rolls. Like clearly, like you want that number. But if you want that number, you should run Blizzard. Believe it or not, you can get away with this ratio on a permafreeze Aloy. Like you can do this on permafreeze. You could do 27.6 on permafreeze. This is 67.6 on permafreeze on Blizzard. You can have this on Blizzard. Right? But if you're gonna run two piece, then you're gonna need like a 60-70% crit rate on two piece. Whereas on a 4-piece Blizzard, you only need a 50% crit rate. That's why I'm saying that. So you can actually opt. It's just easier to build. And what happens is you're basically transferring 18% attack into crit damage. That's basically what you're doing. Ayaka, Venti, Raiden, Kokomi. That's an okay team. I know what you mean though. Like I know why. I see why it's working. Like because Raiden is Ayaka's battery per se, and you don't have to stay on Ayaka. You could flip back and forth between the two. So it does work for what it's worth. But yeah, any questions, Shin? Any questions at all? Yeah. You know what's funny about that team? All the power in that team is in Venti. Not at all? Okay. Yeah, the interesting part about that team that you're talking about is all the power in that team is coming from Venti. Venti is the glue because Venti works with Raiden and then Venti works with Ayaka. Yeah, but he works with both, especially Ayaka. So you put Venti, Ayaka, Diona, and Kokomi, and you'll almost get the same effect. But what's happening is you're running the Raiden because you just need something to do while Ayaka doesn't have a burst. At least that's what it looks like. It's not that it doesn't work, but I'm assuming that's what's happening. We are back from fishing. That's what's going on. How you been, by the way, Gate? Gate, did you leave? You joined the Discord and then left, right? And then I do have to stop the stream. I'm just checking in on Gate Gaming because they joined the Discord and then left or something like that. Applejacks, slide me your UID and then I'll stop the stream after that. I just want to make sure that I got you because I don't have you in this list. You know what I mean? Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah, somebody had joined and then left. I was like, what? Is Orlay? Not necessarily. Aloy, you're gonna treat Aloy kind of like. No, I didn't kick you. You're gonna treat Aloy kind of like Ayaka, sort of, kind of. You treat her. You put her on any other cryo team, except you would treat her kind of like a Raiden, but cryo, right? Where she's gonna be on the field, do a thing, and then she comes off. You know how I don't know if you have Tartaglia, but it's like Tartaglia. He hits the field, does a thing, and then leaves. You know what I mean? And then he's off the field for like 15 seconds or however long. That's how you're gonna play Aloy, right? So any team that you're doing that with, so like Xiangling and like Ito or you could run her with the Shogun, like stuff like that. Like you would play Cryo for a second and then switch over to somebody else. You know what I mean? I see the UID. Okay, perfect. All right, so let me put that in my clipboard and then we're going to go ahead and wrap this thing up. You feel me? Good times. First things first, man, I want to thank every single one of y'all for stopping by. And shout out to you, Applejacks. It's been a long time, brother. Bot? What? YouTube editor, I'm waiting for you. I'm just putting you in my recent list. I don't want to stop you from doing anything. But if you ain't doing anything, I'm just going to wrap the stream up and then we can go on ahead and hit the ground running. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I know what you're doing. But you could do that with like a lot of people. I'm not downplaying your team. I'm just trying to think, is there anything that can slot in or out of the team is kind of where I'm at, right? Yeah, we stop at 10. We're supposed to stop at 10. We just went over a bunch of times because people were showing up late and you know what I mean? So I'm going to help Applejacks after the stream. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was live. Yeah, I stream for 9 hours on the days I stream. That's why. It's just that people showed up late and you know what I mean? I don't want to, because what's going to happen is if I keep streaming, we're going to have a whole bunch of people joining the queue, and then now I'm on to like 1. Right? So I'm going to go ahead and close up shop. Without further ado, say what's up to the camera, Mr. Man. OG, triple OG, we got Team Inazuma out here, you feel me, cuh? Without further ado, this is CS from DWP. If you had a great time during the stream, shout out to you, Faith for Disney. I see you, cuz. If you had a great time during the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And no, you good, bro. And as always, keep your wig screwed on tight. And I'm going to holla at y'all on the next one. You guys stay amazing. Thanks for the good work today. No, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you, man. And thanks for all the likes and subscribes and everything. I appreciate you guys. You guys stay up. Keep your wig screwed on tight. I mean that. For those who are new here, that means keep your head up. You know what I mean? Stay sharp. Chin up, chest out. All the good things, okay? All right, and I'm going to see you guys in the next one, which should be Wednesday, okay? All right, love you guys. Y'all take it easy. Peace.